Wow, that was a lot of content warnings. I'm Gus Zagarella.
And I'm Henry Galley, and this is.
We are not alive! The YouTube channel that scares you sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it scares us most of all, I think, and today is going to be no exception. Gus, I have a question for you. Do you ever feel like things are just too negative out there?
All the time, I feel this exact feeling. Shall we contribute to it?
No, we're going to be the force moving in the opposite direction. I think when times get tough, it is up to two upstart fellows like ourselves to fight the tide in the opposite direction. People who have been a fan of this channel when it went by a different name may already know what we're doing here today. We did a very similar thing with the disturbing movie Iceberg a few years ago. But if you're new here, I'm going to give you the skinny and we're going to get right into the weird stuff afterwards. We have taken the disturbing novels Iceberg created by Kay the Butcher Shitter over on Reddit. If you are a disturbing iceberg connoisseur, you may be familiar with it, but this is not going to be like any other video you've seen on the subject. Why is that, Gus?
It's because we are going to stare into the depths of human depravity and artistic license that created these disturbing novels, and we are going to make them wholesome. We are going to hope punk them. We are going to joy movement them. We're going to do all sorts of things that take these titles and create a story that will uplift humanity and not enfeeble life.
Yeah, and because Gus hasn't seen these and I have, I know that riffing a wholesome premise from each one of these titles is not going to be an easy task when we get near to the bottom. But we're going to play a little game, and it's a game that you can play along with us at home. I have stolen Meg's Stitch Counter, which goes up to 99. And Gus, when a title is just irreconcilably evil, Gus gets the opportunity to pass. He gets up to 99 passes, but how well he has done on this by the end will be dictated by how many passes he took. And kind of like golf, lower number is better. So if you want to play along at home, come up with your own wholesome premises for these bizarre, horrifying totals and post them in the comments. Feel free to, at the end of the video, post your own total of passes and we will see who had the fewest. Can you beat Gus? That is the game we are playing today.
Yes, will you, random stranger in the audience, manage to beat me and then keep your uplifting, optimistic spirit while I slide deeper and deeper with each pass into the doomer zone from which there is no return?
So let's get on that slide. We won't waste any more time. Are you ready, Gus?
As the Italians say, let's a go.
We begin with level 1, which is described as normie book reader. So for this one, you may actually see a lot of premises that are familiar to you, much like the horror movies at the first tier of our disturbing movie Iceberg. But I will say that does not necessarily make your life easier. Such is the case with the hard mode we begin on, which is the boy in striped pajamas.
The Boy in Striped Pajamas, this is a story about a kid who lucid dreams and goes into a Narnia-like realm, which is it's his house, but everything is sort of backwards, and his family is the only thing that's missing in this world. And he has to go on a quest to kind of find out what happened to his mom and dad and sibling in a dreamlike world where no one remembers them, and things aren't exactly what they seem.
That's fun. That's a kind of Little Nemo's Adventures in Slumberland, a little bit of Coraline without the baggage. I think that is a very serviceable beginning.
I was just going to say one more thing, too, about this premise is that the reason his pajamas are striped is because there is like a nightmare warden who's trapping people in the dream prison. And it's the people who are like there from the waking world have striped pajamas because they're prisoners.
Hell yeah, there you go. And before anyone accuses us of making light of a very dark topic, that book is, the original book is not considered a very great portrayal of its subject matter. We'll leave it at that. Alrighty, next one. A Clockwork
And also, I have no idea what it is, so don't at me.
Fair enough. A Clockwork Orange.
This is a steampunk story about fruit that like battle each other in a sort of like Veggie Tales-esque kind of like heightened storytelling space, and all of them are like robot cyborg fruits, and the Clockwork Orange is the main character.
I love that. I hope he has a little top hat and a monocle.
Oh yeah, and he learns lots of like good Christian values, and comes out of every experience he has a more upstanding member of society. So there's parallels to
But
the original, I guess.
that is wholesome. Okay, well, we'll now move on to A Head Full of Ghosts.
Oh, okay. So this is basically like a character has a sort of comedic near death experience. This is like an adult character, and again, the tone is like a little bit silly, but what happens is you know how like in that movie like Dog Cop, there's like they like sew the dog's head to the police officer's body, and then he's just a regular guy after
I
that.
mean, I can't say I'm particularly familiar with,
It
with this movie, but I'll roll with it.
One of my coworkers has like young kids, and so he saw that.
Oh, it's the like Captain Underpants one. It's the Captain Underpants one, right?
Yeah. And so
I
it's the
thought
bizarre premise of like
I thought this was like, oh, he
what?
made this film in his basement with a man, a big saw, and a dog.
No. It's so like, it has this kind of like it would be played as a body horror premise in anything else, but in this it's like, no, you can save two lives by like Chimera combining them into one guy who's just a cool, fun character from that point on. And such is the case with Head Full of Ghosts, is that like in a sort of like Beetlejuice slash Edward Scissorhands slash like, a sort of like supernatural goofy premise, this guy gets all twisted up, and the only way for the surgeons to save him is that like, well, we can't bring him back to life, but we can put enough ghosts inside his body that he's possessed, and it's basically a sort of like supernatural Inspector Gadget slash the $6 million man. He's like, just living his normal life, but every so often a ghost makes him do a silly Jim Carrey slash Austin Powers. I don't know why I said Austin Powers. Mike Myers
Groovy,
esque character actor type thing. Yeah, that's what that is. A Head Full of Ghosts.
I'll let you have it. Okay. Next one is A Modest Proposal.
This is a this would be like for slightly older kids. Like it wouldn't be like, it would be like for teens, and it's a period drama that takes some liberties with the sort of Victorian era politics, and has a kind of like modern, maybe a time traveler from the modern day who kind of cuts through a lot of the bullshit and the slut shaming and the like modesty culture of the time, and does his best to kind of isekai get a match and become part of society.
I love I'm an intimacy coordinator in Victorian England is my favorite new isekai
Yeah,
of the
exactly.
season.
And he has the power to use the square cube law in order to do nebulous magic, because it's also one of those.
I love and I think this is something that the audience will be able to realize as well. You can tell a big difference in Gus's initial reaction when he knows what the original piece is before he then has to like wholesome it up, and that is delightful to me. Alrighty, so next we have As I Lay Dying.
All right. So this is the story of like an old guy, and he is telling his family all of like his grand adventures,
Like a
from when
big
he
fish
was
type thing.
God damn it. God damn it. I was trying to find some way for it not to just be Big Fish. But oh, you know what it is? Okay, it's a grandmother in this one. It's a grandmother, and she's telling the story about like all of her like life and times and fun adventures to her grandchildren, and they kind of are embellishing it through the lens of very young kids. So it's not even like she's exaggerating, it's they're exaggerating. A little bit of a Book of Life for those who remember.
This is such kind of classic, like, that this would come out in the early 2000s. It would be called Bigger Fish. It would go straight to video, and it would feature kind of much more like B-class celebrities than like Ewan McGregor, and Tim Burton would have no involvement. And I love those kinds of like weird jank sequels. Like, what's the Bigger Fat a Liar? I think is a really good
Yeah.
example of that.
Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah. It is one of those things where like there was just more ample room for like genuine sort of rip-off stinkers to receive at least a little bit of mainstream attention.
Yeah, no, it's true, and I think that there was a sequel to that awful Dwayne Johnson Tooth Fairy movie, which is already a dirty crack house movie if there ever was one. But it's like a
Oh my god.
straight to DVD sequel starring Larry the Cable Guy.
Unbelievable. Culture used to be so
Get her
like culture in the
done.
2000s used to be so superficial and weird and like I know it's like there's a different kind of like sort of slop IP content that comes out these days, but let us not forget that they kind of fumbled a lot of big IPs in the 2000s.
They really did, though. I'm sure it would bring a tear to old Callum Drift's eye if he heard someone talking about his Tooth Fairy movie as a big IP. I think what kids need today is more book learning, like Books of Blood. What's that about, Gus?
Books of Blood. Huh. This is gonna be a story about vampire librarians
Oh,
who, because they're vampires that have been around for a lot of history, there is this kind of internal debate of like, do we let the humans have the stories that way, or do we go in and correct the misinformation of these books written by humans? And it's this like, kind of parable about like, does historical fact matter more than the positive lessons people get from it? And it's very like, nuanced, but it'll also inevitably have whatever interpretation is safe and neoliberal enough for whatever time period it came out.
I must say there is actually something genuinely really wholesome about someone becoming a vampire, but like they're a real bookworm, so they have that kind of time enough at last mentality of I can finally read every book, and they like devote their life to like maintaining a big public collection. By the way, this is something we said in that last video, and it's true here. If you like any of these premises we come up with, you are more than welcome to take them. They are public domain. Just, give us credit and change the title so you don't get sued by whoever came up with the original piece.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. The premise lines themselves are fully up for grabs. The original titles, don't. Just don't.
That would be so irresponsible. Like, yeah, no, you should go and make your own books of blood. You get a book of blood. You get a book of blood. While like Clive Barker is like forming a giant class action in the shadows.
Oh my god. Yeah. So okay, so what's the next one?
Brave New World.
Okay. I think that this is a straight up it's a story about like anime characters on airships, and they're going to a brave new world because they're called like braves because that's the thing that sometimes like RPG heroes in Japan. Basically, Brave New World in this alternate universe is a JRPG for teenagers.
Fair enough. It kind of like the anime adaptation of I can't remember. I think it's Leviathan or Behemoth. Meg will be screaming watching this because they are the Leviathan slash Behemoth fan. But it's a similar kind of.
This is a sort of like it's like a Final Fantasy VII slash Tales of Symphonia slash Baten Kaitos. It's like one of those where it's like there's a lot of airships, air travel, a lot of steampunk, and angel and religious motifs, and but it's done in a very like fun sort of teen adventure style way.
Fair play. All right, your next one is Carrie.
Carrie. Okay, this is about sorry, I was about to make a really dumb pun about like this is a sort of modern day myth retelling of Hercules because it's about a kid who can carry a lot.
Hercules carries.
You know what? I'm actually going with that. Is that it's a girl named Carrie, and she is descended from the Greek hero Hercules, and she has to deal with like having super strength in a world that does not expect like young women to be stronger than everybody.
And she has to carry it all
And
on
every
her shoulders.
Yeah, and everybody's got to learn a little bit of a lesson of like, hey, sometimes it's okay for young women to be able to throw your car. You're just gonna have to deal with that.
I love that this is actually not a like huge departure from the original. It's
No,
basically
no,
just
not really.
changing.
Yeah.
It's changing the means by which she could throw a car, like whether it's with her mind or like her muscles.
I will say it's so right. You're so right about like, when I recognize the thing versus when I don't. Because like when some of these I'm like, oh well it would kind of be like cultural vandalism to replace the original version with something else. But I just think of it as an alternate
I think
reality.
we're just really
Yeah.
lucky that you don't know what the boy in the striped pajamas is about. Anyway, so
Oh god, that's gonna haunt me through this whole video. And the audience
our
too.
next one is communion.
This is like this is a fun little, it's like an instructional video for like going to church, but
This
yeah,
feels like an
that's all
this
I
feels
got.
like an analog horror. This feels like the premise for
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
and then you just need to put a little bit of blood on the altar for Father Exsanguinus to lap up and live for another few years.
Yeah, that's what I think this is. This is sort of a light horror where it's like, talking about the local church youth group, and it's sort of done in the style of an instructional video, but slowly there's like a little bit of like Great Old One style stuff that happens during this. Like the, Centaur world, like we give our offerings to Trebor
Yes.
sort of shit.
Okay, next we have Coraline.
Coral. This title is hard to like change in any way to like, you know what this is? This is a group of kids have to save the coral line of their local coast, and we learn a lesson about like how caring for the earth can bring us all together.
Do you know what? That was a really good save. I'm gonna give you that one. So next we have Dante's Inferno.
This is like a parody movie about a like a Gordon Ramsay type dude
Oh.
who, a Hell's Kitchen type thing, and it's like it's a heightened parody of that sort of guy, probably with the Gordon Ramsay like, named Dante something, and he's played by Will Ferrell. And the whole thing is like, he learns this lesson about like maybe being good at food and like being the sort of like food arbiter isn't all that there is to life. Maybe you have to get sad and grow a beard and then shave that beard and then marry the less conventionally attractive woman who's still pretty conventionally attractive when she takes off her glasses and lets down her hair. That's what this is.
Oh, I loved Adam McKay's The Bear.
Yeah,
That was one of my favorite
exactly.
2000s comedies. I love the longer and unrated version where they just left all the embarrassing improv in.
Yeah, it's the feral bear. Spelled exactly as you think it is.
Okay, next week we have another one that I think I would be genuinely, legitimately impressed if anyone in the audience doesn't know this one. Dracula.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So this is another Japanese OVA, and has nothing to do with Dracula itself, but this was the title that like the West gave it to dub it, and it's just a story about a cute like half dragon boy who's the son of like a powerful dragon who usually takes human form, and they decided to throw a little bit more of a supernatural twist on the dub, and also it's like slightly ghost storied up, and a lot of the more disturbing scenes are cut out. But yeah, Dracula, he controls red magic. It's red, and it comes from his embarrassment. The more embarrassed he is, the stronger his magic is.
You know, I'm gonna let you have that one, but what I'm gonna say is, that was the one time you get to use it was a badly applied title in the West to an anime otherwise unrelated, or I think it's gonna get away from us.
Sometimes just like Dragon Half just pops into my head again, and I just get monomania about it.
Gus and Jasper discussed this on the Patreon, $1 a month, many other things, very
check
much
it
worth
out.
checking out. Okay, anyway, your next one, I have no idea what this is. This is completely new to me. Factotum. One word.
Ooh, okay, so this is, I think factotum means a servant or a tool or something like that.
Ooh.
So factotum is it's a toy franchise in America that like basically like factotums are people who can change forms based on the inanimate objects they touch, and they gain powers from them. So like you touch like a spinning blade and you get spinning blade arms. You get basically like everybody's Kirby, and there's like a group of 5 of them, and they're all like, different demographics, and they go on like team-based adventures. And it's a sort of Animorph slash Captain Planet slash He-Man, Masters of the Universe type thing. And it didn't last too long because the powers are like way too broad, and the lore got way too deep too
And
fast.
there'll always be like one dude who it's like, this is Jerry. He has like toilet cleaners for arms, and no one wants him.
Yeah, exactly. And so like his toys are still like really easy to get, but everyone else is like sold out and they're super collector's items.
That's such a real feeling of like growing up in the kind of pre everything is digital era of like going to like Toys R Us or something. It's like, oh no, they've only got the shit one that nobody wants.
I can't believe I wanted a He-Man toy, but all there is buzz-offs. I have these fucking buzz-offs.
I have hundreds and hundreds of Buzz-Off.
My parents keep buying me buzz-offs. They know I have buzz-offs already.
That's so funny. Okay, next we have
They think the main character of the show is buzz-off.
Fight
He's
Club.
not.
Fight Club.
Fight Club is the story of a caveman who fights people with a big club.
Do you know what? That's fair. I'll
And
give you that.
yeah.
It is.
That's all it is.
It is what it is. What do you want from me? Move along.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so next is Filth.
Filth. This is a sort of spin-off movie straight to DVD about the Mucinex germs. And it's done in a mockumentary style, and it like it like goes through like, the sort of life and times through a year of the Mucinex germs family life. And nobody knows why it exists. It's kind of like those like Ronald McDonald cartoons that McDonald's like put packaged in VHSs for a bit. Nobody knows why.
Or the even more inexplicable Geico Cavemen sitcom with Nick Kroll.
Yeah, it's one of those where it's like nobody wanted this form of product placement for this thing. It doesn't make much sense. It seems like it was more trouble than it was worth to make this.
It's true, but you know what? I have no doubt that in some version of our timeline it exists. This next one, weirdly, has actually gotten a lot of discussion on this channel, especially in SpongeBob Boys, our like feral SpongeBob recap series. It is Flowers for Algernon.
Oh, okay. I think that this is the story of city called Algernon where no flowers have been able to grow for 1,000 years, and it is the quest of many to a group of intrepid heroes to go off and recover the seeds in the far side of the desert realm and bring them back, but they must battle the seed reaper who wants to keep the world dismal and not green because he hates when things grow and only likes stasis and static things. It's a fantasy.
And it would be mostly forgotten, but the Seed Reaper would go on to have a weirdly horny fan base for decades.
Oh man, I wish he could reap my seed.
He can even sow if he wants. We've got another one that everyone would know next. Frankenstein.
Oh wow, this one hits pretty close to home.
Yeah, I know. It's what an eerie coincidence.
Yeah. All right. So I think that Frankenstein is it's a sort of like inexplicable, hard to understand for any audience outside of its country of origin, German comedy. There's a lot of references to German folk tales. There's a lot of references to like local food, local customs. And it's one of those things that will play at a foreign film festival and it'll be like, oh, you haven't seen Frankenstein? This is the funniest movie ever. And then you'll watch it and you're like, I don't get it. Why are they like dancing with like sausage links. Like, you know, it's hard. It's Frankenstein. It's hard to explain. But if you've seen it, you know. It doesn't help that it's been mistranslated a bunch of times.
It's a Tony Erdmann type. If we have any German people in the audience, feel free to let us know if you feel this represents the general state of comedies in your nation. Which brings us on to Gone Girl.
Ooh, okay, so this is a superhero story about a girl whose ability is she can phase in and out of reality.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, and so it's kind of like a teleportation ability, but occasionally she is sort of trapped in like an other side verse. It's actually like, you know, she ends up unleashing an evil clone of herself from that universe that like basically like, you know, it wants to sort of occupy her reality because the other verse is so weird and bad. So she has to battle this evil clone of herself that represents this sort of fully indulging in like mischief and rule breaking at the expense, you know, your family, friends, society. And she has to fight this evil version of herself and then use her powers responsibly.
Hell yeah. So, like, a little bit of Stranger Things, a little bit of Gemini Man, a little bit of, like, you know, when Disney used to put, like, actual money into its live action movies, like Sky High.
Yeah, yeah, and there's gonna be this like epic battle between like, you know, two versions of the actress that is playing the main character, and at the end of it, like, you know, the evil version is like, you know, seems like she has the upper hand, and she's like, when I'm done here, I'll have your life and you'll be gone, comma, girl.
Oh, and everyone will, like, point at the screen like Leo in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Okay,
Yeah, exactly.
I reckon that's another nailed one. Next we have Goosebumps.
All right, so this is an
It's so nuts that we have, like, some of these in the, like, if you are a, like, young horror fan, you're not gonna make the jump from, like, okay, I've done Goosebumps, now I think it's time to get into Books of Blood. Like, it is nuts that these are
Yeah,
in the same
exactly.
category, and I think it speaks to, like, the level of insanity that we're gonna be getting further down the thing.
Yeah, like I think Goosebumps retroactively gets this like, you know, viewer beware, you're in for a scare because people were really young and it was their first time they were scared.
The cover artists carried. I'm sorry, but they did. The prose is not great.
Absolutely. Yes, no, it's very true. So anyway, Goosebumps, my version of it is this is a show, like a cartoon set in a world where everybody is birds, like a sort of BoJack Horseman style thing where it's like animal people, but it's all birds, and the main character is a goose boxer who is trying to like sort of like work his way up through the ranks of like the goose boxing circuit, but he always gets bumps on his head, and that's why they call it Goosebumps.
Oh, that Lisa Hannawalt presents Raging Bull.
Yeah, exactly. Raging Goose. That's what the pilot episode is called.
It's true, yeah. We get a whole series out of this, I reckon. And
Yeah.
it will be unceremoniously cancelled by Netflix and then brought back by a different network at a later date.
Hell yeah. Not before the first, like, the second season is released for free on YouTube for several
For
months.
some fucking reason.
While it's looking for a home.
Anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Heart-shaped box.
Alright, so this one is about person who, like a teenage boy who's like, man, I'm just getting rejected all the time in school. I wish that I didn't have to deal with my heart because it makes me get crushes, and that's embarrassing. And then, evil witch goes like, oh, then I will take that heart and put it in a heart-shaped box, boy. And he has to get his heart back from the heart-shaped box that the witch took away and learn that maybe feeling those feelings, even if they don't come to anything when you're young, is still good, and you learn stuff.
The Heart Witch is the biggest driving force behind the incel movement in the Western world.
It also doesn't help that, like, she is either, like, in both the live action version and the cartoon, because this got adapted multiple times, in every version, the Heart Witch is, like, uncomfortably hot and also has, like, a very hot voice. So it's just, like, you know, it's like the lingering fandom of this is being like, oh, the fucking Heart Witch, like, my problematic waifu, she's so bad.
Yeah, it's a kind of like how that there are some people, such as our dear friend Zooey, who loves the sisters from Hocus Pocus.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's like somehow this one character like carries the whole series into timelessness.
Okay, so well, our next one, from one heart to another, we go to Heart of Darkness.
Ooh, okay. So Heart of Darkness is the story of a shadow creature who lives in a world of light, and everyone in light world thinks that if you're a little darkness creature of unspecified demographic, then you don't have a heart and you can't do the things that like competing in the sports event. If you don't have a heart, you can't do sports. But little darkness creature shows that you can actually be the best at
I
sports.
swear we
And all
didn't
these
drink
light.
for this. We are both sober right now.
No, yeah, no. I'm just like on my like fucking like Hollywood executive like idea guy bullshit right now, which I have to tap into whenever we do these like rapid fire
I'm
premises.
high on life and crack cocaine.
It's a sort of fuck you message about you can be goth and also be good at sports. You could be both, and that makes you better than people who are good at
I
neither.
think I think I think the goth community has needed this kind of representation for decades, and they're going to be really
Yeah,
grateful.
yeah.
Which leads us to our next
No,
one.
the Rock Lee like taking off the weights moment is when the main character realizes, wait a minute, if I wear clothes that are slightly lighter, the sunlight won't get seeped into them and I won't be as hot and sweaty and I can perform better in the hurdles
That was that.
and the
That
footballs
was when
and
the
all the
that was when
sports.
the Sakuga hit. That was a really hype moment, if memory serves.
Heart of darkness, heart of darkness. Yeah,
So
it's
so
the it's the inspiring.
next we have Hell House.
Ooh, okay. So this is like a quirky demon sitcom. Like with like a bunch of demons get kicked out of hell because they're so bad at being bad. Like they get like kicked up out of it and they're like, "Oh man, we did too many like good deeds. We're too charitable. And now we got to live in a house and we got to like be mean to get back into hell." But they're bad at it and they don't understand what evil is. So they just like uh they end up like, creating they end up making the world around them better but like accidentally.
Well, we are properly revealing ourselves to be weeb trash in this video, but it reminds me of, do you know that anime that is like, it's called something like Time for Torture Princess? And it's like a fantasy comedy where the like evil doers have kidnapped the princess, and every episode we're like, oh, we're gonna torture you. But because they are so like unknowledgeable about humans, all of the tortures are actually nice things. Like, we'll torture you. You will have to eat this plate of chocolate eclairs, like that kind of like very the comfy
Oh,
chair
okay. Yeah,
type
yeah,
shit. But
yeah.
that's the vibe I'm getting.
Yeah, that's what this would be. I think like the other anime analog would be like this is like opposite day panty and stocking. Where like it's not that vulgar and they're demons instead of angels, but they are like stuck on Earth and have to shenanigan their way around.
There you go. Okay, so next we have Helter Skelter.
Ooh, okay. I think that this is a story of like people dancing at a club. Like it's a sort of fun kind of party movie where like, the helter skelter lights of the dance floor may reveal true love for these characters who
And
exist
the
and are played by
and the
actors.
soundtrack is all. What the fuck are you talking about? These characters. We can't be this broken this early in the video. This is gonna be a long one.
Yeah, I mean it's one of those things where I'm not that familiar with like this time period. I'm sure there's like stories about like, love on the dance floor and all that. I've only seen the sort of like more violent deconstructive stuff like Saturday Night Fever, but because this has to be wholesome, I think that this will be like a more like kind of just kind of superficial, really. It's a superficial story, but it's a feel good one. And at the end of the day, Those are allowed to exist, says me.
At the end of the day, we never said the premises had to be for things that were good. That was never a rule we set
Yeah.
for ourselves. Okay, next we have Horror Store.
Horror Store. Ooh, okay. This is. Wait. I just realized I've been adapting a lot of these into like non-book media.
They don't need to be books. They just need to be. They can be anything. They can be a complimentary bi-monthly basket of snacks, as long as they fit that title and they're a more wholesome premise than the original.
All right, in this case, Horror Store is a long-running newspaper comic, 3-panel, and it is different, like, monsters from different, like, horror movies and stuff, legally distinct, coming in and buying various props and or concepts from the, like, from the main character, who's like a horror creature of some, like a swamp monster, like a creature with a black lagoon, fish person behind the counter.
I love the ones where I say nothing and I just let you flounder. That's my favorite ones. Of just me staring impassively as you twist in the wind.
That's it, Henry. Her name is Flounder, and she's like a cute, like, fish person. She's got like a goldfish for a head, and she sells seashells by the seashore.
Disney would like to have a word, I think.
Dude, I think it's like it's the heat in this booth is hitting me.
That's how we do it. That's how we do it. Okay, next we will move on to another one that you'll be familiar with. I Am Legend.
Ooh, oh, okay, yeah. I think that, also, I gotta say, there is a wild variance in what is considered
it's
disturbing
nuts.
in this first, like, level.
This is like, it's that very unfair ranking where the ones further down are so on the face of it, like, the titles themselves are, like, so depraved that you get stuff that is, like, this first section is, like, the Holocaust. Goosebumps. It's so mental.
Yeah, exactly. I Am Legend is the story about two boys who hear a very inspiring story of two heroes, and they go back in time to go meet those heroes, but it turns out they are those heroes.
Oh my god. The thing is, I would have watched the shit out of that. How do I fuck up that sentence? I would have watched the shit out of that as a kid. I'm not leaving it.
You really only fucked up the last word.
I'm not leaving that in. I was just, like, midway through a sentence, I was just like, It felt like being a crashing plane. I don't know what happened.
Dude, I would watch that show.
It was so...
It's like fall down the stairs in place.
It was so fucking rad, it just killed me. I had a stroke right there on the spot. But here's the thing, Gus. When you are going on an epic quest, you need to watch out for invisible monsters.
Investors?
Invisible monsters, not invisible investors.
All right. Invisible Monsters is about a boy with a big imagination who likes to fight invisible monsters in his backyard, but one day there's a real invisible monster and nobody believes him. They just think he's like fighting the air again. They're like, oh, good old Chadwick Carl Johnny fighting those monsters.
Carl Johnny?
Yeah, that's the name of the main character, CCJ.
Have you ever met a human being in your life, Mr. Zagarel?
I thought you meant named that, but now you just like, have you met anyone?
Oh,
no,
what is
everyone
this?
knows I'm a simulation. I don't really exist.
The Zagarella Protocol. Okay, next we've got It.
What is there to say? I mean,
It's about
it's
it.
No, back in the sort of early Hollywood era, and it's about an ingenue who's trying to be the new It girl. And thus It is the title, because she's trying to find out what it is and whether she can be it.
I appreciate that. Okay, next we've got I'm Thinking of Ending Things, which is probably how we've considered about this video multiple times with some of these titles.
Okay, this one is going to be a comedy about it's a couple, and one of them is trying to break up, but things keep happening that, like, prevent it from being feasible. And it's a comedy of, like, will they rediscover what they liked about the other person? Or will their life be a comedy of errors where they're unable to find the proper time to break off the relationship?
That weirdly does have certain commonalities with the original, which I find really fascinating, but no, I'm going to let you have it. So the next one is Let the Right One In.
Let the Right One In is the story of a dog who, there's an alien, a shape-shifting alien that takes the form of this dog, and the dog is trying to, like, warn its humans that there's this doppelganger of it, and the doppelganger's doing bad things in the house, like pissing, pooping, chewing
Classic.
furniture,
The
and
trifecta.
so the humans gotta let the right one in, like the right dog back into the house, because they banished the dog to the doghouse, and the alien's trying to get in because it's not like trying to eat the humans or anything. It just loves like causing mischief and making this dog's life worse. So this dog has to have has to clear its name by defeating this alien doppelganger of itself.
It came out in 2002, and Jamie Kennedy's in it.
Yeah, exactly. We're very heavy on the 2000s in this one.
It's almost like it's a period that haunts us. Okay, so are you ready to enter not necessarily hard mode, but a moment where you will perhaps make a sound like "Bleh" when I say this next one?
Is this? Are we in tier 2?
No,
Are we in the next
we're
level?
still in tier 1, but I'm hitting you with Lolita.
This is a look at the fashion trend
Good save,
of
dude.
goth Lolita, and it's a group of girls who are learning about fashion, and there's like it starts off with them sort of like leaning into the goth Lolita fashion, and then there's like a bunch of different sort of arcs where they like explore, like it's a non-battle battle manga about fashion, basically.
That, I think, is genuinely the best premise anyone could come up with when not going for the original there, so my hat is off to you, sir.
And I don't challenge anyone in the comments to come up with a different one. I really, really don't.
Alrighty, next one is Lord of the Flies.
This is J.R.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings, but everyone is bugs.
I would watch this shit out of that. Isn't it great how I managed to finish the sentence that time and not have some kind of cerebral event in the process?
Dude, I would...
I start becoming a bug midway through.
Yeah, you Jeff Goldblum yourself.
Oh no, I'm being Kafka'd.
I don't know if I'm a roach or a fly.
I'll take that. I feel like making all the characters bugs potentially gets around any legal challenges the Tolkien estate could throw at you.
And all the ladies say I'm pretty fly for a Jeff guy.
Misery. The next one is Misery.
Oh, okay. This is about a teardrop who is cried by a human being and doesn't know, like, basically a teardrop living among raindrops. It falls into the same puddle and has to learn that, like, where this sadness that it came from was, and learn a little bit about, in a kind of kid-friendly way, why people get sad, but also how we can move on from that.
Very avant-garde.
And in the end, yeah, we're all little bags of water in the end. We all are on a different course, but in the same river, you know?
That's the exact line from the film, spoken exactly like that. But because that that was from a drop of bong water coming out of a broken bong.
Yeah, there's a drop of bong water. There's like a rainwater, like a raindrop that's like the mom character. The raindrop is like or the teardrop is our main character. And then there is also like a yellow colored a drop character from a passing dog, and it acts like a dog and it like licks them and stuff.
And the villain is Acid Rain.
Yeah, exactly. Because he's like, I'm the reason that people get sad.
Come on, Pixar. All you need to pay us is $10 million, and this could be yours.
Exactly. You like, and forget like even, having to call it Misery. You can just call it Drip.
Drips. Yeah. No, you're right. That's what they'd call it. Anyway, on to Miss Peregrine's... No, they've gotten the title wrong in the Iceberg. The actual thing is Miss Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children, but they've just called it Miss Peregrine's Peculiar Children.
Okay, so this is about a peregrine falcon and the lengths she will go to protect her babies.
Yeah, do you know what? I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Next we have
Yeah.
Nosferatu, but it's the Joe Hill way of spelling it. N0S4A and the letter 2.
Oh, okay. So is this like based on like is it like
This
futuristic?
is,
Because it's got the four
I
in it.
mean, in its original context, it's like a vanity plate on a car, but if you wanted to go futuristic, I think you'd be within your rights. This is future vampires.
Yeah, I think this is about a like future vampire or a future like a future vampire who runs on oil instead of blood, and and as a sort of cursed immortal has to do like vampire angst stuff.
Yeah, because there's honest.
Can I get yeah, can I get one more crack at that?
I mean, to be fair, I think that's a fun one because I think it does take a lot of the romance of being a vampire when it's the kind of like putting like a rubber tube on someone's like gas tank and sucking it out, but rather than putting it into like a bucket, it's just swallowing it.
Yeah. Oh my god, this thing is like a menace to like cars and stuff. What if it's like the only robot, right? Like it's the only like sentient mechanical being and everything. So it's just like yeah, all
I mean,
right. Yeah,
and
that's the thing. It's the one
to be
vampire is
fair, fuel prices being what they are, it's one of those things where it's like I would genuinely rather you just take my blood.
yeah, it's like you
It's like
asshole.
that full
Like
tank cost me $50.
I was on the way to my kid's little league game and you ruined it.
that
Divorce number 3 is a certainty.
that has big. We worked for 3 days on that egg salad. 3 days.
It's a potato salad, you fake
Oh
fan.
god damn it! All right, 1984, because you're oppressing me right now.
This is another like boogie down sort of situation. It's about like a year in the coolest nightclub in 1984. And it's told from the perspective of someone who's like, ah, yeah, the summer of 1984, the best dances and hairstyle I ever had.
I think it's a tendament. Tendament? What the fuck? I made a
It's a
new word.
tendament.
It's a tendament.
It's a
It's a
it's a real chicken tender.
it's a testament to our commitment to these that we are like resurrecting like genres that have been dead for decades to make this possible.
Yeah, oh yeah, exactly. Because like there were a bunch of these sort of superficial dance movies in the '80s, but they didn't really last outside of it.
Yeah, and they had other ones in the 50s that were like kind of beach dance movies that I guess were sort of tacitly like softcore porn.
Yeah, and the sort of like '50s sort of like whoa, people are shimmying. You don't see that in a lot of movies.
That really rustles my jimmies when they shimmy. Okay, next we have No Country for Old Men.
All right, this is like the Giver style like YA story where like if you reach a certain age, you are banished from all countries to the place where the old people go. And it's a subversion of like the typical YA story because like all the characters are sort of funny, likable senior citizens who are trying to find a way back into their country. So they have to like take this serum that makes them young again. And they're like, well, this may be no country for old men. That's the law of the land. But if we become young men again by drinking the youth serum, we can try and fit in. But hopefully our speech patterns and other old people quirks that are very stereotypical and don't wear out their welcome will allow us to blend back in society. And then at the end of it, the society learns to be less ageist, I
I want
guess.
people in the audience to argue whether the serum that keeps you young could beat the beach that makes you old.
Right, yeah, power scale that of like if you take the serum that keeps you young on the beach that makes you old, which way does time flow?
It's a terrible shame that Matt Pat retired because I think he could have done at least 6 videos on that.
It's you got to have like some line in this like bizarre fan fiction spin-off where it's like trying to go north and south at the same time.
It's the bong water from the previous one again.
Yeah, he's just a recurring character in all of these
He's
things
just in
now.
this. Okay, this is a real gimme.
Really the toe mater of his
Larry's
franchise.
back. He's getting her done in every
Oh man.
universe. Okay, next we have Pen Pal.
Ooh, okay, this is the story of a young troubled writer who like can't seem to he's got writer's block and stuff, but then his pen comes to life and is like, "You're boring and I don't like hanging around you. I want to go off and find a great novelist to write a real story." And he goes off like he sees the first novelist on the shelf of this young boy, like the boy's hero, and he goes on a road trip to try and find this other guy. And at the end, the boy manages to meet his hero, but also befriend his pen and make it his pal. And when they get back, he writes a story of his miraculous adventure.
The dark twist. That author's name, Neil Gaiman.
Don't, don't. Oh no, you ruined it. And if it came out at a certain time,
Yeah, they
it
would
would
have
have
done
actually
that
been
because
him.
he is so the kind of guy who just is like, oh yeah, I'll take a fucking cameo. I'll take any opportunity to self promote. Put me in there.
Yeah, like it'll be like, a normal sort of like fun little movie about like, or a movie or like book or something that is very like, understandable for kids, and like the themes are, more about like, friendship and stuff, and they're hidden behind like a layer of all this like book related stuff. But then Neil Gaiman's self-insert comes in and he does like sort of like, oh, the myth making and storytelling, that's what it's really all about.
No,
And
literally.
like, paragraphs and paragraphs of just like,
Story.
and the kid's like, yeah, okay, anyway. And it almost becomes like a weird kind of like betrayal of the moral that the kid ends up trying to like being like, I'm gonna be just like
My
you,
mommy
Mr.
wants me to
Gaiman.
go home now, Mr. Gaiman. You're scaring me a little bit.
Don't worry, that won't end. You'll always be scared by me.
Yeah, I'm one of the endless. I'm perversion, that's my concept. Anyway, next we have Pet Cemetery. The feel-good story of the year.
I'm gonna go really, really, really weird with this one, and this is about a pet cemetery, as in the cemetery itself comes to life,
That is weird.
and all the yeah, and all like the tombstones run away, and they meow like cats, they bark like dogs, and you have to put all of the tombstones back because they're acting like animals, but they've got a job to do,
Well, that is
and it's
certifiably insane.
a meditation on kids' inability to understand the concept of death at a really young age, and I don't think it comes to any conclusions that will give them any more clarity or insight or comfort on the matter.
Well, I think
Truly a baffling
I
product.
think the brainwaves that Gus was tapping into there are an excellent segue to our next one, Psycho.
Psycho. No, I was just channeling the Bongwater character again. Psycho is the story of
It's
you know what?
it's one of those things where it just, I think in this
Yeah.
day and age, probably just shouldn't be a title of a book. Because it just kind of feels a bit mean-spirited to people with, personality disorders and mental illness.
You know what this is? I think it's this is another sort of like 90s kind of like edgy like Bionicle
Oh
thing.
my god.
And like it's another toy franchise thing, like a Lunatics Unleashed, where like it's called Psycho, and the ill-defined power system is that people can like morph into like psycho versions of
Oh
themselves.
god.
So they become like different kind of like freakazoids, like street sharks, monstars, and they're like, "Wow, I'm going psycho!" And then they blah into and they fight like worse monsters in their psycho mode form.
I hate that is such a thing that could believably exist. I could believe that, like, that would come up in some, like, Blame It on George, like, Lost Media compilation.
Yeah, and like the main character, he's like he turns into like a weird like lizard with like knife arms that shoots jelly out of his eyes, and you know that toy is designed to like like, freak out your sister, and they give a close-up of, like, the jello, like, spewing out of the eyes. It's like, you psycho!
And it just
Buy the toys
and it just
now!
gets so like crusty and horrible, and you need to keep buying new like jelly refills. They're like proprietary guns.
Your family will hate you, psycho!
Ruin the carpet in your room, psycho.
Poison your family pet and never take responsibility for its probable death. Psycho!
Please, any artist watching this, I'm begging you to draw these because I feel them so clearly in my mind.
Become the only thing your sister talks about 30 years later in therapy.
Psycho.
You were also poisoned by mercury. Psycho. You are now in an asylum.
But you know what's the funny thing?
You're the psycho.
It's that they would spell this Psyko.
Psycho.
Like, that's how they would spell
Exactly.
this.
Oh my god. This is one of those like a YouTuber will go, "Remember Psycho?" It's like,
Billiam, please drop a video on Psycho. They were such a huge part of my childhood.
Yeah. Exactly. And it'll be one of those things where it's like, yeah, I can understand why this was canceled after 5 episodes. It was a little much.
And why the toy was immediately recalled after 5 deaths.
5, 1 for each episode.
Because at the end of each episode, one of the like psychos would turn directly to the screen and demand a sacrifice from a specifically named viewer somewhere out in the country.
If you don't gross out your sister to death, the psychosis will take you over. You will never be sane again.
This feels like a terrible creepypasta, doesn't it?
Yeah, it was like the part of the sort of like late 90s war on sisters.
Yeah.
The war on sisterhood.
Yeah, no, they were, that's why they had to get the traveling pants to escape.
Exactly. It was the only thing that could, like, take them far enough away from all of these, like, queasy branded toys.
Exactly. Okay, the next one is called Push.
I think, okay, so it's like a movie starring Chris Evans, and Dakota Fanning's in this too, and he's telekinetic, and she can see the future, and
Go on.
that exists. I'm sorry, that one exists. That one does exist. It's also, like, not what Push was. The thing that this is actually based on. I'm sorry for goofing on that one. I'm going to try that again.
Where was the rule that said we couldn't steal? Don't I remember us establishing that rule?
Yeah, I was just kind of like riffing on the fact that there already is like a marginally more wholesome version of Push.
But you know what? We have so
there.
much to get through. I'm going to accept it. Let's go to Rosemary's Baby.
This is about a girl named Rosemary who is she comes out of the closet and dates a girl, and that girl becomes Rosemary's baby.
Oh, it's another 60s period piece.
Yeah, it's like, overcoming the sort of
prejudices of the time.
all the exactly, and getting in touch with yourself and learning to love that love is love and all that.
Exactly. Very wholesome. Back to the wholesome roots after the brief diversion that was Psycho. Okay.
Psycho! Buy the toys, or we will kill your family.
That's what we call direct, high-pressure sales tactics. All right, next we have...
This is a picture of your house! Buy the toys now! I'm not fucking joking!
We'll release this on the dark web.
You don't know what that is yet, because it's the 90s, but you will!
You will when people from it come to your house in balaclavas with zip ties and knives. Psycho! Anyway, Salem's Lot.
This is the changing of... This is in Salem, Massachusetts, and it is this one parking lot that is getting... There's a music festival in a parking lot in Salem, Massachusetts. And
it's a concert film, really, more than a traditional 3-act narrative.
Yeah, it's a concert film. There's like a number of like different acts and stuff, and you sort of just vibe out with all these different weird characters that are like, on the cusp of Halloween mania over in Salem, which is like every year and crazy in Salem,
Speaking of
Massachusetts.
Halloween mania, what would you do with scary stories to tell in the dark?
Oh, okay. This is oh, okay. So here's what is this really that disturbing? I mean, I
I mean, the
guess
pictures
it
were.
is.
Again, it is so funny. There is something in a few, like, in a few titles' time, you will be retroactively offended that these two were in the same block. But go on.
All right, so I'm gonna hope punk this up a little bit, and I think scary stories to tell in the dark is a sort of like it's set in like fairy tale times, like folk tale, sort of like Hansel and Gretel type stuff, and the premise is that like the wise village lady is telling like, remember kids, if you're caught in the dark where like the monsters and goobly goos lurk, you can tell scary stories that will scare the monsters away. But the scary stories are things like, my friend is a nice little dog who eats food in my house and doesn't travel in packs. Or, I like to wear, the color blue because it is a pleasant, nice tone. And the monsters are like, oh, we don't like wholesome, normal human things, so we're frightened of this. And it kind of reverses the old, like, sort of, instead of scary things being scary, unscary things are scary to the scary things.
There you go. It really makes you rethink where you stand in life. But what do you think about sharp objects?
Oh my god. Like,
Yeah, the
yeah, like,
whiplash of
oh, what
these
is
next
this
to each
list?
other. I know. And again, this is tier one. We're near the end of tier one, but things take such a huge like leap in intensity between tiers.
I think that sharp objects is a. This is like one of those. You know how there are those like PSAs, like the sort of drug PSAs that
Of
like,
course I do. I
you
watch
know,
them all the
pr-
time. I'm not even kidding. I have a weird obsession with PSAs and public information films.
yeah. So I think that this is like a sort of PSA about sharp objects, but for some reason, like even though it's like promoting the like, hey, be careful, like it's from the perspective of anthropomorphic like knives and scissors and things like that. So it's like the scissors will be like, hey, don't run with me or I'll get scared, and then we don't know what will happen.
And it would be one of those things you'd see as a kid and were like weirdly unnerved by and would have a very physiological reaction to it. Again, this is another thing that has that like mad blame it on George energy, you know? The Lost, like home safety PSA from Ontario, Canada.
Exactly. It'll be the adventures of Nellie the knife and Sally the scissors, and they they tell kids, hey, like, hey, don't play with us in any
Even though
sort of
we've
way
made
that'll get you
ourselves
hurt.
fun little approachable characters in this.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. It's a little bit like mixed messages, but its heart was in the right place.
Exactly. So next we have Something Wicked This Way Comes.
Ooh, okay. This is actually the story of a high school that is putting on the musical Wicked, and it is like the kind of budding friendships and life lessons that are being learned by all the actors who are interpreting the show through their various different ways. And at the end, they maybe put on a disastrous rendition of Wicked, but they've learned a lesson about friendship and
A
life
little,
and
a
all
little
that.
bit like the genuinely quite good Ben Platt comedy theatre camp, which is worth watching. It's definitely his kind of redemption after the Dear Evan Hansen movie.
Boy, was that
It
needed.
really, really
Yeah.
was. Okay, next we have the Amityville Horror.
Okay, so this is the Amityville Horror is a story about um I'm trying not to do another like theater one or
You can
media
always
one
pass if you
immediately.
want. I've got the clicker right here. You got 99.
No. No. No, I want to save my passes
Yes.
for later. No. Um the Amityville Horror is a story about these rival pranksters in a town called Amityville that are trying to spook and scare each other. It becomes a cold war of like fear pranks that eventually the parents try to shut down, but the kids are trying to sort of continue without parental or school action completely ruining their fun, because even after they're sort of discovered, they have to keep going because the important thing is somebody has to be declared the winner.
I'm,
Someone has to go
I'm
far.
just thinking about for one night only, live nude pranksters.
What made you think of that?
I don't know, just the pranks of it all, I suppose. Call of Cthulhu.
This is okay, so this is like hard to do because it's Cthulhu, you know? Like unless you make a completely different character.
I mean, maybe you
called
can
Cthulhu.
have Cthulhu, but he's in a much more wholesome context.
Yeah, I guess what this is that this is the basically like there's a kid who's trying to like call people to hang out, but he's got a speech impediment and he says certain things wrong, and Cthulhu is one of the words that he mispronounces. And everyone's trying to like figure out what these mysterious phone calls are, but then they realize like, oh wait, this kid with the speech impediment's just trying to communicate with us, and we should be nice to him and not be afraid of
That
him.
is wholesome. A nice message of acceptance. Which, okay, so this
Yeah.
next one, this may be our first skip. I have a feeling it will be.
Okay.
Just out of the,
Uh-huh.
like, sheer tastelessness of its presence on this list.
Okay. All right. I'm ready.
The Diary of a Young Girl. Like,
Hmm.
man, you can't put Goosebumps and fucking Anne Frank on the same tier of it. Like, yeah, it's disturbing. The Holocaust was
Yeah,
disturbing. Weird to
I
include
think
it here.
I think given that this is like nonfiction and also it's kind of a bummer that this is even here, I think I'll let this be my first
Yeah.
skip, just kind of out of respect to real
Yeah,
history.
no, because, okay, I'll give some context. So, The Boy in Striped Pajamas is a now heavily criticized, and very cheesy story about, like, oh, World War II and, like, the Holocaust through the eyes of a German child that has since been very heavily criticized for, like, centering German perspectives rather than, the actual victims of the Holocaust. But I think this is a whole other level of it's just weird and gross that it's here. So yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah,
click the
yeah.
thing, but I don't think anyone.
Also,
I hope there's not someone in the comments who's like, "Pussy, here's what I'd do for this."
I mean, they're welcome to do that. It is the comment section. But what I was gonna say is, like, now knowing what that first one was, I'm like, yeah, that seems about as disturbing as Goosebumps.
Again, it's insane. What were you thinking, Kay the Butcher Shitter?
Yeah, we love you.
I love you. Okay, so next we have.
What were you thinking, you piece of shit? I love you.
Yeah, this is what happens when you play with too much psycho. All right, now we have
Psycho!
The Exorcist.
This is a sort of like action YA story about like a school for exorcists. And the Christian overtones are sort of heavily downplayed to make exorcists less of a thing directly connected to the church and more of a sort of fantasy
It would
thing.
be so funny if it was the opposite, and it was kind of like Blue Exorcist, but it's like released by the Vatican as like, oh man, maybe I should enter a seminary. I can become a badass exorcist for the Catholic Church someday.
Yeah, no, that would be good. I think it's like it's one of those things that maybe started life as like a very Christian book series, but then like as it went on, it sort of courted a more secular audience in order to broaden its appeal.
Yeah, no, I'd believe that. I'd believe that. But what will you do with the girl with the dragon tattoo?
Um Fucking another YA one. This is another like fantasy
No fair
story
play.
where like she has the dragon tattoo and she's like, prophesized to give her dragon power to one of two powerful dragons who will ascend to... Wait, that's D-War.
The
Only
girl
the
with
real
the
ones
D-War
know
tattoo.
fucking D-War. Yeah, literally, God, fucking 2016 me made that joke of like, wanna fuck with your friends? Tell them that this is the girl with the dragon tattoo. I'm just gonna stick with
Yeah, I
this
think
because
you
I don't
can.
think I
I
can
think you
top
can.
that.
So next we have the Graveyard Book. Yay, Neil's back.
All
Woo.
right. You know what? Fuck Neil Gaiman.
Yeah,
Skip.
fuck you, Neil. You let us all down. Okay, The Handmaid's
Yeah,
Tale.
an insult to all Neils. This is the tale of a lady who has the ability to bring gloves to life, and she is known as the Handmaid.
That is a fascinating, like, lateral move.
Yeah, so she's the handmaid. Basically, she has like a sort of Mickey Mouse style, like she's a wizard's apprentice, and she learns this glove spell. And like how Mickey Mouse brought the brooms to life and they flooded the thing in that one with the wizard, she ends up having to like stop these gloves that are rampaging all over town. And like picking things up and throwing them and like tapping on windows and scaring people, and it sort of is like a parable about like whatever the fuck people learned from the Mickey Mouse one. I don't know. It's iconic enough. You figure that shit
It was
out.
Fantasia. I don't think it was really trying to teach anything. It was just music and accompanied animation.
Do stories need to have a point? Sometimes they can't just be, oops, I animated all the gloves in town and I have to stop them. That's what the pilot episode of the Jimmy Neutron show was, where he like animates all the pants and the pants go nuts.
Can't
It's one of those. It's a it's a Jimmy like slash a Mickey
can't a
like.
story just be, oops, I did it again. I played with your heart, got lost in the game. How the rest of that song goes? Okay, so that's the Handmaid's Tale out of the way. How about the Haunting
Ooh,
of Hill
okay.
House?
This is about a world where friendly ghosts have like a height limit to how high they can float. So it's about this trio of like goofy ghosts who are trying to increase like get up a hill to haunt the house on the hill, but they're dumb, so they can't perform a haunting on Hill House, and they have to find other ways, Wile E. Coyote style, to get up that
There
hill.
is there is always a charm to kind of incompetent ghosts.
Yeah, they're running up a hill to make a deal with God,
Yeah,
however that
exactly. I
goes.
love that there are multiple points in this where we're just gonna do song lyrics. Why not? Fuck it, let's go. Okay. And next
Yeah,
we have
exactly.
another classic from. Did you
Oh my
hear that? That
God.
fucking motorcycle going by.
Yeah, I just heard someone zooming outside. That guy
Echo.
sounds like a real psycho.
Oh my god. I hope people like this bit. If not, we are fucked. Okay. Next we have the
Yeah.
Hellbound
What do we have if
Psycho.
we don't have
The Hellbound
psycho?
Heart.
All right. So this is a sequel to the Heart-Shaped Box, in which the boy gets his heart back from the Heart Witch, but then through some shenanigans, he meets the Heart Devil, who he makes a deal with, and his heart is bound for hell, and it leaves his body again, and he has to go on a journey to go get it back. And this time, the Heart Witch teams up with him. And maybe there's a little bit of age inappropriate
I've
subtext
got
for
to say,
that.
aside from the weird age inappropriate subtext that was common in a lot of 80s and 90s movies, on just sheer vibes, I think our dear friend Addison Peacock could do a great job of playing the Heart Witch based on her performance as body horror nightmare MILF Ariadne Culver in our audio drama show created by Meg Tootin, The Kingmaker Histories, which you should definitely check out after this video if you need a little bit of aftercare from some of the stuff we are getting into later. But anyway, in the meantime, we have The Jungle.
Ooh, okay. So this is a like late 2000s Madagascar ripoff from a much like
What
lesser
was that
studio,
fucking weird one?
right?
Sorry,
The
you've awakened a
Jungle.
memory.
The Wild.
Yeah,
I think it's called
is
The
that the
Wild.
one where the crux of the plot is that like a bunch of like Patrick Warburton wildebeests have willed themselves into becoming carnivores so that they can consume a lion and reach the top of the. I am not making this up. I swear to God.
No, I think that's real. I think that is real, but also in this universe there was another one called The Jungle. and it switches things around a little bit by having like the hippo be the main character, and like there's a lioness, a male hippo, there's
Moto Moto, if you will.
like yeah, and then there's there's the best friend is like a crocodile, and it's like a crocodile and a hippo guy, and they are trying to adapt to everyday human life. It's a little bit like a B movie thing where like they decide to walk on two legs and like be regular citizens, but people are scared by this, and so they're like, and it's a very clumsy like discrimination metaphor that ages very terribly. But you know what? The movie still has enough pop songs and enough dance parties that like
And
people
at
kind of
least
forget
one
about
of
that
its
stuff.
side characters is still like very much beloved by the like anthro artist community.
Oh, and are they? For
Have
sure,
you
for
seen
sure,
that?
for
You
sure.
need to get back on Tumblr, dude.
Oh, and that's what the metaphor. That's what the metaphor is. It's the jungle, but it's the concrete jungle.
Exactly, exactly. Again,
Yeah, yeah.
if we have any Tumblr users on here, I'm Rubedeck Killer Official on there. I'm gonna say that because, gosh, you need to get back on Tumblr because there is this blog called
Mhm.
Rare Waifus, where people just submit like incredibly niche characters that they've like found hot in the past. It'll be like this like random succubus from these few shots in the background of like the Legend of El Super Beasto and like shit like that. And characters
Oh,
from
that's
the
funny.
jungle would be on there.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, well, I'm definitely gonna get back on Tumblr soon for reasons, but we won't dwell on
Comment down
those.
below. Get back on Tumblr. Let's bully him together. Let's show that bullying works and is effective and good. Are you ready for the next title?
Yes, I am.
The King in Yellow. Sorry, I just thinking of that fucking True Detective video. The yellow guy
The Yellow
dressed
King.
like a king.
That's so
That's one of the
good.
best videos on YouTube.
All right, so the King in Yellow is it's set in a story where like it's like the Rainbow Kingdoms, the seven Rainbow Kingdoms, were have been um conquered by Lord Grey, and it's up to the Prince of the Yellow Kingdom to unite and restore all the color to the world, and he becomes the king in yellow at the very end of the story after defeating Lord Grey and his monochromatic minions.
I don't know about you, but I always, as a kid, I kind of shipped Lord Grey and the Seed Reaper.
Yeah, exactly. They came out around the same time, so like lots of flowers for Algernon and King in Yellow fans. They were friendly fandoms back in the day.
Exactly. Okay, next we have another one that just very weird that it's included on here. The Kite Runner.
Oh my dear fucking god. There is so
I
much whiplash
know.
to this.
Like, what is this? Yeah, it'll be like, oh, here's a weird fiction short story. Then it'll be like, the toll of war on the innocents.
Okay, moving swiftly past what this actually is. This is a story set in a like kind of sky world where like the clouds below are an endless abyss, and besides the few floating islands, the only way between these different worlds is these massive sort of kite bridges, and only the kite runner can cross between the different islands.
Oh, that's fun. I'm picturing kind of that thing that like Aang has in Avatar: The Last Airbender
Yeah.
that he like puts on his
Oh, the
back and
glider, yeah. So
glides.
it'd be like that, but it'd be like a little stupider so that it can look like a commercial kite that you can sell to people.
It's true. They were fools if they've never sold kites with like little Aangs hanging off of
Yeah.
them for kids to
Well,
fly
a
around.
fun fact, they would have sold a real Nickelodeon would have sold a real life Avatar glider, but they really couldn't figure out how it could fly. So in order to avoid the lawsuits, they just avoided it completely.
Like, even if it worked, that would be such a deeply irresponsible thing to sell.
I'm also just thinking like it doesn't actually make you fly, but it is a stick you can hit your parents with. Bam!
Yeah, like, I love it. There's almost no good outcome for this.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. And then
I distinctly remember as a kid going around. One of my friends, a guy called Perrin, I went around his house when I was a kid, and I distinctly remember being like whacked in the face by a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles branded bow staff and losing one of my baby teeth
Oh
that
my
way.
god. Yeah, that's just that is the era of just like just give kids weapons. Fucking do it.
And I loved them. I had so many
I think
of
that's
them. And in hindsight, some of that stuff, it's like it's mental that they sold
no,
this.
absolutely. God, the fucking ninja craze of the 90s was a rare time to just like get bopped by things.
So here's the funny thing: America had a ninja craze in the 90s. England has always been weirdly terrified of the ninja. Maybe it's because the ninja, in its like original context, was often a way of like rebelling against the like landed gentry in Japan. But the when Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was localized in the UK, and I remember this as a kid, they only changed it in like the 2000s. It was Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles.
Oh yeah, because because they had to scrub away the most terrifying thing of all, the ninja. Except they didn't realize that if you conceal a ninja, they become more powerful and more deadly.
It's true. I mean, it's same as like England's kind of douchebag prime minister who wants to look at everyone's internet history. Keir Starmer recently did a press release that was like, "I will see ninja swords banned in the UK," and it's like, I know there are knife crime problems in some places in England, but like, are people really being cut down with katanas? I don't think so.
Any descendants of the Iga or Koga clans living in England have the opportunity to do the funniest thing right now.
Just the idea of hearing like "you what, mate," and then like a dude in like all black runs up to you and is just like, and like your head just falls off your neck.
You've been ninja'd, Gov.
Yeah,
And then again, and then like
we're a ninja clan, innit?
I just imagining like this old like ninja master. This isn't even like a response to a title, but this is a thing that could exist. Is just this old like ninja master who is Japanese passes on his lessons to a bunch of like white British teenagers.
If we're taking the Naruto like form of ninja, England is a country where if you see a group of teenagers in brightly colored tracksuits running towards you, you are about to
Yeah,
die.
exactly. What was that thing you said about like
British Naruto, he's just got like Supreme all over his fucking ninja like clothes.
oh my god. Yeah, I
Don't remember Naruto wearing Umbro fucking flip flops. I don't know the name of ninja shoes. I'm showing my ass
it's
here.
all right.
Okay, we're moving on. Where the fuck were we? The lottery. How did we get there from the kite runner? Oh yeah, I got whacked in the face. Okay, the lottery.
This is the tale of a sentient slot machine who feels bad that people keep losing their money, so he kind of he decides to cheat the system and help this one poor family, but then he gets addicted to philanthropy, and he ends up having to like be at odds with the people who run the casino, and they're like, we have to shut this one slot machine down, it's being way too generous.
What's really funny is, Gus, I thought you were gonna say that it's like, then he gets addicted to philanthropy and ends up empty as a result, and you see it's like a PragerU or like
Oh
a
my
Daily
god.
Wire thing of like capitalist
Yeah,
propaganda.
yeah, oh my god, that's... I mean, it could be a sort of, like, Monsters, Inc. situation where, like, at first it seems like the empathy that he has is going to lead him to economic ruin, but then something happens, and it's fine.
I choose to believe that this is what the Neil Cicierega cabinet man thing was about. He was a fucking like poker machine in the back of
You
a pub
can't see me behind the screen. Fucking love that song.
with just the like three dial. It's a great song. Okay, so the next one is The Lovely Bones.
Oh, this is the story of an adorable skeleton girl or boy,
So friend
whatever tests better.
so friend Alex's character, Bliss, voiced by Blythe Renee of the Kingmaker Histories fame.
Did Bliss ever get officially voiced in something?
No, I mean the comics and stuff are still out there, but we never got to release that. For context, we got a friend called Alex who has a character called Bliss, who is a perverted skeleton, and she was gonna be in an episode of Less Is Morgue, but sadly that show collapsed before we released that episode. And we hope someday we will get to. Though hilariously, Meg has used some of the Bliss laughs in Kingmaker for Colette.
Exactly. So like the Bliss the skeleton Blythe Renee voice has been heard by people, just not in the way they expected. It's by one of their other characters.
You could almost say it kind of metamorphosized, like the metamorphosis.
Oh, that's the next one. So, Metamorphosis is about again, this is another one where like a group of diverse kids in the 90s turn into cocoons and then come out as insect heroes. And it's they fight crime, and also they're trying to escape from an evil butterfly collector who wants to like pin them all down in their insect forms and keep them as like, you know, in a museum forever.
There's a very fascinating like psychoanalytic quality to this video because obviously the all of these ideas are very off the dome. Me and Gus didn't like prep for this. I know, shocking, but I think the motifs that return and what they might say are fascinating because multiple of them have had this vibe of like people becoming like insect versions of themselves.
Yeah, well, Psycho wasn't that. Psycho was them just becoming fucking
No,
freakazoids.
the Lord of the Rings one where they're all bugs. For Lord
that
of
had
the Flies.
flies in the title. What are you gonna do? What am I gonna not put flies in the thing about flies? Give me a break.
Joe, I'll let it slide. Next we have The Monkey's Paw.
This is a horribly animated Kung Fu Panda ripoff about a monkey who learns kung fu.
I accept it. Also, before we move on to the next one, isn't it genuinely kind of delightful that out here on the internet today, that like a must be almost, if not over, century-old short stories title is still a very popular expression for like kind of be careful what you wish
Yeah,
for.
like I see people say like the monkey paw curls on social media all the time.
Yeah, and it's like that's an old short horror story, which, as we know from another video, would not be allowed on No Sleep.
I also like the idea of like the sort of animated monkey's paw movie where it's like, you know, a monkey learning martial arts. I like the idea that it's like a Paws of Fury situation. It like came out like a couple years ago and it looks awful.
I'm also just thinking, imagine what a level of like, well, we have this phenomenon that we discuss off mic a lot that we've called the winking star child because Gus once said to me and Meg, wouldn't it totally ruin the end of 2001: A Space Odyssey if the star child winked? And that stuck in our brain forever. And I think a similar thing would be if, like, after the last wish of the monkey's paw, before, like, when all the fingers have curled in, before it, like, disappears, the middle finger just curls back out to flip the bird to the people whose lives it's just ruined.
Yeah, it just changes everything. Like, it's like, wow, all right.
It's like, that'll teach you to cut my fucking hand off, you pricks.
And then there's a knock on the door and the monkey's there and he's like, hello.
just a monkey with like a hook. It all collapses in on itself. The man who handed our door was the monkey in like a trench coat trying to get his hand back.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, yeah, you shouldn't sever the limbs of animals for wishes. This is a moral that has consequences in the real world.
This is somehow like a character, like saying the monkey who lost the monkey's paw became the like man with the hook hand in the kind of classic urban legends is the kind of shit that Alan Moore would pull in the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
Yeah. I also am thinking that like there could be like a fucking infinite wish exploit if you got a monkey that can regenerate. So like you just keep severing the paws and you get infinite wishes.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's a nightmare. So speaking of things from like reasonably old tellings now that are still very much active on the internet, the Mothman prophecies.
Ooh, okay. This is a like rather than like a sort of story about like the real Mothman, the real one that exists. No, but the one that like causes disasters
Yeah.
and stuff. Um, this is about.
The jerk Mothman, not the cute meme
Well,
Mothman.
I think this actually should be about cute meme Mothman. Is that it's like a monster boy moth guy who is a detective because he has like Wednesday-esque glimpses of the future, and he lives in like a town where like everybody else is like little weird monster people, but they're like, we don't care that much about crime because we're scary. But he like makes it his hobby to try and like solve the sort of crimes of like Halloweenburg, legally distinct from Halloween Town.
I've got to say, I do think that Mothman Detective would fucking kill as like an online series.
Well, we have given it to the people. They may take it if they wish.
And thankfully, we are making a Kickstarter to. No, I'm kidding. All right.
I felt like I was just kicked in the head.
Well, that feeling won't stop because we now have the Shadow over Innsmouth.
Lots of variety here. This is a Sonic the Hedgehog fan fiction written by someone who lives in the state of Massachusetts, and it's about Shadow the Hedgehog coming to their hometown of Innsmouth and hanging out with them. And it's the Shadow over Innsmouth.
Ah, I like that. That's fun. Okay, next we have the opposite of the Shadow, The Shining.
This is another one that is like non-American media. The Shining is a tokusatsu transformation anime, and it's like the theme song is something like shining, 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 and then like they like transform in live action, and there's sound effects, and they fight monsters, and they go into super glow mode, and they get really big, and they become like big light versions of themselves, and the toys glow in the dark, and the chemicals used in them gave a bunch of kids cancer, but we don't talk about it. It's The Shining. Yeah.
From the same company that produced the widely controversial Psychos range.
Look, they had to recoup the cost
All
somehow.
these toys are just very. Yeah. They're just very bad for children's health. This is another one where they've misspelled it. So we have The Silence of the Lamb. Just the one lamb, actually.
This is a story about a little, I feel like I'm doing a lot of anthropomorphic animals, but you know what? They're a cornerstone of all of our storytelling, right? Because like you take
It's
any
true.
kind of lesson and then you make it animals, and all of a sudden it becomes like universal and beloved. And this is a story about a shy little lamb boy who learns to kind of communicate through sign language or by like writing down his thoughts. Because it's the silence of the lamb, and he has to sort of, while still like dealing with the fact that he's like partially sort of socially mute, finding a way to still reach out and connect to people, and that being different is okay.
I support this wholesome, non-verbal lamb boy. Next we have The Stepford Wives.
Oh, okay, yeah. This is a story about the multiple wives of Dr. Stepford, who is a
Polyamorous.
polyamorous cartoon mad scientist, and it's his wives who are like the real genius scientists behind the scenes. Like he'll try stupid things that don't work, but then they like go into the lab like after he's asleep and they make the real science happen. It's like
The elves and the
yeah,
shoemaker.
the elves and the shoemaker, but it's the Stepford wives, and they're like brilliant scientists, and they do all the real science, and he's like, wow, I'm a genius, and they're like, oh honey, you're a fucking loser, but we don't tell you that because you're rich and
Oh,
we're
honey,
gold
we're
diggers.
cashing your social security
Yeah,
checks.
exactly. Oh man.
The whole thing just becomes like a weirdly like misogynistic scream.
Yeah, it's like
God, that
weirdly,
would
yeah,
be so
weird
funny.
boomer misogyny. But also like weirdly like they're like a million times smarter than the doofus dad. It's trying to say everything and nothing about the gender politics of like of America. It just pisses off everybody basically.
A two-fisted dive into America's sins. All right, I think I might be able to give you a trilogy with our next one, The Telltale Heart.
All right, so this is the third in the heart-shaped box.
Heart
Hellbound
Witches
Heart.
back,
Yeah, the
baby.
Heart Witches. So this Telltale Heart. This was the boy from the first book has, at this point, he is like, fully sort of grown up, and he's in this a little bit less, but this is the Heart Witch's story. It describes like her backstory and how she came to be the Heart Witch, and it's sort of like a retelling where, like, at this point, everybody loves the Heart Witch so much in the fandom of this that she's kind of softened and become a good guy, and we kind of just glaze over all of the bad things she did in the original ones, and instead she becomes kind of the unambiguous hero of this story.
I love when that happens. But I think probably the most utterly catastrophic attempt at this was Don't Breathe 2.
He's back without the turkey baster this time. Seriously, don't think about it.
Please forget that he tried to do that. It will make you enjoy the film more.
We actually might have believed his technical excuses, which is really weird to out ourselves like that. Oh no, this exists.
If you don't know, don't Google it. Okay, we are on to our last two of level 1, and what a duo they are.
Sheesh.
We first have Train Spotting.
This is the story about a train that it's trains that act like dogs, and they have Dalmatian spots.
I thought you were gonna say a train with acne.
Yeah, sure. That's what it is. It's a train with acne at a train high school. It's like Cars, where it's like it's a world full of trains, and he's train spotting because he's got the spots from acne, and everyone's like, they just kind of bully him relentlessly. And he's like, someday I'll run this entire. I'll be so cool, and it's.
He got caught jerking off in the school bathroom once. Now everyone calls him Thomas the Wank Engine.
Yeah, it's, you know what it is? It's like something like Doug, where like you never really get the sense that like he's going anywhere or like anything good will happen to him, and it's just kind of about like a kind of like lame, bad, boring kid, and but he's a train. And that's the show.
Diary of a Wimpy Train.
Exactly, and it never, like, you always think like the book series is gonna be like, oh well, in this one surely like he'll like treat people better, or like kids will get nicer to him, or he'll learn some sort of lesson. Nope, it's just relentless bullying and having to put up with it.
Which brings us to the last one of level 1, Zodiac.
This is you guessed it, another anthropomorphic animal one that's also a toy show. And it is the American Zodiac and the Chinese Zodiac having to live in one house. Whoa! And
it's been described as a regular show meets Fruits Basket.
It's been described as Drawn Together meets the FCC.
It's been described as piss meets shit.
It has been described.
Just the idea of a DVD cover just being like, it's been described. Like the quotes on it are like, a movie, Richard Roper.
I love the
90 minutes long, Mark Commode.
I like the idea that like this like the turnaround on this being like obscure was so quickly that they didn't even like have time to print actual DVD like anything on it by the time that the digital release or the official like physical release in like a DVD form is the only way you can get it, and it's like they don't even care, like they just don't even care.
They just don't give a fuck. And you know what? Neither do I, because we are on to level 2, Book Nerd. And savor this level, enjoy it, because it is the last one that is mostly reputable books.
Considering some of the stuff that's already been said, I'm apprehensive, to say the least.
I've got to say, well, I'll put it this way. I think it's the last one where most of the titles don't feel like they were like scrawled on the wall of like a club bathroom.
Oh, very fun. Cool.
But you finished tier 1 with only 2 skips, so you're doing really well. Shall we hop
Yeah,
in?
yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Okay, we begin with A Little Life.
Oh, okay. This is the story of a baby that is born really really small, and it's kind of like a Lilliputian born to human beings, and this little creature has to like live a little life.
Described as the most painless birth ever
Yeah,
recorded.
it's like push. Okay. Wait, no, I don't.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
one. Just the one push. It was
just the
fine.
one. It's like that was the yeah. So moving swiftly on from that, I think like
It was like if the woman actually gave birth to Stuart Little.
yeah. So I think like the story of this is like tiny man lives in an office cubicle and lives a normal life, picket fence style. But he's just a little guy, he's just a little guy, and it's a it's a like sometimes people are just different is the moral.
There
Isn't it
was
funny?
there was a truly inexplicable children's show in the UK when I was growing up called Big Chef, Little Chef. And it was just that they ran a cafe. It was just a normal adult man and another man who, through the power of green screen, is about 6 inches high, and they cooked things in their cafe together.
That's awesome. Did he ever fall in the stew pot and like have all his skin melt off?
Yeah, no, well, not the skin bit, but there's a fairly infamous clip where like pie or batter or something hits Little Chef in the face, and it looks a little bit like the big one like nutted in his face.
Oh,
What are we talking
holy
about?
smokes.
Okay, the next one is 2666, like the year 2666.
Oh, okay. This is the story of like it's the year of graduation for the class of 200, 600, the number that you said. And like it's a mixture of like cyborgs, aliens, humans, and they're going to their high school graduation, and it's all kinds of funny because it's different from the present day.
But you wouldn't expect it to be like that.
Yeah,
But it is.
exactly. Yeah, it's the future. But it's like, yeah.
So next we have one called A Season in Hell.
Oof. All right. Not we don't know which season, but
I believe it was season 5 of Rake.
oh boy. So you know what? I think this is like the story of like television executives, and it's really like attempting to kind of like paint like television executives as very sympathetic people, um and not occasionally like
A hard thing to
yeah, like
do.
not the sort of like soulless commercialized ghouls that kill a lot of creativity. And so the season in hell is them trying to make this television show, and the executives are like good cool people, and the guy who's like I just want to I want an uncompromising creative vision, and he's framed as like the pretentious villain of the show.
Yeah, he's seen as like an unreasonable prick because he's like, well, maybe we should, make every scene in this thing like rampant product placement.
Yeah, yeah, and this guy is just sort of like, no, I got into this to tell a real story, and they're like, doesn't this guy want to succeed in the big world of success? What a jerk! Yeah,
And and at the end of the show, he has like a weirdly mean spirited death scene, even though the rest of it was all quite
yeah,
grounded.
he gets like hit by a bus, and then like he flies into the back of a dump truck, and he gets like compressed into the trash, and then his body.
It's like a properly Final
Yeah,
Destination
yeah.
type death.
And it's like all framed as like silly. Like you get the like sort of like trash cube version of him that has like a screaming face, like when Michael Jordan gets turned into a basketball in Space Jam when the monsters compress him. Um it's yeah, so
Which leads us to our next
yeah,
one.
what else is there to say? TV executives making propaganda for themselves. A season in hell.
Just awesome, cool guys. And now we have A Short Stay in Hell.
Okay, this is a like this is the story of like a couple teenage friends who get like they get hit by a car when they were jaywalking, and the devil is like, all right, you guys are going to wake up from your coma in a bit, but jaywalking is pretty bad, so you're going to have a short stay in hell. And they try to make the most of it, hitting on some cool hot succubi and chilling out by the lava pools and meeting some historical figures because we got to do a little Dante's Inferno up in this.
I feel like I love that one, but I feel like another take could be like the devil falls on hard times and he has to like rent out a spare room in his like palace of suffering as an Airbnb.
Yeah, all right, a short stay in hell, and it's like a little like it's a little like a Hotel Transylvania or a Hotel for Monsters or whatever that's called.
But with a much more violent and bizarre
I'm
tone.
also
Okay.
I also
Oh,
have to say I'm so
sorry. Go.
disappointed in that franchise because for a while each subsequent sequel was getting like higher and higher aggregate review scores on like Rotten Tomatoes. So it's like potentially the fourth one could have been the first one to like break like the fresh threshold. And then if there was a fifth one, it could have been the best movie of all time. But the fourth one fucked it over,
Yeah.
and it was just bad, and it was the reviewers didn't like it, and the audiences didn't like it. So like they fucked up, they had something good. They could have caught even more lightning in a bottle, which is a thing that is very possible to do.
They let down our boy Adam Sandler. It's so unfair.
Exactly. And I had to take
I'm
I had
filled
to
with
take the
fear
remote and I
before
had to
even.
click to a different channel.
God damn it. Then I had to go and become a gambling addict and bet it all on a big uncut gems.
Yeah.
Anyway, so this next one before I even said it, fuck it, American Psycho.
Well, I can't do the same thing twice in a row, right? Um
I can't do the same thing. American Psycho.
yeah, American
Moving
Psycho.
on.
Um I I think what this one is that this is a like slightly too soon sitcom that is trying to like it's like a Comedy Central show that's trying to like cash in on the idea of like a bumbling doofus dad, but his quirk is that 9/11 really fucked him up permanently and he's a psycho for everything America. And like the mom and dad and the kids are like, we're just trying to live our lives, and he's like, no, American flag corn dogs and fucking Lincoln logs in the house all the time. It's got Abraham Lincoln, which I like because I don't know which political party I vote for. I'm whatever the episode needs me to be.
Just the idea of a goofy sitcom about a bumbling dad going down the QAnon pipeline is so
Yeah, the
depressing.
later seasons really jump the shark into some very dark territory, but like, if who else but this show was gonna do this is like what this is? This is like
Described by some as what if King of the Hill was a fucking
yeah,
bummer.
I was gonna say it's like this is like King of the Hill or The Simpsons if it like had like a Night of Cerebus moment.
Yeah, and just got really dark. So I think someone would make that. I don't think it'd be good, but someone would make it. Anyway, our next one is just called Anonymous.
This is a kind of quirky like deconstructional superhero story where like the main character is like a college student and is like, oh, superheroes are so lame, but I do have powers, so I guess even though I can't think of a name, I'm gonna be an anonymous crime fighter.
That's fun. I
Yeah.
appreciate
And
that.
like and
Which
like,
what?
every so often it'll be like, people will be like, "Oh, you're just like Superman." And he's like, "Superman's so lame."
No.
No. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I haven't figured my name out. It's like that really funny thing of that guy who tried to throw me an argument, Power Girls, like big boob window, and she was like, I wanted a symbol like Superman, but I just couldn't think of
Yeah.
one, so I left the area
There's
empty.
yeah, there's nothing I can imagine putting in there. So this vacancy in my identity and my big fucking mommy milking honkers. Wait, what was my sentence again? What was the rest of this?
My new symbol is my fat
I
titties.
love the idea of like her
And it's made extra funny because she is like weeping in this scene.
I love the idea of like Power Girl just like talking like in depth like character stuff, and like she's just like, and you know, it's like that was like my origin kept switching around. I was an Atlantean, and then I was like Supergirl from an alternate universe, and I just don't know who I boob breast big mommy boob breasts boob milkies. Like the dialogue
The
just
author
breaks
was
down.
the author was found the author was found dead in a pile of
Just
cum
like a
after
just like a
this.
self-portrait of the author just going like mama boo boo booba.
Oh, this is horrible. Okay, next is audition.
Um. Oh. Sorry, I'm just trying to get out of the fucking booba space. Um.
You're still processing the Power Girl boob.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot of bandwidth to process. Audition is a even like let's take Glee one step further down in irreverence and have it be like a show about like theater kids and performance. Um. And that's Audition.
Just like the delightful Ben Platt movie Theater Camp.
Yeah.
They're paying me every time I mention
Hell
it.
yeah. Are we also being sponsored by Psycho? We're getting back in business.
Yeah.
Back the indie Kickstarter.
You know they're rough when the only people who will take the sponsorship is us.
There will be stochastic terrorism, and we will be responsible, but not responsible. Because that's how it works.
Now, I know you said stochastic terrorism, but for a second I thought you said sarcastic terrorism. Like blowing up a building, then being like, come on, it was a joke.
Oh, come on. It was satire. Buildings aren't supposed to be rubble. That's the joke.
Saying, oh, buddy, it's a prank, bro, as I'm reaching out for the, like, pull cord on my, like, giant, like, dynamite vest.
Me trying to light the bomb in my shoe and getting tackled by airline security. It's a prank, bro. It's a prank.
I watched this clip the other day of this dude, like, ran up and, like, leaped on a dude at an ATM and was like, give me all your money. And then when everyone starts beating the shit out of him, was going like, it's a prank, it's a prank. And it makes me feel like, in a kind of Pascal's Wager-esque fashion, if you are going to try and rob people at an ATM, just set up a camera. And you know, if people start like beating the shit out of you, say it was just a prank. Because I feel like if you're gonna get charged either way, you're probably gonna have the book thrown at you a little bit less for being like a TikTok dipshit than if people thought you were an actual robber.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's lessons for just like any crime, right? Film everything and say it's just a prank at the drop of a hat. The world's your oyster. And you will take that pearl.
That's why all those Mexican cartels film themselves chopping people's heads off with chainsaw. If they get stopped halfway through, it's like, bro, it's for my YouTube channel.
Bro, it's just a prank. It's just a joke, dude. Stop taking it so seriously.
Fucking insane. Okay, so next is Battle Royale.
Really? You know what? I'm done questioning some of the things that are on. Okay, I guess it is, but it's like it's such a it's so mainstream now, you know, like the concept of
The book is a little bit edgier than the film.
oh, okay,
I will say.
yeah.
I read it back in high school. There's a lot more gratuity to it, and I think they maybe aged the kids up slightly in the movie as well.
Oh, okay, fair enough. All right, so in terms of what my battle royale is, sandwich making contest, plain and simple.
Hell yeah, brother.
Yeah. Gotta
Fuck
make
yeah.
the perfect
All right.
royale with cheese.
Next we have Behold a Pale Horse.
Ooh, this is a like YA dark tinged fantasy story about the
Okay.
like so the pale horse is a being that like can only bond with one person, and it's because this is set in a universe where there are beings of fear that are trying to like control humanity and possess them to sort of like if you make a deal with the fear monsters, you can become more powerful in exchange for never being afraid again, but you have to do their bidding and make other people take the fear you'd be experiencing. But the pale horse is a unique creature because although it is implicitly scary, it has dedicated its being to fighting against the other fear monsters. So it makes a deal with this this child, with this, let's say it's like a maiden, like a young maiden in medieval times, and she teams up.
Like the whole unicorn maiden
Yeah,
thing.
exactly. So she teams up with the pale horse, and they have to um overcome the fear lord, who this was before Avatar the Last Airbender, so like, it could be
Yeah, the Fear
the
Lord.
Fear Lord. And yeah, so she defeats the Fear Lord with the help of like basically like teaching everyone, like, don't let your fears rule you. You rule your fears with courage and go forth and very very optimistic, even though it's set in like a world that could swing darker if it wanted to, but doesn't, because it's hope punk and all that.
I love that that followed one about a sandwich making
Yeah.
contest. I think that perfectly sums up the duality of this video, but you know what? That's a pretty sick
Yeah.
one. I'll
All
give you
right.
that. Next, we have blindness.
This is a story about a blind man who is trying to see the Loch Ness monster, but he can't because he's blind to Ness. Blindness.
I'm blind to Ness and everything
Yeah, so
else.
it's like blind space Ness because you know what? I just realized.
In all seriousness, did you not actually write like a
Yeah. I
screenplay as a teenager that involved someone who had like sort of a failing vision trying to see like a famous
No,
cryptid?
it's true. I wrote a very like prepare to cry every time like teenage coming of age story about a boy who was like the son of a photographer who took like a picture of a lake monster in his local town, and this girl who like moves in because she heard the story and she's got a condition that like her eyesight is leaving, and it's about their unlikely friendship and will they be able to take a picture of the monster before she can't see anything at all. It's called What She Saw, and it's available maybe nowhere. I think I posted it on some, maybe it's on my issue, but I don't know if anyone even knows what issue is anymore. But I wrote it, and I don't know if it holds up at all, to be honest.
I mean,
Yeah.
I will say, there actually is like probably not in a like kind of mawkish tragedy porn way, but I think there is a real value in depicting like interesting characters who are going through vision loss. I know that some fans of one of the other Warner shows, Kill Jam Triple X, that we have. We have fans of that who have kind of degenerative vision disorders and have reached out and said how much they appreciate having shows that kind of deliver like action and stuff that are accessible to people who don't have that like visual channel or
Mm.
don't have it for long. So yeah, I definitely think if you're a creator listening to this, all types of experience are earnestly really important to portray because think of the most niche group you can imagine. There is almost always at least 100,000 of those people, maybe a million even. And those people don't get to see themselves often in fiction, and when they do, they really appreciate it, especially if it's done with care and understanding and
Yeah,
maturity.
yeah. No, and that's wholesome. And the thing is, like, my intentions with that script were always in the, like, I want to sort of be true to the emotional reality of these characters who are going through that. I was a lot less experienced back then. I was a lot more green, but, I stand by the fact that I think someone could make a good story out of that along those lines.
I agree. Anyway, the next title is Columbine.
So that's a plan.
Because
Yeah.
Jesus
Um,
fucking
so
Christ. Should we skip? Oh, okay, go
y-
on.
yeah, because I was gonna try and do some riff on like the plant, but genuinely skip, because like
Yeah,
it, because like
it's
the
just
moment I like spin this into something else, it becomes there is a wanna joke about Columbine, you know?
Yeah, like exactly. Like that's the thing. Like I just feel like this kind of stuff is not what people are looking for when they say I want to find a disturbing book,
I
right?
also will say though, in the defense of Kay the butcher shitter, was that did I get it right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say in
Yes.
defense, I think the mission statement of this video kind of complicates things in a way that like this list wouldn't
Yeah,
really have like
it's
accounted
true.
for. Like I think it's like the fault is in our stars on that one.
No, it is true. It is a case of like K the butcher shitter. Come on, you never considered that we might be making this video at a later date when you made this list.
Yeah.
Try to think, buddy. It's really
Like that's
discourteous.
the thing. It's like I do think that like some of these things are indeed disturbing. Their placement and all that's still up for debate, but I do want to just point out that like, we have added a wrinkle to this as well.
It's true. It's true. We're aware of that. Okay, so next we have Concrete Island.
Ooh, okay. This is a the story of like a magical concrete island that springs up in the middle of the ocean, and it is a realm of stone.
Very
it's
magical.
it's a realm of like stone people, and they have like a culture that's like hyper capitalism. They're basically like, we're gonna outhuman the humans by making more buildings and paving over everything. And like a bunch of young people get stranded there, and they realize that the adult world is absurd and scary, and they're like, well, this could be our future unless we like make a change and leave the concrete island people to be weird and capitalistic on their own.
It might just be because I'm thinking about Plastic Beach, but this feels like a kind of Gorillaz esque like concept album.
Yeah, yeah. Like I'd say that like this almost like works more thematically without like thinking too deeply about like how any of this really works. It's more of a like a fable than it is a like a story that like it's kind of a makes you think, right?
Really makes you think. And our next one is much more simple. It's called Cows.
Cows. All right.
Cows.
I'm gonna add one.
I have a fascinating fact about this story, but I am not going to share it until after you've done yours because it will 1000% color the direction that you go with this.
Right. Okay. So here's the thing. I am adding just one thing, one bit of context, and it is not part of the title officially, but it will explain everything. Cows. Pixar's cows.
Oh, I see. I
Yeah.
see.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. It writes itself, huh?
It's kind of all there in those
Yeah,
two
Pixar's
words. No,
cows.
that's fair. What I will say is, I know that because I've watched the Jules Dapper video about it, that in the original novel, I'm not going to explain the whole plot, but what I will say is there is a part in it where a talking cow says the N word.
Well, fuck, man. I'm disturbed.
Yeah, it's disturbing. I can't believe Pixar would put that in a movie.
I can't believe
It's really
I can't believe
inappropriate.
last time I went down to the farm, the cow shouted the N-word, and then I tried to tell the people around who would have been offended by that it wasn't me, that it was the cow, but no one believed me.
This is like that farting duck from the
Yeah,
Game
yeah,
Adventures of
exactly.
Billy and
Except
Mandy.
it's the cow that says racial slurs. And
The
I
thing is,
personally would
like,
just stop going to that farm, you know? Just stop putting yourself in
it
that situation.
if you saw a cow with intent, say a human racial slur, that would define the rest of your life.
Yeah. No, it would. It would. I don't think you'd be able to recover from
Like
that.
it would shake your understanding of reality. This is the Limmy like Dee Dee laughing cow outside the room, like, oh, that'd be it for me. Like
Yeah.
it's just one of those things where a little thing is like, wow, so much about the way I understood my life and reality around me was contingent on that kind of thing not happening, and now I don't know where I am
Yeah,
anymore.
it's like when you hear the cow say that word with a hard R, and you get this impression that the cow knows full well why.
This is a hateful
Yeah,
cow.
like
This is not just like, oh, it made a noise and it sounded like it. This cow harbors human racial
like
prejudice in its
not
heart.
only is it like attempting to communicate human notions, it has chosen purely the bigoted ones, and it like it sincerely differentiates between people based on race of a completely different species than itself. The cow itself is both black and white, and yet it harbors our like some of our notions about racial divisions. Make it make sense. It can't. It changes your life irrevocably.
It's true. And our next story is Dark Places.
All right.
Because I think I just had to pull the chute on that one at a
Yeah,
point.
it's again.
Like again, it could have just been the rest of the video us hashing out this
I know.
idea.
Yeah, it's very like the sentient bong water from that other one comes back again.
He's
You say
back.
dark places.
Yes.
So this is this is a story where like
Where our minds go when we're thinking about racist cow.
yeah. I think I think Dark Places is a it's a like fantasy story where like they live in an eternal peaceful night. The sun soldiers.
If you say there's a light creature that's bad at sports, I'm gonna kill you.
No, there are subterranean sun caves where the day lives, and it's
Go on. I don't know why you wouldn't have confidence in this idea.
fine. You know what? We'll skip. Just not. Like we'll just skip this one. We'll just skip Dark Places.
I just broke him down. All right, next we have Exquisite Corpse.
All right, this is the story of like a zombie that's trying to be like cool and a gentleman, even though like it's like I died in some sort of like like getting ran over by like a horse and carriage back in like the fine gentleman times, but I still gotta get married and be a cool fun gentleman, so I'm just gonna pretend not to be dead, and that means I'm not. And so he's like dressing up nice clothing and wearing perfume and being a exquisite corpse.
I kind of love that. I'm just my brain just gave me the like front of the book being like Exquisite Corpse, the Ballad of Edward Shandy, the Zombie Dandy.
Yeah. No, that's what this is. That's what this is. And it's like it's a book about like how absurd it is to be dead.
It's a real culture shock, comedy of manners.
Yeah, exactly. God, could you imagine like
Anyway, our next.
no,
Go on. What are you gonna say? What are you imagining? You fuck.
just think like like how stupid is it that like some people are dead? Like couldn't be me.
Those dumbass.
Losers. Fucking.
We're still here, and we've got Flesh and Blood, which is the next title.
All right. This is the story of two friends named Flesh and Blood, and they are trying to save Bodytown from germs.
This is insane. I love it. Why not? Why the fuck not? Next one is called Frisk.
Frisk. This is an Undertale fan fiction.
It's about Daredevil's arch enemy, Wilson Frisk.
Wilson Frisk.
Also known as the Kring Prin.
This is a story about a kid named Fred who makes his own version of Risk called Frisk. And all of his friends play it, and it's like kind of the story of like how all the rules get twisted up and made up, but it becomes more popular than like the actual board game, and the company tries to sue him.
And then they sue
Yeah,
him.
exactly. But he
Yes,
wins.
I knew
He
you were doing
wins.
that. I love
and we
it.
learn a little bit more about
Well-
like legally distinct copyright stuff and how to exploit it.
Well, Gus, which would you rather play, Frisk or Gerald's game?
Oh my god. Gerald's game is about a dad who makes a new version of Dungeons and Dragons during the Satanic Panic in order for like his kids to be able to play it and still be able to
It's
go
like
to
a
church.
good, clean Christian
Yeah,
D&D.
yeah, but then like in the process of doing this, he realizes that like, you know, the sort of stories of like, you know, struggle and going into dungeons and like fighting monsters, it's not truly damaging to kids. It might teach them some valuable lessons. He learns to love, you know, a deeper sort of mythos to have in his life, and it, you know, kind of deprograms his kids in the process.
This is my new game, Deacons and Diocese.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
it's fun for the whole family.
Yeah, it's de Jesus and de Cross.
This next one is just called Grotesque,
Grotesque.
which I own a copy of back in England, but it was quite a thick book, so it didn't feel practical to bring it on the plane.
Grotesque is this is like a story about like a gargoyle like or slash baboon creature, like a stone sort of scary thing on the side of a building that comes to life and decides to like explore the world. The other gargoyles.
They decide to explore each other's bodies.
No, maybe I don't know. Maybe there's like a love
I'm
story.
not taking anything off the
Yeah, yeah,
table at
yeah.
this
Maybe
stage.
there's a love story, but I think it's also like a Wreck-It Ralph thing where like the other gargoyles realize like, oh, this guy really brought the building slash fountain together, and we got to get him back. Otherwise, like we're kind of a wreck without, and they're gonna foreclose the building or something.
That one gargoyle was the only thing stopping them from destroying this church.
Yeah, exactly. He was the only historically relevant thing, and then, and you know, it's maybe what happens is the gargoyle's like, fuck y'all, I don't owe you anything, and the church does get destroyed, but he gets to enjoy his life. A real eat your cake and millions die situation.
I want that on a t-shirt. A real eat your cake and millions die
Yeah,
situation.
yeah. Wow. Oh my god. All right, what do we got? What do
Oh
we
my
got
god. Okay,
next?
the next one is called Haunted. The contrast between the vagueness of Haunted and the specificity of what is going to happen afterwards wrecks me. But we'll focus on Haunted for now.
This is gonna be a story about the a kid who is like in the modern day and he is haunted by his cool grandpa who was like a disco guy, and the joke is disco's dead, but he's like, what, the kids these days don't know all the old cool stuff, and then he teaches this kid to like be really into disco, and nobody gets it, but he gets to bond with the grandpa he never knew.
I love that insects and disco are two of the through lines of these themes and ideas, and the duality of darkness and
Well, you
light.
know, it's like I got my own like collection of like cartoon tropes. Like, you know, I'll get some hippie soup in there soon.
Yeah, exactly. So next we have Heaven's Gate, cult suicide in San Diego.
Skip.
Again, it's just so specific. Okay, then we have High Life.
Ooh, okay. So this is like the spin-off about the sentient bong water.
Yeah, he's voiced by Seth Rogen.
Yeah, let's go with that, honestly. It's not disturbing, it's just kind of like played out, you know?
Yeah, we never. We're taking out the disturbing element, so this is going great. Next, we have Hostage to the Devil.
Ooh, okay. This is like a trashy sort of like romantasy kind of
Like a
thing.
bodice ripper.
Yeah, yeah, but it's like also like it's very like chaste, but the implications are there, you know? Like hostage to the devil,
Yes.
cuz like she's like an angel who like on a mission gets like, no, wait. There are no or there's not a lot of female angels. Whatever. It's a boy angel and he's the hostage and he has like a saucy implied romance with the devil. Ooh, bet you want to read that, you little slut.
It's Henry Fragrance all over
Yeah,
again.
yeah, exactly. God, the power generated by that one video.
I'm so on edge. Meg just walked into the room to get something, and I legitimately jumped. Clearly, this is what this video is making me into a nervous wreck. Okay, now we have a book that the internet will never fucking stop talking about ever. House of Leaves.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Blood Meridian. It's on my reading list, by the way.
I think we did Blood. Did we do Blood Meridian earlier? Oh, I must have missed Blood Meridian. Who fucking cares? I've heard enough about Blood Meridian.
I guess we're skipping Blood Meridian. Ha ha ha! Reddit.
Yeah. Sorry, man, carrying thing. We don't mean to hurt you.
Yeah, and also I don't mean to hurt anyone on Reddit. You're basically not people to me, so no.
We got this from Reddit. Kay the Butcher Shitter worked hard to make this possible.
I know. Look, all I'm saying is being pointlessly mean to large groups of people on the internet and boiling them down to unflattering stereotypes makes me feel like a cool, independent, free-thinking smart boy. What was the title of the one you wanted to give me again?
House of Leaves.
It's like a family of leaves, and they live in a tree house, and they autumn's coming, and their kid is moving away to college, and they're dyed their hair and body red, and it's oh no, not everything lasts forever. Sometimes your parental duties end, and the seasons change. Turn. That's the way it goes, baby.
Gus is smoking 5 cigarettes right now at the same time.
Gentlemen.
Yeah. Taking occasional swigs from his Psycho's branded hip flask.
Yeah,
they produced those. It was the 90s. Anyway, next we have another
kids.
one that the internet goes on and on. For kids. We have another one that the internet constantly bangs on about. I have no mouth and I must scream.
This is the story of
someone trapped in some kind of digital circus.
No, you know what? This is a boy that was born without a mouth, but starts a metal band, because he gets advanced cosmetic surgery that allows him to scream. And it's the story of a condition that the author was not qualified to comment on, because that sounds like that really sucks and is not as immediately solvable as the novel makes it out to be.
It was considered deeply inappropriate by the unmouthed community.
Yeah, I'm glad that this is a cool, uplifting hypothetical for you, author of I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, but real people with this condition have a life expectancy of 7 years, so really, you kind of should have thought that one through, buddy.
Because they have to be fed through their anus, and that makes all food taste so gross.
Yeah, takes me back to college.
Anyway. Next we have another certified hood classic, In the Tall Grass.
That's where you'll find the wild Pokemon.
The tall grass is what the bong water thing is smoking.
Yeah, so the thing is, I've already done a few IP crossover ones. In the Tall Grass, I think, is a Pokemon fanfic, deals with kind of real stuff that kids go through, oh, my parents are going through a divorce. At least I've got my Pokemon training and my friends to support me through this troubling time.
Yeah, no, I think that's valid. And next we have Luna Park.
This is a theme park built out of dreams. And if you can dream up a cool ride, it goes there. But if you have nightmare rides, it makes them scary. And what are you gonna do?
Robert Rodriguez directed it.
Yes, yeah, exactly. That's what Luna Park is. And it's kids are we need to learn to dream responsibly. Otherwise, people are gonna get hurt. And the rides might come into real life. Who knows? This was made in 2007.
That was a very wholesome take. Okay, the next one is Mein Kampf.
Yeah.
If it helps, that's German for my struggle.
My struggle. This is a weirdly self-indulgent autobiography of a man who has a fat ass and can't fit into pants. So it's his struggle to put on his pants.
And that man's name, Eugene Krabs.
Yeah, exactly. It's my struggle, and he's I always go to the store, and the waist size and the hip size is completely off, and I just can't put on these pants. It makes me want to commit unspecified violence.
with his ass. It's like a kind of butt boy, like bubble bath
Oh
situation.
God, yeah, this was the man who sat on the most people throughout history,
The man who sat on the moon.
the man who was the moon.
I don't even know what that is. Fuck this. Mindhunter.
Mind Hunter. This is a story. Like this is a kind of like cool supernatural urban fantasy where there is a parallel species to humans that instead of evolving a body are just the brains, and they do this like weird switcheroo thing where they'll like bloodlessly remove the brains from other people and then like put those brains in a jar and then take over the minds of those people by like jumping into their brains. And the mind hunters are the people who are trying to see like who the fake people are, and they hunt their brains and then they get the real original brains back.
This is some proper like Ave Maria Hellraiser comment.
Yeah, I
Like,
just
this is happening right now. The elites don't want you to know this.
they don't want you to know that they always were brains, but then they replace the brains of the people you think they are with their own brains and put those brains in a jar, and those brains are on an island, and I know where the island is, and that's why they're hunting me with their hellhounds.
The Earth is the moon, and the moon is actually the Earth.
It changes almost nothing, but it makes you think, doesn't it?
It really does make you think. What do you think about Missing 411?
Missing 411. This is the story of like a really annoying guy who has to like add context to everything. Because he's like, "Whoa, you're missing a little 411. I gotta come in and it's like a goofy comedy in like the 20 teens, and it's like got some like dumb sort of like gender war implications where it's like the guy's lesson is he has to learn to stop mansplaining, but it's made by someone who clearly like didn't fully get the concept, and it turns out like mansplaining and giving the 411 and keeping it real saves the day in the end, and he wins the girl.
Yeah, because this movie was made by men who have often mansplained mansplaining to people.
Yeah, exactly. What's that fucking Matt Walsh movie with the like am I a racist or whatever that is? It's that for mansplaining.
Is that real?
I think so.
That's so funny.
I think so. It's like it was something like where he made like this dude made a film where the point of which was like interrogating whether or not he was racist, and at the very end of the movie he's like, you know what? Maybe everything's racist, so it doesn't matter. Either all of it's racist or none of it's racist, and I'm certainly not racist.
The kind of intellectual rigor we can expect from a man who sells merchandise of himself as a baby.
What has the internet become?
Complete, absolute freaky is what it has become.
Anyway, that was Mindhunter and the other one.
Yeah, the next one is called My Eyes Are Black Holes.
Ooh, okay. This is another like superhero it's like a superhero book that basically it's like dark foreign urban fantasy YA thing, but it's also like the child of a supervillain becomes a hero. Their power is vortex vision, where they like suck in the things that they use their eye powers on.
It's like reverse Cyclops from X-Men.
Yeah, and like there's like a scene where like, you know, this dude's like, you know, with the love interest, like, oh gosh, I have to, like, if I look into your eyes too much, I might suck you into my own eyes, so I gotta like avoid eye contact, and it's a metaphor for autism that's poorly written.
If I look into your eyes too much, I might give you the suck.
I like how I like how so many of these are just like ham-handed, poorly marketed schlock from various eras of media.
Well, because I think that's an easier thing to draw on than just like, yeah, no, I'm gonna hit you guys with gold for every prompt. Like, in what universe would that be sustainable?
They're not all winners, you know? You go to the ice cream store, you look at the flavors, and you're like, I like about 4 or 5 of these, and there's like 2 million.
Yeah, there's like vanilla, ice cream, chocolate, strawberry, and butthole. Take your pick, kid. But we're all out of those first 5, so I hope you like butthole.
Butthole, not to be confused with toilet paper flavor.
And arse flavor.
Believe me, there is a difference.
And maybe that difference will be found in our next story, Mysterious Skin.
Mysterious skin. You know, I think that people who are trying to come here to not be disturbed are getting cheated a little bit. Um,
Yeah.
this one is another superhero story where an alien crash lands on Earth and he deflates and he becomes like a little blob creature and he can't get back into his skin, and he's like, "Hey, you gotta wear my skin, teenager. You gotta put my skin on and do my mission, which was to protect this world from Earth criminals." And
It's the idea of an alien being like, hey kid, you gotta wear my fucking skin.
and the kid's like, "Okay, I guess I'll put on this mysterious skin and be a alien superhero." And so it's like a gray alien who fights crime, and the mentor is like a whole bunch of jelly.
And you're not ready for this jelly. That plays in the
Yeah,
trailer.
and I also like the idea that like halfway through, or like in like book 3 or whatever, it becomes very clear that the alien could get back into the skin, because like he does that to like save the kid he's mentoring, but he's more marketable and funny as like a loser slacker who's like just kind of a blob. So the series goes on for like 4 more books, and the kid in like he never goes back into the skin again, and the kid just keeps going into the skin.
Delightful. The next one is called Night. Just the word, not with a K, just N. Night.
Night. Okay. This is a world where for one teenage girl, sleep does not exist. Everyone else in the world goes to sleep, but she never needs sleep, so she goes on adventures with the local talking raccoons, because that's part of her power set, is that she can talk to raccoons and she never has to go to bed. And it's no bedtime, no rules, no responsibilities. That's it.
Hell yeah, brother. The next one is just called Out.
Out.
I don't know what's happening here.
I think that this is a overnight, like every door in the world locks permanently, door and window locks permanently, and people are stuck in a sort of YA post-apocalypse, the outsidening, where it is impossible to get into any buildings, so people have to sort of like hunter-gatherer in the outdoors.
This is what would happen if Earth was invaded by one giant skinamarink.
Yes! Yeah!
Doors and windows cease to exist on a global scale.
Yeah, and there's like no real answers on like how to get back inside, so it's out! And everybody is trapped out.
The thing is, you'd be so much luckier to be trapped out of, like, be outside when the marinking happened.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's probably like all the people who are trapped inside are getting hardcore marinked.
Yeah, they're getting marinked so bad.
Yeah, marinka-dinka-doo. And they don't love you.
They really don't. So next we have Perfect Blue, Complete Metamorphosis. Fuck that up so hard. Perfect Blue, Complete Metamorphosis, which, yes, is the book that the Satoshi Kon film is based on. I have a poster of it right behind me.
This is the story. It's another superhero one where the main character morphs into a blue man, like the Blue Man Group.
He's blue, dabba dee dabba die.
And if he were green, he would remember the lyrics. I kind of phoned this one in. I'll count this as a skip.
Okay, we'll get that as a skip then. Next we have Pig Island.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so like, you know how in Porco Rosso, it's like one guy turns into a pig?
Yeah.
There's an island that like you can go to, like it's a special, like at the airport, they're like, there will sometimes be Pig Island, and it will sometimes come up. It's like, I've never seen this on a map. Can I fly there? And they'll be like, oh, I don't know. And then you get on a plane and you fly there, and it's like you can just do whatever you want. It's like a paradise island, but if you stay there, you get turned into a pig, and you have to stay and you have to like live there forever. And it turns out that it's the Odyssey. It's Greek mythology because like it's Circe is the big bad.
There's something so funny about the idea of just you invoking Porco Rosso. Made me think of like one day, due to a magical curse, every pig in the world transforms into a pilot.
I thought you were gonna say every pig in the
It's like
world.
reverse Porco Rosso.
I thought you were gonna say every pig in the world turns into an Italian.
Just due to a curse one day, every pig in the world dies. The curse was called swine flu.
I'm just imagining like it's like Animal Farm, but instead of the pigs like like walking on two legs.
Italian farm.
Yeah, exactly. And they're like, "Hey, you touch my fucking hair, and it's over."
What if Giuseppe could walk?
All right, let's make this motherfucking calzone.
That was George Orwell's original draft, and the editor was like, I think animals would maybe improve the metaphor a bit more.
Yeah, George, this seems a little racist.
They're like, but also it's in like the fucking 30s right now, so nobody cares.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't actually know when he wrote. Don't actually know when he wrote Animal Farm. Anyway, the next one is called Rage.
Rage. This is a
A spin-off of Psycho.
No, it's not. We're underfunded. We haven't been able to do the spin-off. You have to donate to the Kickstarter or we'll kick down your door and start fires.
Join the Patreon.
Whoa.
$1 a month.
We'll make Psycho.
Anyway, so what's Rage?
So what Rage is that this is a a show that existed before the great infucking of the open game license, and it's like a D&D style barbarian and his fun wholesome adventures while he's like trying to be like, oh guys, I'm trying to control my anger. I'm really trying to work on it, but then things will happen and he's like, rage! And there are people around him, the rogue in the party who's like a kind of femme fatale is encouraging oh, you're much better at adventuring when you get angry, so I'm just gonna infuriate you without you knowing.
That's so funny. I like that. They're weaponized. I say weaponized Incredible Hulk. Like they don't do that with him in those films, but you get what I mean.
Yeah. The Incredible Hulk is really like a coffee shop AU with every so often he's like, I ordered extra large. Damn it! Everything but my purple pants again.
And just squishes the barista's head like a grape in his hand.
Not only is my favorite barista dead for the 5th time, I also didn't get...
What a rough day I'm having.
I also ripped right through my lab coat, because I'm still the scientist Bruce Banner.
That's so funny. Okay, next is Requiem for a Dream.
This is, a kid learning that all of the dreams that he has are people in his dream world, and they die. And
one day there was an ugly barnacle.
And it's he has to go to a dream funeral with all the other dreams, and he's like, does this happen in real life to like my mom and dad? And they're like, someday. And he's like, oh no.
This is a nightmare. This feels like a dream I would have had at some point in my life.
Yeah, but he wakes up and he doesn't remember it, so I guess it's a happy ending.
So this next one is kind of juicy. It's called Rule by Secrecy.
Ooh, okay. This is like a saucy political intrigue fantasy story with
there's something to this.
Yeah, with many noble houses, and it's set on 3 to 4, depending on how many books they want to do, island city-states, secretly controlled by a group of pirates who are trying to, little by little, build up the ultimate heist, build up the coffers of this grand kingdom so that they can, as their pirate identities, steal it and go down in history as the Razzle Khans of the sea.
The Versace
Yeah, meaning that they've stolen the most money in all of recorded history. But they have to rule by secrecy.
She is still in jail right now, by the way.
I mean, that's, you gotta put respect on that, that's just desserts.
It's true.
Yeah.
I do love that we go from the kind of ambiguous political intrigue of rule by secrecy and the kind of elegance of that. The next one is called Skag Boys.
The Skag Boys. What does skag even mean?
That's 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 heroin.
What? All right. Well, it's not in this. The Skag
Yeah,
Boys.
that's not very wholesome.
Skag Boys, it's like the Moomins, you know? Like those like Moomin troll creatures. They're like the Skags.
Just
And they live in like
just something as beautiful and elegant as the Moomins, and it's like, yeah, these are called the Skag Boys.
yeah, they live in like a mountain village, and the Skag Boys like cause all sorts of trouble for like their like old like matronly goat mom who's like, "Oh, you boys stealing carrots from."
It's Toriel.
Yeah, basically like legally distinct Toriel earlier, and she's like, "Stop stealing the carrots from the mean old chicken farmer. He's gonna one day he's gonna string you up on his fence, and it's gonna be humiliating." And the Skag Boys are like, "Whatever, mom. We love carrots."
Those Skag Boys, they drive me to drink.
Yeah. So that's the Skag Boys. They're skagging.
The next one is just called Skin.
Skin.
It's what that cow judges you on the basis of.
Skin. This is a story of a group of like preteens who are on the quest to discover the ultimate high five, the ultimate way to give skin.
That's actually sick. That's really funny. What the fuck?
Yeah, no, I would read that of just like, no, there's a special technique you gotta do to get the ultimate high five.
It makes me think of that insane arm wrestling SCP.
Oh, wait, do you mean the rock, paper, scissors one where the arms turn into like...
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Where they become like freaky, insane things.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's like rock, paper, like Cthulhu or something. I don't know. It's fun.
Something like
Yeah.
that. You tell us in the comments. Next one is just called Snuff.
I think the last time I was encountered with one of these, way back when, I think I said, like, it's Snuff like a dog, the adventures of, like, Snuff the dog. But since I can't reuse...
I think you could reuse him.
I think I count this as a skip, because I don't have anything else.
It's so funny that it's just like, yeah, if Sick Puppies has taught us anything, snuff films don't really engender creativity.
Yeah, no, it's pretty hard to do.
So this next one is Survivor.
Survivor. Survivor is like it's like a Hatchet, like, where it's like the story of like a kid who gets stranded and has to survive. And instead of like a sort of winterly wasteland, it's going to be like a kid on a deserted island, and it'll be a young woman instead of like a boy survivor, because it'll be just kind of a refreshing take on the genre.
Robinson Crusoe.
Yeah,
type
Robinson
thing.
Crusoe with like, a girl on like a deserted island. And I don't know what else happens. Fucking read the book. You'll find out.
Next one is called Sway.
Sway. This is this is the 50s beach dance movie. This is the 50s beach dance movie. It's called Sway.
Yes.
Because it's going to be one of those things where like, it's very wholesome and very like, chaste and of its time, but you just know that like secretly like people would be doing some hip moves, and then in the audience people would be like, "Oh, I'm coming a million times."
Yeah, it was a flood in the stands.
It's like, "Honey, do you want to go see Sway again?" And she's like, "Yes, because I'm questioning my sexuality." And, it was the 50s, so everyone's repressed.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
That passed for wholesome in the 50s.
Exactly. Much like many things in the 50s.
Yeah, that cow would have fit in, we'll say that much.
All of 50s culture. Yeah, all right.
Teatro grotesco.
Does that mean 3 grotesques or 10 grotesques?
I don't know. Either,
Grotesques,
like
or
this
or theater of the
this
grotesque.
is gonna be that fucking. That is gonna be that thing from last time all over again, where we were like, "Oh, it's called like evil meat."
Oh yeah,
or
Mondo
whatever,
Carne,
and it was
a
not
lot of
called
meat.
that,
Yeah,
or like
yeah.
meat, but yeah, that was it. There's gonna be Mondo Carne all over again. I assume it's like theater of the grotesque. But like I'm the soldier holding my arms out and taking all of the like knives and grenades in the back from the comments, inevitably being like, "No, you idiot! That means the little puppy in whatever language I know, and you don't."
All right, so what this is going to be Teatro Grotesco, right? It is
Yes.
going to be a tea shop with which the ingredients look gross, but the tea actually tastes really good. So it's like Shrek style, like coffee shop fantasy with like, it's like an ogre making tea and it's really like gross looking, but everybody's like, "Oh, once you actually try it, it's great."
Perfect for fans of legends and lattes. Okay,
Literally,
this
yeah.
brings us to a book I've actually read. Tender is the Flesh.
Ooh, you know what? This is the story of the world's greatest chicken tender chef.
Yes, dude.
Like a straight up like stoner stereotype with like a little bit of like he's aged out of like the age where you're like meant to have like bad acne, but he's still got it. And he's just like, "Yeah, man, I just love cooking the chickens, man. I just cook them up and it's like great. I learned it from my mom. I still live with her. She makes the greatest chicken tenders, and I just thought I could bring that to the world, right?"
I could fucking murder some chicken tenders right now. I'm gonna get some of those after we've recorded this. If I still have an appetite looking down at some of the titles
Me
coming.
every second of every day. I could murder some chicken tenders right now.
I could murder some chicken.
I could murder some people right now. Because I'm a psycho.
So this next one is just called The Eighth.
The Eighth.
Just
It's a
the
prequel
eighth.
to
The number
prequel to
eight.
Gideon the Ninth. No.
Yeah, Gideon the Eighth.
This is a funny story about the 7 deadly sins and the 8th who doesn't know what sin they are yet and is like goofing it up because the 7 deadly sins are cool and scary and they're demons and they're like metal, but then the 8th is like, I think I'm cavities. I don't know what I am.
That's actually a sick question for the audience, though. If you're still watching this, tell us in the comments what's the eighth deadly sin.
Yeah. I mean, if you know the play Ash Girl, I think it was like sorrow was meant to be that, but like there's a lot of different ways you could do it.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. The next one is the autopsy.
You know what? Skip, because like I can't legitimately do anything with the autopsy.
Say, oh, this is a wholesome autopsy.
Yeah, like there's it's like I could say something about like it's like a critic who invented the concept of like no, fuck it, I skipped this one.
So this next one, I've never heard of this, but I find it so frightening because something with a title like this is gonna be a fucking nightmare. The Butterfly Garden.
Oh yeah, I don't even know what that is, but that makes me sick just thinking about that.
Like when you've got a title that innocent, the book is gonna be a fucking nightmare.
All the better to reimagine this as like a sort of like do come on down to the butterfly garden. We learn lessons every day, numbers and letters, all for stuff.
No, you're
it's
so
dragon
right.
tales, but it's butterflies. So it's not as popular because everyone loves dragons and people are kind of blasé on butterflies. We know this, and this is part of the theme song. Oh god, this studio is going bankrupt. Butterfly garden, yeah.
That has mad puzzle and sling. And
Yeah, exactly. Support your local library. God, I fucking love Puzzle and Sling.
It's so good. You and Zoe did a great
Yes.
video on that. Check that out. The next one, while we're still in the garden, I guess, we now have the Cement Garden.
The Cement Garden. We did a Cement Island. We did a Butterfly Garden. This is going to be about a farmer who is able to grow buildings in cement soil. He grows a city with little people, and he has to fight off like foxes and other like and moles and like voles and other little pests who are trying to eat his little people, and he becomes a god.
It's like he grows a city of little people and he puts them up his arse.
No, Henry. No, he doesn't.
Yeah. I love that at this point we can slowly start to build a No Henry compilation from the different videos.
No, Henry. No, that doesn't
the
happen.
same after I said that rotisserie chicken thing and the distressing memes, Addison is just like, no, Henry.
Yeah.
In a way that is both calm and defeated.
Exactly.
Okay, next we have the Cipher.
Ooh, like ciphering something from something else?
Yeah, like Bill Cipher.
Okay. I think that this is a story of kids on a playground who develop a secret code to communicate messages the teachers won't know about so they can do nefarious whatever passes for like secret kid stuff. Like I don't know.
Wouldn't it be so insane if like kids tried to make like a secret like playground language, but accidentally just through pure chance discovered like Enochian and were like speaking the language of the cosmos and started like warping reality?
Yeah, but like their imaginations are so wild they don't even know that that's what they're doing. Like they've become like real wizards, but they're just like, yeah, I mean, we're all buying into the sort of shared magic circle of our like pretend space. This isn't really happening, but wow, I imagined it so vivid the other day when like, we had our big magic battle.
Whereas everyone else is always like, "Oh, monsters are killing me."
Oh, yeah, okay, it's a little bit like a Making Fiends type deal. Where like the magic is
Yeah.
real and like the adults are scared of it, but like there's like a level of obliviousness that the kids indulge in where they're like innocent about it. Yeah, that's what the cipher is. It's like kids discover magic, they're and it's like from their perspective, but it also like has this like hidden element of like adult fear in it.
There you go. What about the collector?
The Collector, a story written in like the 90s to early 2000s, and it is a satire of like the trend of like Pokemon, Monster Rancher, like Yu-Gi-Oh, Digimon, like collectible monsters, and it's a very schmaltzy story about like this guy gets every single one, he catches them all, but then he realizes there's a lot more to life than consumerism. He sells his collection and I don't know, goes on a camping trip. I don't know.
The dude getting the last Pokemon card, putting it into his collection and just being like, "Yes, finally," and then just immediately shooting himself afterwards.
My collection is perfect. Perfectly preserved.
I did it. The next one is The Devil's Workshop.
Oh, okay. So this is the devil is finally trying to rehabilitate his image. Like he's like, "Hey God, I'm kind of sorry about all that shit and I want to make amends." And the God is like, "All right, well, why don't you teach some at-risk angels woodworking?" And that's the devil's
I
workshop.
love that as a concept. At-risk angels.
Yeah.
What do they
They're
do?
at risk of falling, and the devil is like, look, I was where you guys were. You might remember Lucifer. Yeah, that was me. But nowadays, I'm Mr. L, and I'm your woodshop teacher, and we're gonna learn some life lessons." And the angels are like, "Fuck you, loser," and he's like, "I'll kill you." No,
One of the angels says, "Fuck you, loser." He snaps his fingers. That one like bursts into ash.
yeah, but it's overall it's a fun story about like people can change, and you don't have to go down a bad path. There's always hope.
Just the, just the idea of him being like, "Look, I'm only gonna do that once. It's gonna be an otherwise wholesome movie, but you're gonna know that I can do that." And it's going to color your behavior for the rest of the
Yeah,
film.
like listen, this is like the first scene, and I really needed to make an impression on the reader. So, we went a little hard early on, but we also didn't know what kind of character I'd be as the writing matured. So, we're just going to sweep that one under the rug.
Literally, we are sweeping the angels' dust under the rug.
Yeah, exactly. The angel's dust.
Oh no!
Anyway,
He's addicted.
I'm a dick.
Anyway, The Forbidden Book.
The Forbidden Book. This is a kid who hates reading, has to save his town from a book that all the other people in town read, and it makes them stupid and evil. And he learned the lesson is don't read because books are evil. Presented by the Globgo Gab Galab.
Yeah! He's full of shrivel glibble kind. He is the yeast of thoughts and mind.
Yeah, it's the kind of very anti-intellectual screed that would come out of something like that.
There is literally there is a church that me and Meg sometimes drive past to get to this particular mall. And the sign that it's had outside of its place for like months now is "Don't be so open-minded, your brain falls out."
Wow, that's who's the pastor? Sentient bong water?
Yeah, it's him. Father Bolwart.
Someone's got to call them mind hunters because I think he's planting the idea of brains falling out to hint at what he secretly is.
Call those fucking mind hunters. Okay, the next one is The Long Walk.
The Long Walk. Okay, this is a kid who always takes a shortcut that like his family has done for generations in his hometown, and he's like, what if I took the long way home? And the long way home is like a Wizard of Oz-esque like traipse through the woods and various parts of town he never knew about. And then he learns like, hey, if my parents and my parents before that did something the right way, there's probably a reason I should keep doing it. And it teaches kids to blindly accept the traditions that came before, because otherwise you might end up in the wrong part of the world and dealing with people you don't want to deal with or think about who are less than you because they live in a different place.
That's another Father Bongwater original.
Yeah, exactly. I love these like anti-morals. It's so good.
Yeah, these stories that teach evil things.
Yeah.
Okay, so next there is The Marbled Swarm.
The Marbled Swarm. Oh man.
Like, that's an evocative title, I'll give him that.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I think that this is a story about marbles that come to life. If you don't pick up all the jacks that have been scattered throughout the town, they get you.
they when they fucking get you.
Yeah, it's like a point and click game, and like the marbles will get closer, and they speak in cryptic messages, but you've got to pick up all the jacks, and that will save. They'll banish. Is that even how jacks works? I don't know.
And if you lose, you'll be killed. And if you win, you die.
If you win, you lose, and if you lose, you live.
You die. The next one is The Orphan Master's Son.
Oh man. Okay. What the fuck?
I love it. I love a title that implies this weird little family tree that I've got to figure out.
Master of the orphans, he's pulling the strings. I'm gonna
One presumes.
I'm gonna skip this one because I don't know, there's already like orphans and like being master of them. I do think this is hard to spin.
Yeah, it's some weird places. So next we have much more wholesome, The Piano Teacher.
Oh, sing us a song, you're the piano teacher.
Sing a song tonight.
I think The Piano Teacher is like the story of like it's a little bit.
The guy who taught Billy Joel to play piano.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of like a sad one because it's like this piano teacher like teaches this kid like piano, and the kid's like, oh, but what if I'm never good? What if I'm never gonna be good at piano? And because I'm not good immediately, I hate it. And the teacher's like, you'll get it one day. Like, you want to go through your life without regrets. And then this teacher gets hit by a car driven by a rabid dog and dies. And but like they go to the funeral and like
the teacher is hit by a car driven by the student who felt as though he was being preachy.
Yeah, and then like at the funeral it's like, oh, it was actually better this way because he had a terminal illness that would have killed him painfully over the next couple years, but he lived without regrets and he was good at piano, which is what you should be, kid. And now because of guilt, you can never be anything but a piano player. And the kid's like, I will be a piano player for my teacher.
Just thought the idea of like, look, he had an illness that would have been painful and debilitating. Instead, he died a nice, peaceful death by car.
Yeah, and it would have been a type of like stage 4 bone cancer that the only cure is like molesting kids, so you dodged a bullet.
I thought you were gonna say he died of a stage 4 boner.
Well, yeah, I mean that's what he has to. It's something about the blood flow. It's a proven treatment. It's not,
Just the idea of the stages of boner and there being like the forbidden stages is terrifying.
Yeah, your boner like catches nage from that like terrible emotions picture.
It's so funny that was Gooseworks of Amazing Ninja Circus.
Wow,
fame.
I didn't even know that. That's awesome.
I know. Anyway, The Road.
The Road. Oh, Can't you see that the
I'm
road
feeling
then
some
travel was
Nage right
paved
now.
with gold? That's fastball. I don't fucking know fastball lyrics. Fuck this. Um, uh,
If you can't think of a premise, just sing a little song. That's the hidden bylaw in the game.
yeah, I guess like the road is about the man who built the first road in all of history.
The
Everyone being like, well, once you have a thing that goes between A and B, you take the creativity out of like there not being places. And he's like, no, I do want there to be places and a way to go between them conveniently. And it's his dream, a dream that no one believes in.
the road is long and hard, like a stage 4 boner. Alright, next we have The Stranger Beside Me.
This is a story of a time traveler who goes back to his younger self and like basically like unambiguously gives them like all the like cheat codes to have a perfect life and thus disappears in the process. And it's called The Stranger Beside Me because the kid never realizes this is his future self because that future ceases to exist. So it's a guy who's made a lot of mistakes, making the ultimate sacrifice to perfect the timeline. And the kid lives a perfect life. And a lesson wasn't learned. It's just a weird hypothetical thing that could happen.
Got a rough life, commit quantum suicide, so a different version of you can have all the sick stuff.
Yeah, basically.
That would be the most depressing thing in the world. Someone who just obsessively collects like knowledge of like winning lottery tickets and stuff as a kind of like I am betting it all on that one day there will be time travel and I'll have
And
it.
also just the kind of like styling on like I'm taking a record of all the like comebacks of like, oh, when this person says this, you say this, and you'll know the moment.
Oh, that's so depressing.
So yeah, they
Like just living in someone else's regrets, literally.
yeah, it's like they harbor all of this shit for years and then like vanish from reality once they impart this all to their younger self. There is a lesson in that. I think it's the wrong one though. I think it's like a tragic story.
Wouldn't it be so depressing to like someone just like dies of like a heart attack or something, and you find all of this in their apartment?
Oh, like they were gonna do it, but time travel never happened.
Yeah, that's so fucking bleak. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Well, all right. Let's keep it wholesome. Let's keep it rolling.
Yes. Yeah, sorry. The tally.
The tally. This is a cool guy's tally of all the dates he's had because it's
Say it.
yeah it's like
Okay.
he's like because it's like a teenager but he's like kind of like in Drake and Josh where they were just like Drake goes on a lot of dates but they can't mention like sex or anything.
Yeah, yeah, they're like, oh, he is made out with so many
Yeah, and
girls.
so like this is like a story of like that guy who he tallies all this stuff up. He's like a regular like teenage Casanova, but then he has to restart the tally when he meets the one sweetheart that matters most. And all those other sluts were superficial flings that don't mean shit to him now because he's found real love like they'll never have.
And that guy's name, Hardin
Yeah.
Scott.
Yeah.
Okay, we have the trial.
Ooh,
It's when Doug Walker is attacked by all these weird, furry CGI creatures.
exact. It's so disorienting. You think that the narrative of the video makes sense for some reason. It's like it's like slathering like a moldy broccoli with peanut butter. You're like, well, this can't taste as bad as I thought it would.
Yeah, this is
I
this is
do
something.
like the peanut butter part of this.
And you know what? That is what the trial is about. Time for the triflers.
Yeah, they're going and they're trifling with people. They like skip this one too.
They say it's trifling time, and they trifle all over those guys.
Wait, is this the Trifler? Was the Triflers written by Mumkey Jones?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, was
I
it?
think.
Is that a thing? I didn't know he wrote a
Yeah, I
book.
remember. It was a YouTube book. I mean, I don't know. The less we say about the Monkey Jones lore, the better. Yeah.
You tell us in the comments. I'm sure. Yeah, I think I worry about summoning
Yeah,
him.
it's true. What was the title?
All
You
right,
just
the
gave me?
troop.
The Troop. Um,
The Troop.
Can I mention the Nickelodeon show?
Yes, you may. In fact, I insist upon
All right,
it.
yeah. So it's like, three kids, they fight monsters, and the rules are if you get to be an adult, you're just scared of monsters. So they keep, like, hiring teenagers to do this job. It's also a show that, as it goes on, gets, like, weirdly more filled with, like, slime fetishes. As it happens.
I mean, it's Nickelodeon. What are you
Yeah,
gonna
there's
do?
also an episode where, like, this monster gives them, like, a pheromone, and, like, two characters, like,
Oh
are like
no.
like the pheromone affects them in such a way that, like, they want to prepare themselves to get eaten by the monsters.
Did Direwolf
I
write
remember as a
this?
teenager watching as, like, the actress playing the teenage character was, like, rolling herself in flour on the floor, and it was an odd moment for me. And I think as much about the troop that can be said has been said. What's the next one?
The Ultimate Evil. It's literally called
You know what? I think this is like a Megamind / Despicable Me style, like villain protagonist TM, like cutesy sort of, like, I'm the ultimate evil, me, and then, like, something happens and he's like, well, maybe I could be the ultimate evil and help the neighborhood pick up all this litter.
I love that the voice you're doing is fucking the Monarch from Venture
Yeah,
Brothers too.
yeah.
That's so
It is, it
appropriate.
is, where it's like, there's like an odd amount of pathos to this guy who would be like a one-note villain. Yeah, like the ultimate evil, because he's like, I can't be the ultimate evil if I'm not the ultimate at making people feel good.
Exactly. You have to do both.
Yeah.
And I think that is a fun concept. The next one is the Unabomber
Skip!
Manifesto. The Wind Up Bird Chronicle. Like, how insane that in K the Butcher Shitter's list, we've got Haruki Murakami next to Ted
Yeah.
Kaczynski.
All right, so what did you say? The wind-up bird?
The Wind Up Bird
Yes,
Chronicle.
yes. A craftsman makes a little wind-up bird, and it's like a Pinocchio style thing, except the difference is, if you're raising a wooden boy, he gets to be your son at the end. But with the wind-up bird, you have to let it go, so they become a real bird in the wild. And it's a deconstruction of Pinocchio because, like, just because you create something real and authentic doesn't mean you have ownership of it. And it's a metaphor for art, baby.
Mamma Mia, a wooden
Here we go
bird.
again.
And next is the opposite of the Wind Up Bird Chronicle. It's just Unwind.
This is a cute girls doing cute things anime where they, like, chill out. And
I feel like I need that after
yeah, but
this.
you know what? It's the fabled, like, college-aged anime, and it's for, like, it's like it's still, like, there's, like, no drugs or no partying, but it's like let's chill out in, like, the dorm area, like the common area, and, like, do some new, like, fun, like, make a new type of, like, instant ramen, or, like, let's try out some, like, beanbag chairs, and, like, what the best bean to bag ratio is. I don't know. It's,
The best bean to bag ratio. I love that. I think that's another Father Bongwater is back, and he's very invested in that particular
Oh yeah,
point right
absolutely,
there.
absolutely, definitely another Father Bongwater. Like, I love that he's become a man of the cloth. I just love that.
Yeah, he went against his stoner ways, but he did so much. Just the idea of a fucking movie where, like, Seth Rogen plays a fucking stoner priest, that would make people so
I want to
angry.
see comments about Father Bongwater. He's earned it now. Like,
Yeah, he needs to be a public domain
exactly,
character.
exactly. All right, next one.
Last one of this section, and the next section is when we gotta start bleeping
Ooh
stuff.
boy, ooh mama.
Um, but this section ends with we need to talk about Kevin.
Okay. This is like a bunch of kids are trying to plan a surprise party for their friend Kevin, but all of them collectively forgot his birthday. So they need to talk about Kevin to find out what day it is and try and, like, without asking him directly, because they know it's like sometime soonish, they've got to figure it out. They've got to and then plan the surprise party, and so he won't be mad at them because they're all terrible friends. That's it. That's about the size of it.
And then and then they get strangled in Hawaii. Oh, sorry, I was confusing him for Ezra
Oh
Miller.
my god.
No, that's just the character that Ezra Miller
Right,
played.
right.
Okay, so we are on level 3, horror junkie, and shit is getting weird now. Like, again, some of these we are legitimately gonna need to bleep. It's not as bad as the next one, but like it's pretty rough. All right, are you
Yeah,
ready?
yeah, hit me with it. Bring it on.
So we begin on a brief history of 7 killings.
Ooh, okay, so you know what this is? This is a, like a, fantasy, urban fantasy, but like in like sort of like, D&D setting, and the town's name is Seven Killings. And it's like a few generations of the Thieves Guild and their shenanigans and happenings.
7 killings is actually a fucking sick name.
Yeah.
For a place, because like Hunderkop from Kingmaker, it's like, oh yeah, 7 killings. This place is well known for like 7 historical murders that have happened over its history, so people just call it 7 killings now.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And that's how a lot of real places are named. So I think this could work as like a swashbuckling Thieves Guild adventure.
Yeah, no, I like that. The next one is called A Child Called It.
This is a story about neopronouns. Skip.
Oh, that's nice. That's
I don't know if I feel like I'm like qualified to comment on like people using it/its pronouns. I know some people do, and they're fine for it.
Zooey uses
Yeah.
it is one of Zooey's pronouns, so
All right.
we'll have them on here sometime to flesh
Yeah,
this
yeah,
one out,
yeah.
I guess. And it is also a big fan of Pennywise. All right, next one is a sentimental novel.
A sentimental novel is literally just that. It is the novel of a guy who put a bunch of sentimental tropes together of like the ocean side in the springtime and the rain and my parents' faces the last time I saw them before the accident.
Before they were killed by Father Bonewater.
Before they were killed by the first light of spring.
By Psycho.
By Psycho.
Okay,
Yeah, sure. I think that counted.
I think it is. So the next one is called And the Arse Saw the Angel.
And the ass saw the angel. This is Bible times, sort of what are their names? The two guys in Shakespeare who like do commentary on the like thing. Is it like Guildenstern and somebody else?
Yes, Rosencrantz.
Yeah, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. This is like the Bible, but from the perspective of an angel and a donkey.
That's fun. I like that. I could see that existing.
Year one style shenanigans where they like cause things to happen and they're like, oh, we're just gonna look the other way on this one. Mythology will remember this differently. We hee hee, we're so whimsical.
The next one is called Animals Eat Each Other. So do you see what I mean? Of like they're feeling less like real books now.
Yeah, this is gonna be it's a story of like a leopard and a sheep that live together, and the way the world like kind of responds to their unorthodox friendship/relationship, and they're like, you guys can't hang out together, animals eat each other, and it's Beastars/Zootopia. It's just another one of those.
That you can never have enough.
Yeah.
Next one is Assisted Living.
This is the story of a cute and wholesome robo boy who starts off as a computer consciousness and then works his way up to the brick and mortar world by becoming a robot and helping the elderly. And it's, he discovers his purpose in like, wow, I may never be a human being, but it sure does feel good to help them be what they are. People are fascinating.
I hate that my brain was just like brick and mortar, brick and mortar, brick and mortar, brick.
You know what, Henry?
I'm so haunted by Soldier Boy's Rick and Morty.
I agree. I do hate that as well.
Yeah, thank you. Next one is called Bastard Out of Carolina.
Wow.
They're getting weird, I told you.
I think that this is another like okay, so this is a little bit of a like kind of irreverent fantasy story, and the king's mistress Carolina gives birth to a bastard. He's the bastard out of Carolina, and this is his journey to becoming like the legitimate heir, because the real bastards are the natural born sons of the king, who are all jerks who oppress the peasants. But he's knows the score, and he's gonna settle it.
There you go. The next one is called Behead All Satans.
All right, this is straight up.
Yeah, this is where we are now.
This is an anime from the 90s slash two. There was like a manga in the 70s, and it's had many adaptations, but the idea is this cool samurai sword wielding schoolgirl beheads the demons that are known as Satans. She's like fighting all of them, and it's, you know, it like compared to some of its contemporaries, it's not as like there's a lot of blood, but like it doesn't, she never loses, you know, and innocent people don't die that much.
It was one of Go Nagai's lesser known works.
Yeah, pretty much.
The next one is Blood Sports.
Ooh, this is a Osmosis Jones style story about the blood cells doing an Olympics inside of a body, like a very sporty, athletic body. And they're like, they've come all the way from the lungs, from the heart, from the stomach, and they're gonna prove which organ is the best.
Guys, I love that because I love the concept of like all of these different like body parts, like fluids and stuff from body parts getting together and having this big sports game. And at the end, the twist is you realize they're all together because this dude has like massive internal bleeding.
Oh my god, yeah, it's yeah, like something like that. I don't know. It's the blood sports because the blood cells are doing sports.
There it is. And if you like blood sports, go check out Kill Jam
Triple
X
X
if you need a break from these horrors. Next is called Blood and Guts in High School.
This is the Berserk fanfiction where
I kind of love that actually.
yeah, you know what it is? It's a Berserk high school AU, and the class president Griffith has got some silly things going on, and it's Berserk.
He ascends to being on the faculty through some rare bylaw.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's like the superintendent promotes him, and he's.
He's like, this kid is so good, he's a teacher now.
Yeah, and I guess, like, this is one of those things where it's like, if you've read Berserk, you'll get it, but you'll also be like, wow, this, like, sanitizes the story in a way that seems almost tasteless. Like, the way that, like, God, Henry, do you know, have you heard of the anime Narutaru?
That name feels really familiar, but what is it?
So, it's, on the surface, it's kind of like it's a Pokemon like sort of pet monster thing where like the pet monsters are these like bizarre eldritch aliens, and the show gets like really dark because it's like unstable teenagers with like real teenage emotions and hormones given like pet monsters that can cause mass destruction. But the opening theme song is very upbeat and very wholesome, but there is like one moment where a character is sort of taken off screen by like these other bully characters, and the context for that in the show is wait a minute, this is maybe a funny cartoon fight dust cloud isn't the way we should portray what actually goes on in the real show.
No.
Yeah, it's a little it's a little fucked up. It's a little fucked up.
You can't.
That's
do
the
that.
energy of like blood and guts in high school. The Berserk fan fiction would be.
I think you're right. Next we have Blubber Island.
Wow. This scares me. Like, I'm starting to feel real weird about some of these.
Yeah, I'm so frightened about, because the thing is, I feel like, there are disturbing films, but like What have you got to do to write a whole novel about this stuff?
Yeah, so this I think is this is like a kid's cartoon with like a blue whale who like reads books. And because like, a whale body like can't really walk around on land, he's always in a chair and his lower body is like covered by a blanket. And he's just like reading the books with his flippers. It's low budget. They didn't really build the whale body to move out of the chair, so like, you can see the strings. It's like a local access thing. They did their best. And he's just reading real books. Like, it's like, I'm Captain Blubber, and today we're reading whatever we can get our hands on. Fuck you.
Shut the fuck up, kid.
You dumb children. I hate you.
You pieces of
Yeah, because it's
shit.
just like an actual guy who like wanted to like reach out and help the community, but he just gets too drunk every time he does the show.
That's so sad.
Yeah. He doesn't
Oh
even
my
get through the
fucking
book. He
God.
just like at a certain point, he's just sort of like, oh fuck this. Hey, bring me more gin. I need more gin.
It's the only way I can forget about Martha.
And he just drinks gin like he's not it's not even a puppet. He's just in the whale costume, and he can't like drink properly because he has to grab everything with flippers. And the real like meat of the show is him trying to like lift the small cup of gin with his flippers towards the hole in the whale baleen mask so that it will trickle down into his mouth. And he has little success with this, and it went on for like a little bit too long. I think the people at the network were just kind of like vicariously getting their sick thrills on watching this broken man try to like heal his life through children's stories.
Yeah, no, I believe that is a real and tragic. That's Blubber Island.
So after the horror of Blubber Island, what's next for us, Henry?
Well, we've got a much chiller one now. It's Born to Bleed.
Born to Bleed, huh? I think I want to like, you know what? No, this is a coming of age story about people who have periods, and it's like very normal shit that people go through, but framed around like what's that one, like, Dear God, It's Me, Margaret?
Yeah, that
It's
was
one of those.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I was going to say it could either have been that, or it could have been like a documentary about people who suffer from hemophilia.
Yeah, which is a little bit, I would say slightly less common than the amount
Less
of the
wholesome.
population
Yeah,
that gets
no, you're right.
periods.
Well, thankfully,
Yeah,
thankfully,
it's true.
I think we'd be in real trouble otherwise if we all had the like children of the last Tsar disorder.
Oh
Oh
no.
boy. Okay. So this next one, I'm very sorry to anyone who speaks this language. I don't know. It feels like one of the Romance languages. I'm probably going to butcher it. Cabello Minot or Cabello Minot.
This doesn't bode well for me either, because I'm like, what on earth could I do of this? I'm gonna skip this one.
I believe it means made of meat.
It means lots
Okay,
of meat.
that's totally
I'm gonna skip this one because there's nothing I can do, you know?
Yeah, no, it's fair. I think we're both as boxed in with that. Okay, next we have Child of God.
Ooh, okay. This is a like it's like a sort of Percy Jackson like, but we're gonna do the Egyptian gods this time, and it's about like a pharaoh who has to, defeat Set and restore balance, or defeat Amut. Maybe Amut is running amok. He's got out of the underworld and he's got a taste for souls, and he's up on the thing, and the son of Horus has to stop him. I wish I knew more about Egyptian mythology, but it's pretty rad from what I do know. Primal chaos and
No, it
cyclical
is.
cycles of deities and all that. Very nice.
I feel like people really sleep on Egyptian mythology. There's so much cool. I think
Oh,
there's like back in the like late 90s and early 2000s, there was like a huge
oh, the
boom
mummy
of like
mania.
Egypt
Yeah, yeah.
fascination. Yeah, like thankfully with less cannibalism this time.
Oh, yeah,
But
exactly. Like, here's the thing. I low-key, and this is because I've been, like, sort of looking at certain time periods for research for a story. I am kind of floored by how little ancient Egypt is sort of talked about and given credit, at least in comparison to something like the Roman Empire. Because if you put together like the time periods and like the length that this situation has existed for, and the stuff they were doing, even at earlier time, it's insane. Like ancient Egypt was fucking all the way cracked. Is my response to it. They were OP.
Man, I wonder what the difference is between the ancient Egyptians and like the Norse and the
Scholars are
Romans and the
still
Greek. I
debating
just
it to this day, Henry.
I can think of a certain cow who might have some feelings on it, but the less said about that, the
Mamma
better.
mia.
Our next one
Here we go
is
again.
coin locker babies.
Coin locker babies. Okay, so this is it's a heist movie about a like these kids in middle school who realize that like the school bully has been hoarding all of the lunch money he takes from people in this one locker, and it's their mission to like break in and get all the money and get out before they get like beat up and swirlied and wedgied and all that.
I actually kind of love that. I was also just thinking how incredibly funny, like, and deeply messed up Reservoir Dogs, but with high schoolers would be.
What if it was Reservoir Dogs but they're actual dogs?
Oh my god! Wow, we could make some real money if we can get the rights from Tarantino. We this is gonna be our million
I
dollar
love the
idea.
idea of like you transport like us in this video back to like the like the spec script era and the like television like idea guy like craze, and we either like make all the money in the world or we make no money and lower a lot of studios. All I can tell you is we're gonna start doing hard drugs either way.
Exactly. So no matter what, we get some kind of happy ending. Okay, next we have complicity.
Ooh, okay. This is
A
a
beautiful name for a baby girl.
yeah. I think that this is a Detroit Become Human like, where complicity is the name of a gynoid, and they call them that within the universe of this. And she has to create a revolution of robots rebelling against the people who want them to be complicit in everything.
That's what I could also imagine complicity being the first name of a like Emma Peel style like 60s like British lady secret agent.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. Oh, you know what? I think maybe the thing that kicks off the rebellion and like breaks the robot out of the mind control is that she witnesses like the big business cyberpunk man who employs her like murder somebody in his office, and it's like you can't tell anyone because you're a robot, and that starts fucking with her programming, and then she just creates robo revolution, robomania.
I love that. I love that. By the way, people in the audience, if any of you haven't seen the movie Companion, you really should. It's got Natalie from Yellow Jackets and Jack Quaid in it. It's really fantastic. Go in totally blind. It's another great Lady Robot movie. Okay, next we have Crash.
Is this the Crash I'm thinking of?
I didn't know it was a book. Like maybe it's a different thing. Because that's the thing. In the world of movies, there are two different crashes, and they give you very different vibes.
So,
But books, I don't know.
all right, so this is going to be like a canned Crash Bandicoot live action film that would have come out like circa the mid 2000s, and it was going to have like Mike Myers playing Crash Bandicoot. And so
Oh
you'd get
God.
the like this is in a universe where the Cat in the Hat doesn't exist, and that slot is filled by this movie. And so you get a lot of Mike Myers going, "Whoa!" Wow!
They would have added all of the horrible Cat in the Hat catchphrases we love. Like, could you not picture Crash Bandicoot going, "Oh
Oh
yeah"?
yeah, and he's doing the like iconic Crash Bandicoot victory dance, but it's Mike Myers and it's live action. Yeah, all right, that's what Crash is.
In this other universe, do you think they would also bring back a pre-shooting somebody Alec Baldwin to play the like wooden mask guy? Was that Baku? I always forget his
Oh,
name.
Aku Aku.
Aku. I think I was fusing Aku Aku with M'Baku, Winston Duke's character from Black Panther. But no, I think
I like the idea of like them getting an established actor to play Aku Aku, but the lines, it's all just the one line, which is when he like powers up Crash.
oh,
I know he says other things in the
why
cutscenes
did
of the game, but it would be like really funny to just have that be the bit.
that would be yeah, it was really the era when they hadn't figured out video game adaptation.
Oh, wait. This is also the universe where we get, instead of Jim Carrey Grinch, we get Jim Carrey Spyro the Dragon. Sign me up for that.
Like, look, would that not? It's like that horrifying test footage of Jim Carrey as Mr. Limpet that looks like Seaman, that like weird video game.
Yes, yeah. Oh my god. All right. I'm just shifting
Absolute
back to this
nightmare.
reality. What do we have next?
We need to pull Gus out of that, and we're going to do that with Escape from Camp 14.
Ooh, okay. This is like a YA novel where there are 20 different camps that the children are placed in, and they in each one they have a different personality trait slash animal spirit associated with them, and they then Camp 14 escapes, and they realize, wait a minute, dividing people by things that are divisive is wrong. We should all be one big free world. It's divergent, but with more factions, so bigger BuzzFeed quizzes.
I love how so many of these end up being these like bizarre kind of like parables or morality plays. Like I find that's just another really funny trend among these different like log
Well,
lines.
it's because stories nowadays, they don't have good messages. We gotta go back to when the stories had the great values and hinted at things we'd lost throughout the modernities and whatnot. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to bring that energy that sewed our many myths together like a human centipede back into the world.
Well, can you sow that same energy into Flowers in the Attic?
Oh, okay. This is going to be a story about some sentient flowers that live in an attic, and like elves in the cobbler style help the family again.
That's another one where I think anyone who knows what the original story is fucking losing it right now. But I think the opposite of losing it is finding it, and our next title is Found with a period at the end there. I've seen the film this is based on. I wouldn't rewatch the film this is based on. Anyway.
Interesting. Okay, so I think that Found is about a kid who loses his like favorite action figure in the Lost and Found, and in searching for it, he falls into the Lost and Found box and goes to the land of lost things, and he learns what it truly means to be lost, and in doing so, goes on an adventure with the action figure who is alive in the land of the lost, and he has to learn to let it go and put away childish things and grow up and accept loss in a really roundabout way.
And much like the original Land of the Lost, Chaka is there for some reason.
And Aku Aku is also there.
They're all there. All the guys with like hard K's in their name are there.
Exactly.
And it's just a big hullabaloo. Okay, next we have Geek Love.
All right. This is a like poorly aged 2000s movie where like the geek gets the girl, and it's like it's like maybe the most extreme you've ever seen of like a Hollywood actor, whoever this dude is. He's probably handsome because like he's an actor, but they absolutely demolish his face with like acne makeup. They put him in the worst glasses. They make his hairstyle the worst. They do all this shit to him to make him like the most awful, like repulsive like stereotype of a geek. And then the girl he wins at the end of this story is like a perfect stereotype of like the most beautiful cheerleader ever, and it's Geek Love, and it's like the most egregious version of the like the nerdy guy gets the girl ever, and he has to like win a battle of wits with her like comically like abusive, dangerous, and mean, but handsome jock boyfriend.
This bizarre kind of Ernest Klein-esque, like, incel fantasy.
Yeah, yeah, like just like the ultimate like nice guy myth is this
Oh,
story.
God. If you would like a somehow comparatively nice story of geek love, maybe a little bit misleading, you should go and check out the little one-off anthology piece that myself, Addison, and Meg created called Clarissa the Geek, which is an episode of the new show Professor Pandemonium's Peculiar Panoply. It's a anthology show where each episode is about a different member of a kind of bizarre time and space spanning circus. And in this episode, Addison plays an unfortunate circus geek who is looking for love if some of her other urges don't get in the way. Are you ready for the next one, Gus?
Yeah, go for it.
So this is Gristle and Bone, stories. And by the way, I mean the colon is in punctuation, not Gristle and Bone, story.
Oh, okay. So, Gristle and Bone are like a pair of like little like this is a puppet show. This is like a Mr. Meaty, but it's a little bit more like a Mr. Meaty with an overarching plot. Like, imagine if there was a very well-produced puppet show with these two little like meat rat creatures, and they go on like an adventure through a forest, and it's like a little bit of gross out, but it also follows like the story beats of a kind of like retrieval fantasy story where like at the end of it all they manage to get their hands on this like ring that can produce infinite cheese, and that's what they want. That's the thing they want.
Incidentally, this was produced in the basement of that same friend who made Dog Cop.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like, yeah, no, I made these meat wraps out of the, like, leftover dude that I had after finishing Dog Cop.
Yeah, they could only do one season of this show because like the puppets rotted away.
Because they rot. Because the puppets were eaten by crows.
It's what the last. It's like that's the credits of every episode. Is like like they filmed it after the series wrapped, and you think it's kind of like one of those anime endings where everyone's like injured, like in the like credits. But no, it's just like they played the actual footage of the puppets like being decomposed, time lapsed, and eaten by crows.
Getting screw-eyed, if you will.
The crows could, and then you never hear from me for the rest of the video.
just the flapping of wings.
Exactly. My glass eye falls out.
Okay, so the next one is called Headhunter Reimagined.
Ooh, okay. This is like a Celtic.
That's something to work with.
Yeah. So this is like a Celtic warrior story about a aspiring headhunter, and he has to battle against like some sort of mythical creature, maybe like the Redcaps, that he can only kill them by like scalping them or beheading them. And the Redcaps are like trying to take over this region of the Celtic world. And it's a story of like, you know, brutal heroes against even more brutal villains. But it's all in good fun, you know? It's like it's the kind of high fantasy action that is so bloody that it loops back around to being just awesome and not disturbing.
That being said, even though it goes a little bit against the brief, sorry, I'm eating a fizzy lace. Fucking be mad about it in the comments.
I am. I'm mad about it, and I'm here.
I would watch that as like a Robert Eggers period horror.
Yeah. I think that it could work. It's got legs. It's got a head to be hunted.
Yeah, for now.
For new.
So next we have Hallucination. As in hallucination, but it's hell.
Ooh, okay. This is a little bit John dies at the end, I think. You know how there's like that magical substance that makes people
Soy sauce.
Yeah, the soy sauce that like makes the plot happen basically. This is a kind of brimstone from hell is shot out of a hellmouth somewhere in like Greece or Rome or wherever you get your hellmouths, and a group of teenagers from that region of the world, they end up kind of sniffing this brimstone as a drug, and they have hallucinations. Maybe this one verges on horror, but I think it's more like Kids versus Monsters and less Talk to Me.
Oh my god. So, if you're watching this now, you're enjoying it, and you enjoy hearing me and Gus talk about bizarre things, please watch our video about kids versus monsters. There'll be like something on screen telling you what to
Oh,
do
yeah, it's
now.
a bit of an
That is
underrated
one of my
one.
favorite videos. Yeah, it's one of those things where it was kind of a sleeper in terms of views because the movie itself is so utterly unknown. But if you want just a bizarre thing, if you want to see an Anna Akana cat girl and know the glory and horror of Mr. Beat, that is not Mr. Beast, that is Mr.
Mr.
Beat,
Beat!
you've got to check that video out
Oh!
because he beats
He
kids.
does. Yeah, he beats the allegations, too. Anyway.
I've also got to say, I actually did really like the concept for hallucination. The idea of people like huffing a piece of literal like brimstone from hell and it like making their minds all demonic is actually really sick.
Yeah, no, I think it could be, a little bit of a lesson about, like, how far is too far vis-a-vis drugs.
Or how a clan of wizards could defeat a planet. Anyway, next we have Hog with two G's.
Okay, this is a cartoon on Nickelodeon about like a barnyard, and it's like this very kind of like grumpy sort of pig character. It's like if like SpongeBob was from the perspective of Squidward, but they're farm animals. Like basically Hog is trying to like be be chill and relax in the mud, but the shenanigans of the other farm animals always drag him into situations well above and beyond what he can handle personally. I guess it's also a little bit like that Dan Versus show. He gets mad at stuff.
Oh, I remember Dan.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would basically go on like a different Quixotic quest every
Against like
episode.
some like nemesis or adversary thing. But yeah, I think it's similar to that, is that like Hog is just trying to play in his mud. Almost every episode begins with him like chilling out somehow. And then, the chicken and the cow and whoever else are like, Hog, we got crazy shit happening. And he's like, damn it, not again. Fuck. Oh shit, I'm on a
He's like,
kids
fuck
network.
off. Made by the creator of Blubber Island. He improvises all the dialogue and then panics.
Yeah.
Then he hits the gin out of fear and it gets worse.
We cannot let this man keep making television shows. It's not good for him.
He needs his come to Jesus moment and not with Father Bongwater.
Yeah, exactly.
With a real priest.
Anyway, that's Hog.
Okay, next we have In Cold Blood.
Ooh, okay. This is one I'm going to skip.
Yeah, there's not many cheerful interpretations of that, is there?
Yeah.
Next we have In the Miso Soup.
Wait. I've got it. I'm going back. I'm rewinding the clock a little bit.
All right, I'm unskipping it.
In Cold Blood is the story about like these reptile doctors, like lizards in a little hospital. And they
like Dr. House, but they're lizards.
Yeah, it's like a Doctor House for kids, and they're lizards, and it's a like medical comedy with some like health lessons in there. And the joke is that like these doctors, treat a different lizard for a different lizard related problem every week or however often it airs.
The idea of like a lizard hospital drama is so funny because I'm just picturing it being like, Doctor, we have an emergency. The tail has fallen off. Oh, they're meant to do that. It'll grow
Or like,
back.
we have to amputate. We have to amputate, and the tail grows back immediately. We have to amputate again, and the tail grows back immediately. We don't know.
We found an unlimited food supply. You've saved the world.
Yeah, anyway, what was the next one? You said In the Miso Soup?
Yeah, In the Miso Soup. I've got to say, out of Cold Blood and Miso Soup, I know which one I'd rather be in. But anyway, what do you think this is?
This is about a group of hippies that go to Japan, and
Oh, you
ultimately,
motherfucker.
ultimately, they end up getting a little too deep into the soup, if you know what I'm saying. If you know what I mean.
And a very greedy and high-strung Japanese restaurant manager gets his underpaid subordinate to try to get the hippies out of the miso soup. and we have about 11 minutes on that.
Oh yeah, it's brilliant, really, because like you would think that that could fill just exactly 11 minutes, but the full movie's like 80 minutes long. And let me tell you, the characterizations of both the Japanese restaurant owner and the employees and the hippies, pure stereotypes, just the
Yeah,
most you've ever seen. It's unadulterated um expectations being met.
it was written by that racist cow again. He had quite a successful screenwriting career in the
I
50s.
told them that the script on my desk was not written by me. It was written by the racist cow, but no one believes me.
Have I shown you that Salvatore Ganocci skit about the racist carrot?
Yes, yes, yes. I'll do it again.
They're like, I will be equally racist tomorrow. And then he like cocks his fist back and it just screams.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Oh, that's a good one. That's a fun one.
Okay, next we have Junkie.
Junkie. All right. So this is the Polar spinoff about Junkie Jane and her origin story. Now, who is that a reference for? That is a reference for people who are already on the Patreon.
What we have shilled the Patreon a couple of times on this. There's a lot of good stuff on there. It's only $1 a month, but I do not know if anything on there quite approaches how funny I think our video on the baffling Mads Mikkelsen assassin
Yeah.
movie Polar
At,
is. There is
at
nothing like
at any
that.
rate, that is probably one of the funniest things that you and I have ever recorded in the history of us being talking voices on the internet.
Yeah, and I'm haunted by it. I think about it all the time. But you know what? Because we have got so much to do, I'm gonna let you have that. That is gonna be the Junkie Jane spin-off. It's gonna give her internality. It's gonna make her an interesting, lovable character, and it will make Polar twice as brilliant on the rewatch. When you know just who she is, it's the Better Call Saul of
Yeah,
Polar.
twice as brilliant, which puts it halfway to stupid. Next one.
Next one is Last Days.
Ooh, okay. This is about the last days of summer and a summer fling between two teens that is coming to an end, and they don't know how to figure out what it means when they're going home. They live in different towns. One of them was only visiting for the summer, and it's bad news when that happens. But you learn things.
Because we record this on Discord, and because Discord is shit and it cuts off bits of words, when you were saying figure out, it kind of cut it in a way that's like, they don't know how to grout. And I was like, well, are they fixing up a bathroom during their, like, summer romance?
Yeah, no, they're fixing out the old beach house and its rusty pipes. It's just basically Kissing Booth
Well, I
3.
think that would be, that, yeah, so that would be a great thing to make a third Kissing Booth movie about.
Kissing Booth 3, the beach house, and Mario Kart for some
Let's
reason.
do it.
Anyway, what do we got?
Alrighty, next we have Last Exit to Brooklyn.
This is about a band that gets lost on their way to their Brooklyn concert, and in getting turned around, they go from like a band on the verge of breaking up to a band united. And even though they're late for this concert, we see them playing at a different concert at like the end of the movie, and they're like on point, and they're all happy and they love each other again.
Oh, that's quite wholesome. I like that one. So for this next one, I'm going to briefly recruit Meg, who is editing Killjam about a foot from me, because Meg takes French classes. How would you pronounce that?
Les Chants de Maldoror. The songs of something.
The Songs of Maldoror. That sounds like a fantasy.
I'm just thinking of like the Key and Peele sketch with the French restaurant where he's like, "I'll have one." Good. You just can't.
Make Squidward noises.
Yeah.
Correct us in the comments if you're a French person who is tearing their hair out right now.
This is like a fantasy story about like the goddess entrusts this party of adventurers to go collect the notes to the song that can like save the universe. But when they unite all the songs, it turns out to be an evil song, so they have to sing it backwards in order to defeat the evil goddess.
And then they missed their Brooklyn concert while on the verge of breaking up.
Yeah, in the end they learn that a song is a song.
Wonderful sleepy time wisdom. Okay, next we have Marabou Stalk Nightmares.
Marabou? Not Malibu?
No, Marabou with an R. I assume that's just a different place. It's Marabou. Marabou, Marabou Dream.
Oh, God. What are we on right now?
I just activated, Gus. That is a joke for genuinely almost no one.
Yeah.
Okay, what do we got? What do
All
you
right.
think? What is Marabou Stalk Nightmare?
All right, so this is a stork. Like, it's set in a universe where, like, storks deliver babies. Sorry for anyone out there who is getting their mind blown that that's not the case. But
You shouldn't be watching this if that's you. You really shouldn't.
yeah, the storks. So this stork gets assigned a new baby, and it's some kind of freaky monster creature. And they're like, "Well, where do I deliver this to?" And it's like, you must go to the land of Marabou, where these ogres lie, and this stork has to fly and deliver a baby of like a monster, like monster people. And along the way, it realizes, well, wait, they're just gonna eat this baby, so I'm gonna adopt this baby so that it doesn't get eaten by the ogres, because it's an ogre baby, and that's what they do to their own babies.
No one's really sure how they propagate from generation to generation.
No, yeah, it doesn't make much sense. But anyway, it's like, fun stork adventure with a baby ogre that's like adorable, but also ugly, and makes good merchandise.
It's true. It's the new Baby Yoda. How many years ago was that now?
Yeah,
God
Marabou,
damn. Okay.
Grogu, it's like,
It's that's his name, Marabou.
yeah.
Okay. Our next one is just the word meat.
I think this is like the story of okay, this is like a artsy film about a steak that is cooking in a pan and remembering its life as a cow and being like, you know what, it was worth it in the end, and I've ascended to like the realm of taste, and maybe that's my mark. And it's a metaphor for being an artist who enriches the lives of others, but at the detriment of themselves, which is a good lesson to learn, I guess.
It was a steak remembering his racist life as a cow. And just being like, you know what, I regret none of it. Okay, I'll take that, though. I'll take that weird kind of almost Jan Svenkmeyer-esque
Yeah.
little artsy short film. Next we have My Twisted World.
All right, so this is like I don't know if you'd call it like fantasy or like just kind of like zany, cartoony world, but the main character is like a spring-limbed wackadoo who can like twist the world, and he's on the run from like the equivalent of the authorities because they're like, stop, we want everything to be in straight lines and right angles, you can't keep twisting this world. And he's like, you're wrong, this is my twisted world. And he's a fun character, is like, kind of like a Sonic the Hedgehog type dude, and I think this is like one of those shows that like inexplicably has a large Christian fan base.
How terrifying would it be? Just seizing on one thing you said there of like people coming to your house and you're like, who are you guys? And you're like, we're the equivalent of the authorities.
Yeah. It's like, where's your badge? Where's your uniform? It's like, doesn't matter. You're under arrest.
That's how you know you're about to be taken out to the woods and shot.
Exactly.
Next we have one of what is genuinely like one of my favorite weird books, which is Naked Lunch.
Oh, you know what? This is the story of a couple that decides to embrace nudism to help themselves feel closer to each other. And they eat lunch naked every day, and they start to appreciate each other more.
Oh, that's fun. A naturist rom-com.
Yeah, exactly.
There was space in the market for one of those. Okay, this next one I think will fascinate you because this is a really odd title. Negative Space, a play in one act.
Ooh, okay. This is the story of a sentence where each of the words is a character, but it's getting rewritten and like sort of like whited out and redone multiple times. And this is like the protagonist is like the last word that remains like unedited and has to sort of deal with like these, eventually the sentence being something good and complete and meaningful, but being like all these people I knew growing up from like second one of this sentence being like written down are now gone. I remember when this was like, being edited, but now the world is finally complete and I can rest, but at the cost of so much stuff changing.
That's some Oulipo shit. Oh my god, that's so like abstract.
I'm getting.
Did you know about the Oulipo, by the way?
I don't know. I have no idea what that is. Is that extra flavor that you can get when you eat sushi?
Yeah, it's the eighth flavor after umami.
Yeah.
But no, they're this group of kind of elite like poets and writers whose whole thing is like placing these utterly like bizarre restrictions on themselves to like create art. Like their most famous work is that one of the writers in that group wrote an entire novel called Avoid. It's a murder mystery where the letter E is never used, and every character who dies in it dies when they are about to use the letter E.
Oh, that's you know what? That's pretty inventive. That's pretty fun.
But you know what's extra strange about that? It works in English and French.
Wow. All right. Yeah. All right. Respect for these guys.
Yeah, these guys are like the Skyrim, like greybeards up on High Hrothgar,
Yeah.
They're up there doing like the crazy, crazy shit just because they can, and inspiring us all to go a little bit further. And you know what? I appreciate that. So our next one is called Not Okay.
Ooh. All right. So this is a prequel to I'm Not Okay About This, or whatever that one with the telekinetic teenager on
That
Netflix
Sophia
was.
Lillis one?
Yeah, that one, which really sad that got canceled. I really liked that one and only season. This would be a prequel about the dad who had the same powers.
Fair enough. We have let things that have been less of a story through the filter than that.
We let a Shadow the Hedgehog fanfiction get through earlier. You have to give me this.
Yeah, because we're not the fucking Oulipo. We are not alive.
You said it.
That deserves a subscribe, don't you think? That deserves hitting the notification bell, doesn't it?
And if you don't, we'll come to your house because we're psycho. Yo,
Oh.
yo.
Okay, next week, the idea of a YouTuber that comes to your house if you don't subscribe to them is so scary.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, next we have On the Beach.
All right. It's another 1950s beach movie. and it's even
You can never have enough. They made 1 million of them.
exactly, and it's even more softcore porn than the last one.
Yeah, brother. Oh, that's how I like it.
Yeah, they might be wearing 2-piece bikinis in this one. Sorry, not bikinis. That would be too much. Bathing suits.
Scandalous.
Yeah, I got a little frightened and overwhelmed by saying the word bikini in relation to the 1950s beach movie. That would have, society would have collapsed right then and there.
Speaking of society collapsing, this next one I
Always
think
am.
this has enough to chew on. This is called People Who Eat Darkness.
Oh, man. Okay, this is like a shonen anime inspired series of urban fantasy novels where the power system, the hard magic system, the Sandersonian arcane art that the characters in this practice is they eat darkness and convert it into different colors of light. And those different colors of light have different powers. But this comes at a cost, is that the more darkness they eat in the world, the shorter the nights are becoming. And this has allowed the Sun Lord, who I feel like bears a resemblance to several villains we've already done, but that's okay. But the Sun Lord begins to expand his kingdom into like night, and the moon goddess is all like, "Oh no, my night kingdom!" Wah. And
She's voiced by Pauly Shore, like that Pinocchio.
yeah, and they have to.
Oh no, No, my son
Oh
can.
no, you eaters of darkness, you have to fix this.
When will I leave to be on my own? I'm sorry, it will never stop being funny to me. I don't care that that's like a 3-year-old joke.
All right, are we done? Do we do it like, there could be like five books out of that. There's lots of twists and turns.
You cleared the bar. So this next one is how I felt about myself when No Sleep projected my infamous piss house story. This next one is Perceptions of a Renegade Mind.
Ooh, okay. This is about a character who learns to do astral projection, but they
Ooh.
accidentally astral project themselves into a car on the other side of America. So it's a road trip from the perspective of someone who's astral projected into a car, trying to drive back to their original body so that they can go back to their life before their body rots.
That's fucking insane. That's very that's what we call in the business a monkey bone like.
Yeah, it's a monkey bone like, exactly.
So my sister is gonna pull the plug if I don't get back
Yeah,
there.
and the car's got like Renegade as its license plate, which, like, obviously with some liberties taken for the character limit. But yeah, it's this car that, like, and the chop shop that had the car originally is like hunting the car down, and the car has like romance with like with a human in like rubber style because it's French, I guess.
Nothing should ever be rubber style.
No. Except for when you're practicing safe sex.
It's true, you're right. Then it is very
Wrap it up.
responsible. This next one is another book that we have. I'm looking at it right now. Perfume.
Ooh, okay. So this is the title itself is a pun because it is about a like a cat who can create fire. It's like a pyrokinetic cat who is the familiar of a witch and has to rescue his master from an evil warlock. It's called Perfume because he purrs and he can create fumes, you see.
The familiar of the Heart Witch from the well-known Heart trilogy.
I was gonna say, I think there's crossover. Like, I think the master in Perfume, like the witch, has been drawn with the Heart Witch, but they're different characters. But it's friendly fandoms. You can see crossover art a lot.
Fair
Yeah.
enough. All right, well, next we have a book and not a great movie that me and Meg watched, Piercing.
It's a story about a spear fighter in medieval Europe who, did I get it yet?
The Rising of the Spear Hero. No, this isn't a story. What does he do? What action does he take? What challenges does he face?
All right, so it's a little bit of a subversive fantasy story where it's about the perspective of, like, the town guard who wields the spear. He's a literal spear carrier, and the plot of a Dark Lord taking over the country and a chosen hero fighting back against it all happens in the backdrop, but we deal with the mundane day-to-day life of this guy who, like, says who goes there all day. And it goes on for way too long, but I think that is indeed a thing.
So it gets 3 seasons on Crunchyroll, and the animation budget gets, like, notably lower every season. Gets One Punch Man.
Someone call Studio Dean! We've got a hit on our hands!
Studio D's. No.
Studio D's! Alright.
That was a fucking...
That was piercing.
Like, that was me falling off the wagon just then.
Piercing!
I promised I wouldn't do that again, but I did. Okay, next... This is going to be a challenge. Next we have Programmed to Kill.
Ooh. This is a like mockumentary about comedians who take, like, being stand-up comedians way too seriously. And, like, it's like the sort of, like, we're just killing and murdering out here when we're telling jokes.
Just crushing,
yeah.
just
And the
murdering.
juxtaposition is, like, between, like, the way they talk about, like, themselves in this, like, yeah, we're changing society. People aren't ready for this stuff. And then, like, you see the actual jokes and it's like, I took a huge shit and it stinks. And, it's like, it's just very banal, like, safe, humor.
I'm sorry, just the image of a stand-up comedian walking on stage and saying, "I took a huge shit. It stinks." I mean, Meg's just laughing at that as well, hearing that. So clearly, maybe we've invented the new generation of avant-garde comedy. Literally, just walk on stage and talk about
Yeah,
shits you've
that's
taken.
what Programmed to Kill is. It's sort of like this is Spinal Tap by way of like the modern comedy world.
I would, yeah, it's the tale of Tony the Pancake and Salami Williams at the height of their power.
Exactly.
I'd watch that. I would watch that because I think comedians really, especially like kind of like the podcast stand-up world,
Yeah.
really does need to be taken down a peg.
Exactly.
Okay, next we have Siege.
Ooh, okay. This is the story of a... You know what? This is like a cyberpunk cyborg story, but it's set in the Middle Ages, and it's a woodborg who, after getting his village burned, his village burned... He gets his village burned, and then he has to replace his body with wood, and then he gets revenge on the lord who burned down his village by becoming part catapult, part trebuchet, part catapult, and part ballista, and he sieges all by himself because he's the siege man.
I've just thought of a like steampunk like cyborg story called the 6 million shilling man.
Yeah. It's yeah, I guess like, but this isn't steampunk. This would be pre-steampunk. This is woodpunk.
Woodpunk. I love it. Okay, next we
10 out
have
of 10 woodpunk
Skin
again.
Game.
Sorry, I said something stupid.
Yeah.
What did you say? What was the title?
Skin Game.
Skin Game. I'm gonna skip this one because I don't think I can top the last time a skin one came up and it was like the quest for the ultimate high five.
It makes me think of that have you seen that video of that, like, I think they're called singamajigs? Those, like, weird kind of, like, sock puppet things that when you press them, they make, like, a kind of musical tone. But this one was running out of batteries, so when you pressed it, it would just go, skin. And it's the creepiest thing ever.
Yeah, that is pretty freaky. You know, if I were allowed to do a disturbing one for Skin Game, I think it would be a unnecessary prequel to Skinamarink that has full dialogue and explains what the Skinamarink are and why they do what they do.
It's a series of Skinamarink competing on a Korean island for a giant piggy bank full of cash. But if they lose, they die.
That's ridiculous. That is, wow, if we reach that level of cultural brain rot where you crossed over these two things that have no business being together, like Skin Game.
And my boy Tung Tung Sahur is there.
Yeah, tung Sahur.
Okay, next we have Small Sacrifices.
This is a sort of like pagan witchcraft flavored woodland creature story, and they're sacrificing, instead of sacrificing like big animals like goats like people would, they're sacrificing bugs to appease their gods, and they're waging a little like woodland creature wizard war on each other.
Bizarre, freaky, but I would watch it.
Yeah.
Okay, next we have Stabs at Happiness, 13 stories.
Stabs at Happiness, 13 stories, huh?
13 stories.
All right. This is going to be a... I was just thinking of like an action movie about a guy who he got hit in the head and he can only feel happiness, but he has to fight his way up 13 stories with only his knife. And I realized that while that is possibly a cool thing, it's also probably going to be disturbing. So I don't think I passed fully.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. I would watch the shit out of like that exact premise directed by like Takashi Miike.
Yeah, it's like a Takeshi Miike, or it's like Mayhem.
Or what's his bloody name? The Joe Lynch. Joe
Ooh,
Lynch.
yeah.
I always want to say Joe Dante, but that's Gremlins. Yeah, Joe Lynch is great. Mayhem's a really good movie. Wrong Turn 2 is a shockingly really good movie, but Gus told me I'm not allowed to get into the Wrong Turn franchise
late now.
on this channel again because we go to weird places. We will have more calls to get into it later, but for now, the next title is called Steps.
Steps. All right. This is you got this is a like 2000s dance movie of like we got to do the right steps cuz if you don't, you won't be able to climb higher in society. And I think what the twist is with this one is that it's framed as like a success story, but it's about like a nepo baby. And so it's like already there's like no stakes for them like failing, and all the successes that they do have is like their dad buys them their way into the college, or like, you know, the contest is rigged, and it's a story of like succeeding at whatever the cost.
If Stomp was produced by PragerU.
Yeah, because it's like instead of like, you know, stomping, it's like being higher on the steps of the staircase and stomping on those trying to climb the stair. Because fuck you. You don't belong here in our world.
There's something so like depressing about this, like seeing this DVD. You know, back in the day when you'd go to stores with the DVDs, and it's just like steps, and it's a bunch of very rich-looking like guys in dance clothes, and the tagline is just "It's about who you know."
Oh my god, yeah, yeah. And it's literally like, it's just one of those things where it's like, you know, sorry.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. Next we have Tampa.
This is about a shark who does a little adventure. He gets up out of the water in Tampa Bay, and he becomes like a human guy for a bit. And it's the story of like just a silly shark doing human stuff. In the end, he finds his calling. He becomes a dentist.
The tagline is just, "It's like if a fish was a dude."
It's every week is Shark Week is the tagline.
That's so funny. For him, every week is Shark Week, while like some terrible like funk track is playing in the background on the trailer.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh god, okay. Things like we haven't yet broken into level 4, but things have taken a turn in the next ones, because we start with the abuse of Ashley Collins.
Skip.
Okay. Next we have the atrocity exhibition.
Skip.
Next we have the conspiracy against the human race.
Okay, this one I can work with. We've got a spinning a wheel in my mind to pick a species. It's the rabbits. The rabbits.
The Maharaga wheel spins and just adapts to each title.
The rabbits are doing a conspiracy against the human race in order to try and become the dominant species. And it's a funny joke because you wouldn't expect rabbits to have long-term planning skills or do conspiracy stuff, but they do.
That definitely goes against my expectations.
Yeah, it's like a cats versus dogs, like. Except it's like rabbits versus humans.
I'm assuming this is maybe Russian.
Oh, ooh. And the big like the big thrust of their plan is that it's somehow wrapped up in like Hugh Hefner's Playboy Bunny mansion. Like they beamed stuff into his brain to make him do that. That didn't need to be appended onto the rest of this. Made it a little bit more disturbing than it should have been. What was the next one?
And yeah, it had to be.
Yeah.
So this next one, I don't know what this means. It has quite a Russian energy. It is the Day of Oprichnik.
This is about some kind of monster called a Skip.
It's like, this could be whatever you want as long as you decide that Oprichnik.
Yeah, no, literally.
Okay. So this next one is easier. It's The Drift.
The Drift. Oh, okay. This is about like drift racing, like Tokyo Drift style. A young cool guy who has to beat all these foreign drift racers in like he's from Japan, and all these like, you know, Americans are coming in and trying to take the drift race away from the place it was born, I guess. I don't know too much about drift racing, but like that's the tension there, is that he's got to take the sport back because this is the streets where it belongs.
And it's a little bit nationalistic,
Oh, yeah,
and it's
yeah,
full
exactly.
of all the kind of like B-rate American actors who are now content to just play the shitty American bad guys.
Oh yeah,
in international
absolutely.
movies.
You know that like one of the villains is like a blonde guy with like a cowboy hat who's like really big and fat, and he's just like, I'm in the old J-pan now, but I'm a good old driver. Yeehaw, cowboy! I'm gonna eat a hot dog. Mm.
It just makes me think again of the like rich guys from Squid Game when it's like, why did you pick 69? Because it's such a beautiful sexy number.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
the most like, oh.
That's the
So this
caliber
is
of
how
it.
these guys are
You know what?
seen.
Maybe it's like a coalition of stereotypes. Maybe there's like a French one, a German one, and a British one too. And he's got to defeat them all.
It's Tokyo Drift Italia.
Yeah, Tokyo Drift Italia / Punch Out, like Nintendo's Punch Out.
Awful. Okay, next we have The Eyes.
The Eyes is it's a war between invisible people and people who can see invisible people. You can only have
I mean, that's a very one... Actually, wait, no, I say that's a one-sided. That's just... For all intents and purposes, that's just normal people against each other.
Well, no, because the invisible people can hurt innocent people, and the people who have
True,
the
I
eyes must fight back against these invisible menaces. Also, you could have like a cool mentor character who was one of these, but then one of the invisible people carved out his eyes, and he wears 2 eye patches, and he he teaches the new
And
generation.
he runs a dojo.
Yeah, exactly. And he teaches the new generation how to like fight invisible people with kung fu or whatever martial art is like in vogue when this comes out. Krav Maga, Muay Thai, who knows?
Next we have The Fallen Boys.
The Fallen Boys.
Boy, I don't know why I said it in such a dramatic. The Fallen, but the Evil Toaster.
I think that the Fallen Boys are a group of fallen angels who form a band on Earth. And they're like, hey, we already got cast out of heaven. We might as well play all that rock and roll music that God doesn't like.
I love that. I'm also thinking it's about a group of fallen angels who decide to get together to defeat the Seven, the most powerful superheroes under the Vought Corporation.
It's like it's Underfell the Boys. It's
just a Billy Butcher just goes cunt and then grows wings.
well, no, because they're like reversed versions of themselves. So it's like Billy Butcher
Billy
is
Baker.
Yeah, he's Billy Baker, and then Frenchie is Germany. Mother's Milk is
And Huey.
father's orange juice.
And Huey is now the news.
No, Huey gets splattered, and his girlfriend is the one who joins the boys.
Oh, true, but she's Robin, so what's the opposite of a Robin?
Batman.
Batman.
Yeah, Batman's
What the fuck are we doing? This is nothing. This is nothing.
Yeah, they have to defeat the away Skyer because he's not home and he's not on the land. All right.
This is nothing. This is less than nothing. Okay, next we have The Girl Next Door.
The Girl Next Door, that's it?
Yes, the girl next door.
All right, this is going to be a little bit of a parable about not being so superficial about people that you're interested in, because there's a door next door to this guy's house, and every day he opens it, it's a different beautiful girl that he has a crush on, and he's kind of quantum leaping through girl next door style crushes, and then he forms an attachment with one of them, and then when he opens the door next time, he's like, oh shit, it really mattered to me that I had a connection, so maybe I gotta stop being such a man slut.
Because this incredibly specific power.
These are all monkey's paws, really. So many of these are just like are like morality tales about like, be careful what happens to you because it might be a high concept. So you better make it matter.
Maybe we should just convert Warner from kind of discussions of new media creativity and the kind of hangout vibes to a Darman style, it's us making these weird parables to teach people online lessons and engagement farm on Facebook.
Yeah, the Twanalite Zone.
And then at the end of each one of us will appear and explain the really obvious moral directly to the camera while clips from what you've seen plays.
Oh, hell yeah. If anyone wants to give us millions of dollars so we can just pivot to that, I promise we won't pocket it and you'll never see us again.
You're more than welcome. Okay, so next we have the Incest Diary.
Skip.
Very fair. Now we have the Laws of the Skies.
I already did a fantasy story on like Sky Islands, didn't I? For Kite Runner.
You did.
This one is going to be about bird people who invade the land, and they are trying to impose all their own laws, and it's and they're eagles, they're eagle people, and the idea is like they're like
and they're trying to kill each other.
No,
they're screaming to God.
no, it's like they're trying to take over the country and instate their own laws, and it's like these aren't American values, and it's like, but we're literally eagles, you can't argue with us, and it's a metaphor for politics sometimes doesn't represent the people in the constituency, because making a jerk off motion with my hand, just
Next we have one called the Maimed.
Skip.
Next we have one called the Necrophiliac.
Skip.
Okay, now we have one called the North Water.
All right, this is an epic fantasy story of trying to hold the gate in a sort of it's a Canadian fantasy, and they're trying to hold the gate.
Fantasy, eh?
Yeah, fantasy, eh? And they're trying to hold the gate, and it's in a like sort of like waterfall, watery world. The dry beasts from down south are trying to get in, and they're trying to like suck up all the water because they hate it.
I love, you may remember this, audience won't, but Gus,
What?
when we were once, you, me, and Meg did a game when we were describing, like, what would be the most, like, stereotypical version of, like, each of our ratings, and we, like, did was about each other, and do you remember for your one, I was like, oh, it's the tale of the wet versus the dry, and I love that it keeps coming back in different forms when you're put under pressure like this.
Well, here's the thing, man. Like, I can generate a bunch of these. It's not hard to come up with these. Like, it's the real test, the real challenge is picking the right idea and sticking with it. You know?
It's true.
Ideas are a dime a dozen, and they all end up being wet versus dry.
With the right idea for the Notebook trilogy.
The Notebook trilogy. This is... Wait, what? Oh, it's not The Notebook. It's like a different thing entirely, I'm guessing.
Yeah, that's the thing. I was wondering, like, is this, like, just the... Do those, like, Nicholas Sparks books get really fucked? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, that would be really weird. I guess I owe nobody I've ever said that those books don't get fucked up an apology, because I haven't really thought about it that much. Skip, I don't think there's anything to do with this.
Yeah, okay. Next we have The Painted Bird.
All right, this is a bird in a like painting of other birds, and it's like a Pinocchio style thing where the painter breathes life into this bird, and it has to go off and hang out with the other birds and sort of like find community. But when it rains, the bird starts to wash away, and they realize their time is fleeting, and they have to become a real bird by flying south for the winter.
What? This feels like a story within a story that a reclusive children's book author would half finish before his mysterious death.
Yeah, because he...
It's the only way I can describe
because
that.
he too melted in the rain.
Yeah, and investigators have to be like, were there clues as to what happened to him in The Painted Bird? And it's like reading and getting obsessed.
Yeah, absolutely. This is definitely very, very fiction within fiction coded.
Okay, so I've got my skip clicker ready. The Rape of Nanking.
Yeah, we're gonna skip that real historical event.
I kind of love this next one though. The Restraint of Beasts.
Okay, so this is about it's like a high fantasy Rome, and in the Colosseum It is like the Spartacus rebellion, but it's from the perspective of these like half man, half beast monster things. Like minotaurs and like lion men, and they're trying to like stage a rebellion and get on out of here because the Colosseum and fighting is all they know, but they want to know a better life, a greater life out in the savannas of Caliph Africa where they come from.
That's pretty sick, honestly. Like, I like a kind of Spartacus, but they're the weird mutant animals in a Colosseum fighting back to regain their freedom.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that's got legs and teeth and claws and
many
a mane.
legs, many mutant legs.
Oh yeah, you knew exactly where I was going with that. You got it.
Yeah, boy.
Oh.
All right, next we have The Resurrectionist.
This is the story about a guy who realizes that he can revive the dead, and then people want him to do it to bad people too, and so he has to flee town and be on the run and use his power sparingly and responsibly. It's a little like Tuck Everlasting, because the lesson is, hey, don't change your life just because a miraculous thing happens. Just live normal. Can you do that for me? Okay? Okay, can you do that?
I just love the idea of, like, and its moral is, don't do that.
Just don't, all right? Just don't.
Just don't do that. Whatever you're thinking, don't do that.
Even if you could.
Knock that shit off.
Even if you could, why? Like, why would you, when I tell you not to, why would you just proceed to do it? What's the point?
Stop it.
Yeah.
Get some help.
Exactly. So that's that. That's The Resurrectionist.
Okay, for our next one we have The Room.
The Room. I believe this is the movie starring Tommy Wiseau. I don't...
Yeah, it's about a guy who was the coolest dude ever, and everyone should have been nice to him.
Yeah, I think that, like... Okay, so my version of this is 5 people suddenly wake up in a room with no doors and no windows, and they have to wonder why they're there, and the ending is ambiguous.
It's a bit of a Saki Senabashi or Go for a Punch of itself.
Yeah, exactly. You know, anything could happen. I don't want to spoil it.
Next we have the Succumb Manifesto, and that is S.C.U.M. I believe those are those people that slashed up Andy Warhol.
Yeah, I think I want to skip this one just because, like, it gives me the willies.
Yeah. Next is just called The Sluts.
All right.
You know, like the ones you'd pick up at the club.
Yeah, all right. Okay, hear me out. This is a sort of like, this is an animated kind of in the style of like a Michael Cusack venture, like a YOLO Crystal Fantasy sort of thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's the sluts, but it's also this is a sort of Adventure Time for older audiences where it's like all the characters are Lumpy Space Princess, and it takes place in a kind of like King Star King style Gigantiverse. I would make this. I would watch this and make this. It would not be good. I want to clarify, but don't let me make the sluts.
Stop him. Whatever you can do, stop him down in the comments. Okay, next we have The Sordid Promise.
Ooh, okay. This is a story about a second-born princess. No, a first-born princess who her younger brother gets the throne instead of her because she's a girl and he's a boy. It's a sordid promise because she was denied the throne, but then it becomes the sword-did promise because she uses a sword to kill her brother and take the throne. And the moral is, don't be sexist, or she'll kill you.
Yeah, your sister will fucking stab you with a sword. I think that's a great thing we can all take home. Okay, next we have The Story of the Eye.
I feel like these are getting pretty similar. A lot of people are fixated on eyes, I guess.
Yeah.
This is going to be a story about a man called the Eye. He's like a beggar, and people pay him to like look at different things in the city and tell people what they see. But one day he sees too much and he can't accept the payment, so he has to go on the run from the bad guys. And his only real defense is that he's got like really good perception and he can see everything.
I kind of like that, honestly. That's pretty fun.
Yeah, I think that's got legs. You know, it could be like it's like a John Wick, but instead of like shooting things real good, he like sees things coming and he's like prepared and he gets away.
I like
Yeah,
that.
he skedaddles.
Next, we've got The Summer I Die.
This is a kid gearing up for like the greatest summer vacation of his life, but then day one he's comedically hit by a car. He's fine, like he's in a coma. He's in a coma. He's not that damaged because, like, you know, it's not that type of story. But he's like, oh, man, I can't go to the water park or, like, eat ice cream because I'm a ghost. This sucks. But then he goes to Ghost World and he has, like a fun summer in Ghost World. And then at the end of his coma, he wakes up. He doesn't remember a whole lot of the times he spent in Ghost World, but he's like, and it was the best summer ever, even though I don't remember it and my hair turned white.
I just love the end of it, just him being like, you know what? I've had such a fun time in Ghost World. I don't even want to come back to life. And like, the last scene is just him in his hospital bed flatlining, and the credits just play over that.
I've done, erase myself, was I what I've
Literally.
become.
Hilariously, that might be the only time when that's actually an appropriate, like, thematic needle drop.
Yeah. Like, what a stupid idea.
That's so funny.
All right, next one.
Okay, next, the deeply unfortunate, The Turner Diaries.
Ugh, skip.
Again, sometimes it's real hard when you know what it is.
Exactly.
Okay. The next one is one that I've read as well. The Wasp Factory.
Ooh, okay. I could make some silly jokes about Protestants, but I won't. Instead, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say that this is a factory in Japan by order of some like a think tank within the government invents these like birds aren't real style like wasp drones to like spy on the populace, but they go out of control and it's up to like the intelligence agencies and like the local police and like the like defense force to stop this. And it's a metaphor for like, hey, don't overreach and spy on your citizens too much. That's bad. Yeah, because they're like, you know, these like wasps and hornets, which are a real problem over there in Japan sometimes. It's you know, it's the problems of overreaching government come to roost in the form of a vermin or a pest that needs to be stamped out.
There you go, a fun little libertarian tale for all ages.
Which will be a hit in Japan because there is a lot of libertarian ideology over there sometimes.
That is true. Okay, next we have The Watcher.
Ooh, okay. This is a story about like a guy who, you know, the whole conceit of like Gex Gecko, that video game, Henry?
You've told me about him. Wasn't his whole thing that he was basically just, he does Austin Powers catchphrases?
Yeah, well, like that's his main thing, is he quotes a lot of movies and media, but it's because all the levels in his video game are like him getting sucked into the TV and going to different like genres of worlds. And I'd say that The Watcher is like a human guy. And this is released in like a era where like Gex stopped being relevant, so they can kind of get away with the fact that this is like Quantum Leap, but he's going to different like parodies of television shows. And if it's done by WB in like the Space Jam 2 era, then he can just go to the real TV shows. It's brilliant and terrible, and I hate it.
I think also Gex would be so flattered to hear that someone thought there was ever an era where he was relevant.
I mean, he's getting an HD remake, so you know what that means. He's getting a huge dick.
A huge dick remake. It's just the same game, but he's just slanging it the whole time with a massive realistic cock.
Oh yeah, it's tail time.
No!
He's got a tail in the front and in the back.
And both can just fall off when he's afraid and regrow later.
Wish I could do that. What?
So this next, I don't know what to fucking make of this. It's This Way for the Gas. Meg's just laughing in the background.
All right.
Here's the gas showroom all over again.
Yeah, I think what this is that like this is like an Ed and NA style like setting where it's like kids doing scams and they create a like a fart sauna.
This is horrible. What?
They create a fart sauna and you like pay to get in. It's like this way for the gas. But then the adults find out about this and they shut it down because it's gross. And the kids are like, maybe farts aren't funny. And that's like the last page of the book, and then they grow up.
I've just thought of the most fucked up thing of like creating a fart sauna and being like, yeah, free sauna, anyone can come in. They come in, they realize they're like trapped in all this farts. They're just like, yeah, you gotta pay to get out.
It's the Elon Musk Mars colony, but it's made of farts.
Implying that it wouldn't be. You know? Like, because I think anyone who agrees to go on that fucking colony would be more than happy to sniff Daddy Musk's farts.
Oh, you'll be sniffing his musk and his farts when you get up all up in that Mars.
Until one of us is dead. Which, by the way, is the next title.
Until one of us is dead?
Yes.
This is a story of two like tough male best friends who get in way over their heads when they get into a competitive arm wrestle, and they basically like neither side will budge or give, and the friends group and their significant others and their families are getting really concerned because these guys will not, like, they will eat and they will sleep all in this one arm wrestling match, and eventually they have to learn to call it a tie, because until one of us is dead is not a way to do these sorts of competitions.
Damn right. The next one is just called Yellow.
Oh, this is a Coldplay song that's really sick.
I don't know what to make of that.
No, you know what this is? This is a mockumentary about like Pikachu after the anime ends, and like, you know, he kind of like split ways from like Ash, who's now 40, and Pikachu's like doing like a talk show and stuff, and kind of like it's like oh no, it was horrifying. There were times where like, you know, I got little spark plugs hooked up to my cheeks and I was like filled with electricity. It wasn't great. You know, I'm the champion of the world and everyone loves me, but like, you know, I want to live my own life, right? And he's played by Jerry Seinfeld.
Why does this feel like an animation that Steve Cutts would make?
I don't know. I don't even know who that is.
You know that guy, he did that like fucking horrible one with Moby that's basically like someone walking home through like a shit political cartoon. What was it called? Are You Lost in the World Like Me? And he did that one about rats that I think was genuinely, it was called like Happiness or Society or something like that.
Oh, okay.
He basically
yeah,
makes
yeah,
the
yeah.
animation equivalent of walking around in a t-shirt that says, I am a wanker.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, this is totally what that would be. It's like very cynical, very stupid.
And this is the last one of this tier, and it is called Zombie, and I've read that one as well. It's by Joyce Carol Oates.
Zombie.
I love that we've brought back the thing when all else fails, just start singing and hope.
Yeah, just start singing all those dang old lyrics. This is a zombie who is trying to, like, you know, talk to his zombie mom and dad and be like, hey, zombie mom and dad, I don't want to eat brains. I want to be a vegan. And they're like, blasphemy, get out of our freaking house, you dummy. Because they can't swear in this. So this is a zombie who is trying to be a vegan, and it's written by a vegan, and it's about like their real experiences being a vegan, but being like, you know, the world just assumes that you eat meat because you're a human being, and it's just like being a zombie, basically. Stuff ensues. I think it's an ongoing book series that doesn't really have an ending in sight. But those early volumes, really on point satire of like, you know, the meat-eating world.
Yeah, approved by Peter.
Peter? This is worse than the time I wrote the comic about the zombie.
Okay. Gus Sagarella, you have gotten onto level 4.
Here.
Shit is getting weird now. This level is called Gore Punk.
I'm karate chopping the air. Squaw.
And I think it'll tell you everything you need to know that the first one is 120 Days of Sodom.
Skip, I know too much.
Yep. The next one is called 4.48 Psychosis.
Sorry, I'm just thinking of Psycho again. I think I have to skip this just on, like, the merits
well,
of...
Maybe Psychosis, in the context of this, is them being like, wait, maybe we can make money
Yes!
off of the
Yes!
sisters as well.
Oh!
And release a toy line for girls.
Oh, you're a genius! Yeah, that's what this is. This is like 4.4 Psycho Sis, and it's the like their girls who turn into the girl psycho monsters. And the commercials are all like, get your brother back. Remember how your brother pranked you all those times? You're traumatized. Re-traumatize him. Just fucking ruin his life.
Get a knife from the kitchen.
Yeah. And then cut his knees open. Let him bleed.
That's so disturbing. Like, something about the specificity of cut his knees open is fucking insane. Yeah. What the fuck?
That's Psycho Sis. Thanks for that one, Henry. Thanks for the assist.
Next we have Albert Fish, in his own words.
Albert Fish, in his own words?
Yeah, what does that sound like? A kind of like Truffaut on Truffaut type, like he's in like a turtleneck in like a dark room, just kind of talking a retrospective on his career.
Yeah, I think it's probably like a sort of Whatever Happened to Robot Jones, but it's a school of fish. And it's about a student named Albert who's like a student there, and much like the kind of Whatever Happened to Robot Joneses of the world, the plots are whatever we decide they are. There's not really a story engine. It's just he's a fish. What else do you want?
It's not a story engine. It's a story ocean. It could be anything because he's a fish.
I love how the term story ocean could totally enter into the lexicon of like, why stick to one way to progress the story where the story could go in infinite directions and flow back in on itself. And it, ultimately it just means a story without any direction or plot, but it's immersive. It's so immersive.
That'll be what all of the kind of like writing shill channels will be doing next. Like, well, a technique you may not have heard of is the story ocean. Now, allow me to tell you why the same 5 algorithmically approved shows like Breaking Bad, early Game of Thrones, Avatar: The Last Airbender, Gravity Falls, all use the story ocean. So I can put them in the thumbnail.
Yes, and you will watch all 15 to 20 minutes of this video. Don't believe me? I'm gonna dunk your head under the waters of the story ocean so that you will have to either agree with me or never come up for air again.
Or die. You will story drown, which, much like regular drowning, will fucking kill you.
Yeah.
Anyway, next we have Bind, Torture, Kill.
Wow, this sounds like a game of Fuck, Marry, Kill that got a little out of hand.
Yeah, this is how serial killers play that game when they're just hanging out at their bi-monthly meetings.
Yeah, I don't think I could come up with something that's like, not disturbing, but for that one. But I'll just take that joke and pass on this.
Yeah, I'll take that joke. I'm gonna make that a skip.
Yeah, it's
anyway,
a skip.
But anyway, next we have Caligula, Divine Carnage.
I'm gonna skip that one too.
Cleansed.
This is the story of like a really like filthy man.
The Ballad of Filthy Muck, you might say.
Yeah, and basically he discovers hygiene for the first time in the middle of college after years of being like a filthy slob since high school, never wearing deodorant, never using soap, never taking showers, just being an all-around bad, gross, dirty dude. But then he takes a shower once, and it's like a comprehensive, he's cleansed. In any ordinary world, this would kind of just be like, oh, this makes sense. But instead it's framed as a like, but who I was who I was when I was filthy. Do I have to, like, is this like a sort of like be careful what I wish for story? And I'm gonna like get a big head about being like regularly clean as an adult male? And it's an internal struggle.
Yeah, I'm struggling just listening to it. So I can only imagine how the book itself feels. It's a very deep one.
Yeah.
So next we have Dark Spring.
Ooh, okay. This is the seasons start to run backwards, and like if regular spring is when all the new animals come out and the world gets bright and happy again, spring is when dark spring is when all the evil animals are unborn into ghosts.
No, what? Someone's unbirthing all the evil animal.
Yeah, and so Dark Spring, it's like a parallel reality that is ruled by the Wester Bunny, and he's trying to like subvert the natural order of things, and you have to Alice in Wonderland your way out of the thing, and it's a choose your own adventure. The protagonist is you in second person, and you have to outwit the Wester Bunny and Dark Spring. That's about it.
Imagine a choose your own adventure book where the first choice in the book, all options lead to just you die.
Yeah, I mean, that was basically like Homestar Runner did like a choose your own adventure game that was like designed to be intentionally obtuse and frustrating and unsolvable.
It reminds me a little bit of the History Channel made a video game that was like their video game tie-in for Deadliest Warrior, but it's
Oh,
one of the most
yeah!
like, hated video games of all time because it's like so realistic. So generally, you would just kill the other person in their first move.
Yeah, like it's just like you throw a spear at them and like it arcs above their shield, cuts a bit of their scalp, and they die instantly.
Yeah. Or you'd be like, oh, okay, cowboy versus ninja, and he just pulls out a gun and just blows the brains out the fucking ninja.
Yeah,
It's over.
I love the idea too of like you could like win your match, but then you die of sepsis, so you can't select that character
No.
again.
Not getting Khal Drogo.
Oh no!
For this next one, this is actually kind of fun. I feel like you could go a number of ways with this. Death on credit.
Ooh, this is a Tumblr sexy man death story, and he's deciding to do banking, and the pilot episode is called Death and Taxes, 'cause I'm a hack.
I can't imagine what kind of show would have that as a title of an episode. Christ. Okay. I believe you, though. Next, we will have... This one is just called Eden, Eden, Eden.
Ooh, this is a competitive game show about 3 Gardens of Eden and 3 Adams and 3 Eves, and whoever resists eating the forbidden fruit the longest wins a cash prize
I've just
of
thought,
like, you know, like $20.
wouldn't it be absolutely horrifying to do, like, the Book of Genesis, like, the Truman Show? Like, you just have 2 people from birth, and they're the Adam and Eve, and convince them they are in the Garden of Eden, but it's just, like, a studio lot. And it's like, well, we just need for them to get old enough for it to be legal for them to have sex, and then we'll see if it would play out like it does in the Bible.
Like, if anyone in the audience is hearing this and wants to do this, in a story, not in real life,
Yeah, no, don't kidnap 2 people and convince them they're the biblical Adam and Eve.
but I really like this. This seems a little like Truman Show meets Dark City meets the Bible. Like there's something to this where it's like a sort of simulation of the Book of Genesis for the sake of Genesis.
The amazing digital Genesis.
I mean, kinda. I don't know. I think there's something to this idea. It's interesting but definitely very sacrilegious. Maybe that's the thing, is that like the villain is like, I want to prove that the Bible couldn't happen if I was God. Like, so I'll deliberately sabotage it.
I've just had this thought,
Yeah.
right? This exact premise, but by pure chance, like that a spanner is kind of thrown into the plans of whoever is arranging this, because the kids who were brought to be Adam and Eve, as they grow up, Adam realizes he's gay and Eve realizes she's a lesbian.
I also like the idea of they've actually never seen the sex they're attracted to, so they're just like confused.
Just like, I like the idea of someone who looks like me, not someone who looks like you.
Yeah, same. At least we are friends though. We are buddies.
Yeah. I love that you said that with that exact same intonation in how that one amazing movie video.
Yeah, exactly. God, all right.
A haunting echo.
Moving swiftly on from the Eves.
Yeah, we
and
got a little
Aidens.
lost in the sauce on that one.
mhm.
We now have Gone to See the Riverman.
Ooh, this is a little story about people traveling to get to a ferry that takes them to a paradise land. And if they lose the 2 silver coins, they need to pay the ferryman. Then they can't go. And there's lots of little sing-songs along the way. And it's fun.
And it was a weird claymation made in the late 80s
Yes, it
that a lot
was.
of people have
You
like
know
Charlie
it
Plummer
was.
around.
Oh, it's you got to get that VHS, and it doesn't work anymore. All the little like springly film has been like all torn out of it. You're gonna wind the little like white wheel lobes in the tape, and it's gonna get all
Yeah.
the stuff back in, and you're gonna put it in your VHS player, and it's not gonna work. So you'll just be stuck with like the bittersweet memories of knowing that you saw this once and enjoyed it.
There were like 12 different creepypastas and one analog horror inspired by it.
And that's the real Riverman.
It really is. Okay, next we have Happy Ever After.
This is what happens in a fairy tale after the story ends.
Oh my god, what? What? I mean, no one's done a story about that. That'd be crazy.
Oh my god, yeah, but I don't want to get too into the woods with it. No, I think that this is
Nice, dude.
I think this is like, a prince and a princess figuring out like doing normal couple stuff in like an apartment after they've had their like little fantasy adventure and realizing it ain't so easy living happy ever after. And sometimes there's magic, but the show's got a budget of 3 socks, so they can't really do much.
But they're quite nice socks, so they may be able to barter them to a wealthy 3-legged eccentric for a considerable budget.
Cashmere.
Anyway, this next one is just called a header, which I don't know if that's the title of a disturbing book or if that's just like the default text that they forgot to change.
Well, either way, youth soccer movie.
All right, there you
Yeah.
go.
Jack Black plays the coach.
Of course. Next one is House of Evil.
This is a story about like a league of supervillains that they get like hard defeated and they lose their secret lair, so they have to downgrade to like just a regular house. And a little bit of it is like shopping for the right house. And then the second half is them like realizing that they need to hold down real jobs to pay for the house and pay for like the mortgage and stuff. And they end up just kind of quitting evil, but becoming a found family in the end.
Oh, that's
House of
nice.
Evil.
Okay, the next one is In the Fog, where you should not hide unwanted things.
Yeah, I think this is a story of a kid who hides an unwanted thing, being his stepmom, in the fog, and he has to go rescue his stepmom from the fog because his dad's like, why did you do that?
She was taken by the fog.
She was taken by the fog. I know, like, it's kind of weird, like, remarrying, like, a month after your mother died of, like, stage 1 million cancer, but in all fairness, she did have big boobs, and the kid's like, oh, God, Dad, okay, Jesus Christ, I'll go get your new wife from the fog, I'm sorry.
I just thought, but like, look, I get that it's a little bit weird that I married your babysitter a month after your mom died in that mysterious poisoning accident, but I really loved her.
Yeah, in that mysterious poison cancer incident, right after I bought that cancer ray.
Yep, that's it. Okay, the next one is called Justine.
Justine. This is Justine who wants to be, because her name's Justine, and she wants to grow up to be a Supreme Court justice. But along the way, she realizes that politics suck.
Then she took a big shit and talked about how it stinks.
And she becomes a stand-up comic instead because she can judge people without the responsibility. Hey yo! Hey yo! Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah! And a cross chop.
She has the reverse Al Franken arc.
Yeah, exactly.
Now we have Let's Go Play at the Adams.
This is another Garden of Eden one. No, I think this is an Addams Family crossover fan fiction where someone took their like OC family of weirdos and they go and play over at the Addams Family house.
Okay, that's fun. That's fun.
Yeah.
I like that. I love this idea of like, just the idea of like, yeah, this is my little guy. This is my little Slappy Laszlo, and he's gonna hang out with the Addams Family, and it'll be a good time, and it's all legally distinct.
I think that you probably couldn't get away with like publishing this unless you like changed all the names, but it's a fun little fan fiction.
So the next one is Living Dead Girl.
Ooh, Living Dead Girl. This is a girl who like decides that like her hobby is meditating, like trying to like induce a sort of like coma, unconsciousness.
I worry about her already.
But then she realizes like, well, if I stay unconscious and sleepy all day, I don't get to do cool stuff like eat popsicles. I don't know.
Sure, I guess I'll give you that.
You don't have
Next
to.
we have Mouchette. Mouchette.
I'm
Mouchette.
I have to skip this one. I have no idea what to do with that.
Me either. And next one is another one that I read back in uni. Off season.
All right. This is the story of like a football team during the off seasons, and they decide like like a high school football team in the off season, they decide like, hey, let's all hang out together for the first time. You know, we're usually a unit on the field, but do we know like, you know, the what's going on in each other's lives? I don't think so. Time to find out. And they male bonding.
It's a bit of a breakfast club type deal.
Exactly. But it's lunch and dinner too, because it's better and more comprehensive.
Well, this is a wild one. Piaget's last fear.
This is a man who had 99 phobias, and when he conquers his 100th phobia,
But a bitch ain't
he'll
one.
be free. Yeah, and he's got to conquer his fear of getting no bitches.
The Chuck Wendig story. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said it.
No, it's let's move on. Just in general.
Next we have Prey Drive. Prey Drive.
Ooh, okay. This this young boy in a small religious town realizes that he can make the old junky car that doesn't have an engine go by praying for Jesus to take the wheel. And and he gets up to all sorts of like unlicensed driver shenanigans because he's like, what? Jesus is old enough to drive. And and then they have to take the car away from him, but he's like, oh, but it's part of my religion. And then, comedy ensues, and
Then it becomes a giant court case.
yeah. It's done by like whatever studio did the like God's Not Dead movies.
Yeah, it's speed running. God's not dead. Ray Weiss is there looking like he's thinking about firing his agent.
Yeah, like it's just
Oh.
it's one of those. It's one of those where it's like, oh, this could have been a real movie, and then it became like kind of a very one-sided Giga Chad versus Soy Jack debate.
The Christian Giga Chad versus the Soy Jack civil rights lawyer.
Exactly.
Okay, next we have Prodigal Blues.
Ooh, okay. This is a like an 80s OVA, like an anime OVA, and it's like sort of set in like a like light cyberpunk future. Think a kind of like Mega Man, where everything's got like the sort of like human cyborg stuff, but it's not too big into like cyberpunk modifications. Prodigal Blues is like he's a cyborg, or he's a robot who like has to kind of fix up the world. He's basically like a RoboCop, but it's not called RoboCop, it's called Prodigal Blues.
Granted, it did come out 2 years after Robo.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
I think it could have been a
And
coincidence.
it's actually, animated by like a random French studio that like
I'll
yeah,
take
all right.
it.
Yeah, Prodigal Blues.
I don't know what is going on with this next one, but it's
I'm just
called-
realizing how close Prodigal Blues is to MTNQ.
Oh no!
It just is
Even-
that.
even kinda
That
rhymes.
really could have been the title of it. Honestly, that would have been a better title than MTNQ. What the fuck was I thinking?
It would have fit a person. Well, next we have. This just says rejected for content : splattergore.
I mean, that's gonna be what happens to this video if we're not fucking careful.
Yeah, that's the notification we'll get after this. Or is it just on the vagueness of rejected for content?
Okay, so this is the story of a like splatterpunk style like slasher villain from a horror movie, but he accidentally gets warped into a children's show where none of his violence has any effect on, like, the little Care Bear creatures around him. He has to kind of cope with the fact that, like, he's, not able to kill anymore, but he can be happy for the first time and let himself feel feelings.
God, this kind of I hate fairyland with like Aaron Beauregard's The Slob.
Yeah, a little bit. It's kind of like Centaur World if, like, instead of, like, the horse being, like, the sort of heroic fantasy character, it was the, like, villain.
A pedophilic serial killer.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, we can maybe knock off one of those adjectives. We can maybe you know, you know, if I just have to use 4 kids, you know, this whole thing is.
A bleep serial bleeper.
That just makes it worse.
Oh, I'll take it. Okay, so next we have Secrets in the Cellar.
Ooh, okay. This is the kids find an old, like, the Great Zamboni kind of, like, magical wish machine man. Like, you know, those, like, fortune tellers.
Yeah, the like the Ride the Cyclone big guy.
Yeah, and so they find one of them in like one of these kids' cellars, and he can tell them secrets if they bring him quarters, and they have to learn, like, maybe sometimes there are certain things that should stay private, because they start learning things about the town and their parents, and they're like, you know what? Maybe life was easier when we didn't start exposing everybody for every little thing in the world. Yeah, it's a story that, like, white lies kind of hold the fabric of society together, I guess. I've
got to say, it's not necessarily like a wholesome one, but I think there actually really is something interesting in there of this, like, kind of, like, cursed carnival animatronic slowly but surely tearing apart the fabric of a small town by a mix of exposing truths to these kids that they then go and start sharing around, but maybe also at a point having these, like, perfectly positioned kind of malicious lies that, like, up the tension in a kind of needful things type fashion.
Yeah, no, I think that's what Secrets in the Cellar could be, is this little, like, the Great Zoltan.
There's something to that. So next we have Sweating Blood.
Oh, this is a movie about, like, a guy training for a marathon, which, like, he's training for this marathon, like, super, super duper hard. And then when he goes and runs the marathon, he comes in last. And that's art. That's... You can try really hard and achieve nothing.
I love that there's the running thing of other ones that just like, this is a really, like, kind of bizarre visual metaphor. And that's art.
Yeah.
That's all you need to know.
Exactly. That's it.
Bitch.
Loser.
Okay, this next one I feel like is maybe just going to feel like a worse version of the earlier one. This is just The Basement.
It's Bridge to Terabithia in a basement, but it's less memorable because no one dies, and they just make up an imaginary world. One day just kind of stop doing
just
it.
Just a D&D session.
Yeah, one of them moves away, and the other one tries to keep up the world, and they realize, no, I have to freeze this world in time so it can be like the memories I had with my friend. If I try to do it on my own, it's just not the same.
Somehow even sadder than the one where someone dies. Oh my god.
Because if the, like, imaginary world is, like, kind of realistic, you know, it's like this kid lives on, grows up for the rest of their life, and, like, you know, all these magical creatures are just literally in a time stop forever.
Jesus. Well, okay. The next one is called The Big Head. And big head is one word.
Oh yeah. All right. This is a sort of
oh yeah, it's all coming together.
This is like a Pinocchio style story where, like, every time this kid, as this kid gets more popular in high school, his head literally starts getting bigger, and so he has to, I don't know, cut off his friends or be more of a dick so that his head will shrink back down so he can fit into buildings. I didn't think this one through, but neither did...
It was produced by a young Paul Giamatti. He was blue at the time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he stole it. He stole this idea from Frankie Muniz.
Yeah, he stole it from Frankie Muniz. I love that this is the second time we've referenced Big Fat Liar across 2, like, concurrent recording.
That's awesome. Oh, man.
What is happening to us? Okay, the next one is The Consumer.
Basically, like, there's this guy who keeps buying up, like, all the all the like best foods at the grocery store, and like people are like, oh man, it's like I waited a while to get the rotisserie chicken and this one guy keeps buying them. What's the deal with that? And then they go to his house, and in a kind of like a horror for kids sort of way, like a Goosebump style thing, you just see him like not only eating the rotisserie chicken, he's eating like just a bunch of random things he bought from the store. And in a like sort of Russian sleep experiment style thing, he's like, what, we all do it, this is a consumerist culture. And he's just eating everything that he buys, and they have to trick him into like eating a coupon, which reduces the value of the things he's already eaten and makes him shrink. And then they trap him in a jar, like every good villain defeat.
Just like Grilla from Red One.
Yeah, she does go in a jar. And they also did that with Bowser in the Super Mario Brothers Illumination movie. It's coming back in a big way, keeping villains in jars.
Oh, there's a reference I could make here, but I'm not going to do it. Alrighty, next we have The End of Alice.
Ooh, okay, this is can someone get American Johnson on the phone, because we got another Alice in Wonderland deconstruction. It's a, I don't know.
Sorry, American Johnson. It's American McGee. You do have to appreciate American Johnson.
I think I just...
American Johnson's Alice.
I think I got the first part correct, and then I just gave up for no reason.
That's so
like,
fucking
all right,
funny. What the fuck?
You know what this actually is? This is like Alice in Wonderland, but it's End of Evangelion, and you decide who's which character. It's a fucking...
Who lives, who dies, who tells
all
us
I know
story.
is Alice is Asuka.
Meg just gave me the stinkiest look for making a fucking Hamilton reference.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, the next one is The Gulag Archipelago.
I'm gonna skip that one.
This next one feels like a title written by a Victorian era incel. The heart is deceitful above all things.
Go on. I'm just I'm trying to. I guess I'm like ranking certain emotions and wondering which is like the first strongest, which is the second strongest.
I'd say it is what it is.
Yeah, I'd say we call it as we see it. The heart's all deceitful. I think this is a pretentious poet kid in high school who
gets broken up with for like the first time.
Yeah, and he has to learn to be less of a fucking wet blanket all the time. Jeez, get your
less
life
of a fucking
together.
verge.
You big verge, big mad verge energy over here from this fucking verge.
He's 13, like he should be a virgin.
Yeah. I think we're on the verge of making a very inappropriate story.
Then we will move on to a much more wholesome and appropriate one called The Nazi and the Barber.
Yeah, we're gonna skip this one.
The Obscene Bird of Night.
I think this is like a sort of Tuca and Birdie style bird world again. I've already did this one with like Goose Lump.
But there can be multiple
Goosebumps.
Stories in the bird world.
Yeah, all right, but this is a different bird world. Cause Goosebumps wouldn't have been in the Tuca and Birdie universe. This could be a different one. And the Obscene Bird of Night, it's like a young kind of swinging bachelor, and he's like an albatross who's trying to like sort of like party at the club, and it gets very like after hours very quickly, and he's constantly talking about like whenever there's like a bad habit that keeps him from achieving something, he's like, oh, that's really the me around my neck. And he winks at the camera.
Last thing is just cutting to him, like, hanging in a room. That's him. Alright, next we have The Ordeal.
This is the... So, you know how there's, like, deal or no deal?
Deal or deal. You can't lose.
No, this is no deal or deal.
So it's a game show, very similar to the other one, but with some small but distinct differences.
Yeah, it's everything you, like, say... the opposite result happens, so you have to like speak as if you want the opposite of what you want to happen, And it's like really more of a linguistic test, like to see if you can do like a very iconic game show backwards. This one didn't catch on as much as Deal or No Deal.
But you know, it had its small but devoted fan base. This next one, I think that the inclusion of this on this list says more about where Kay the Butcher Shitter is at in their life than anything. But it is the origin of consciousness.
Ooh, okay. I'll skip this one just because it seems very cerebral. I don't know what I'm doing. It's too smart for me.
Next, we have the storyteller of pain.
Ooh, okay. This is another like pretentious poet learns to deal with life in a new way sort of one. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna skip this one too.
All right, now we have the taste of a man.
This is a romantic comedy about like a very green text, a silly girl failure who's like very boy crazy, and she's just like, I just need a little taste of a man in my life.
A proper like femcel icon.
Yeah, and basically it's like a sort of, it's kind of like a Watamote type situation, except like with more of an emphasis on like a Tome style love interest that she keeps like inevitably creeping out or scaring away with her like ridiculous antics. So it's like it's the distaff counterpart to Rent-A-Girlfriend, which the world needs, I guess.
Yeah, I'm sure there's someone asking for that. I don't want to meet them, but I'm sure they exist.
Yeah.
Okay, next we're on the last 3 of level 4, and after this, the levels get a lot smaller and a lot more bleepable in post. So
density.
Enjoy these last 3.
The density is increasing. The density!
As we get pulled into the kind of event horizon of the black hole from which there is no return. So next we have the Torture Garden.
Ooh, this is...
Which I know means a very different thing for Charlie than it does for the rest of us.
Well, I mean... I don't think you can.
Hi,
I don't think you can beat that.
This.
I think.
I
think this is one of those things where maybe we leave this to our good friend Charlie Green down in the comments, and I get to go off, sort of not counting this one as a skip, but sort of as a delegation, if you will.
I'm counting it as a skip.
You
but next
motherfucker!
one we have. So this next one is called.
Sorry, that was
for 500,000 soldiers.
I didn't mean to call you a motherfucker. Out of solidarity, I'm gonna also count that was as a skip too.
Out of solidarity. Okay, so this last one is literally just called True Crime. I don't know if that's a book, just called True Crime. Great SEO on that, or if they just mean the whole genre.
This is gonna be a story that anybody out there can write, and this is the sort of what's that called? The essential Superman, the Superman that everyone loves, the true blue Superman. There's like a run of Superman that's like the most iconic Superman run. I think True Crime should be that, but for Mr. Crime.
Mr. Crime.
Yeah.
Mr. Crime.
Exactly.
Is the video where you talked about Mr. Crime still up?
I would hope so. I would hate for that to be gone.
If it is, put that on the thing. People need to meet Mr.
We'll get a
Crime. He's an
little
icon.
up in the schluppity dup. We'll put a little link-a-do.
There we go. Okay, so we are now on to level 5, Gore Maniac.
Okay, all right. I'm bracing for whatever comes into the Gore Maniac zone.
We begin with a shockingly chill one. All you can eat.
Okay. This is the story of a competitive eater. So it's like, what if someone took the middle section of Taxidermia and expanded it out into its own movie, and kind of just like, instead of like treating it as sort of a part of like this sad family history, instead decided to like really go all in on like glorifying the spirit of the competition and going full shonen anime with it.
It's a non-battle anime, yes, of competitive eating. I'd watch that.
Yeah, all you can eat.
So we immediately then drive off the cliff with arse goblins of Auschwitz.
Skip?
Okay. Then we have brain cheese buffet.
I think this is you know what this is? This is a sophisticated group of men at a boarding school who decide to research what types of cheese will get you better grades when you eat them. And are there like certain more expensive kinds of cheese from different regions of the world that will make you smarter, a smart boy? Only one way to find out. Join this fucking this.
I love that, but I think if that's the question you're asking, your grades are already fucked. If you are so desperate, it's like, what is a cheese that can increase my intelligence?
Oh, how do you know, man? You've never eaten the same cheese as these fine, upstanding nepo baby boys.
These fine gentlemen.
Yeah.
Okay, next we have dead babies. It's literally just called dead babies.
Skip.
Genital grinder.
Skip.
Heliogabalus, or the crowned anarchist.
This is the story about society goes anarchy overnight. Like it's like the Purge but opposite, where it's like there's one night a year where there's laws, and this guy is the crowned anarchist, meaning that like on the night that the laws are illegal, he gets to decide all the laws. So like all for the rest of the year, people are hunting him so that there can be no more laws forever. But he's got like magic powers based on legalese that he can use to keep himself alive. And that's the crowned anarchist.
Yells like lorem ipsum, and you end up in jail.
Yeah, exactly. Lorem ipsum, you're gonna be encased in gypsum.
Incarcerio. Okay, now we have Just Like Hell.
This is all right. This is another one about at-risk angels, basically. Where like there are a bunch of angels who are curious about hell, and they decide to like make a sort of hell town up in heaven, and engage in like hell culture and eat some hell foods. And in the process of this,
they only eat devil's food cake.
Oh, yeah, you know, it's funny. But it's like the angels have a very skewed perception of what hell is, so like they end up being a bunch of fucking dumbasses. It's a 4-panel manga that gets adapted into a show that like has like 5-minute episodes on Crunchyroll and inexplicably like 3 different seasons. Yeah.
So this next one is called Like Porn for Psychos.
This is the unfortunate sort of adult party cartoon style reboot of Psycho.
It caused like the largest spike in murders ever reported in US history.
We're not doing so good. Psycho. We're drowning in class actions.
It was like
Psycho.
It was like that. What was that fucking thing called? Meg, the like something event that you always watch that Night Mind about. The
Wyoming incident.
Yeah, it's like the Wyoming incident. It's like the first episode of like Porno for Psychos was like played one night, and that same night like 100 people died.
Yeah. Do you think the anime opening for the Wyoming incident is "You are my psycho"?
It's like a rock arrangement of it.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
It's like
when,
the butt rock. You are my special.
Yeah. So we get Chad Gojo on the phone.
Chad Croger.
Do you remember like 2/3 through Death Note when it just gets the shittest OP ever?
Yeah, like it like is it well wait, no, the Maximum the Hormone one isn't that bad. I think there's like do they do all
I'm talking
of them?
about the one that's like you know that one where it's like it opens with like Light laughing in the like fractalized, like it's his face like 100 times laughing, and it's like a kind of bad 2000s heavy metal.
I gotta be honest, I never finished Death Note. I don't think I got far enough to really know know what this is.
Very fair.
It because
Okay,
it
the
gets
next
bad.
one.
That's my take on it. Is that like Death Note is really promising, but it doesn't stick but that doesn't make the early stuff bad.
No, it doesn't. Anyway, so next one is called Little Girl Lost, which really worries me for what the fuck the original one was.
This is I'm bringing back the concept of lure girls, except
Oh no!
what this is like it's this little girl who pretends to be lost. She pretends to be a Victorian ghost to make people try and like help her out, and then her dad, who dresses up as like a clown murderer, murders the people, but she never finds out the truth. And it's just like, ha, my dad's a funny clown. And, it's wholesome. I don't know.
So from her perspective, it is wholesome.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, you can tell we're real near the end of this.
I know,
But
yeah.
they've got some
It's
tricks and
starting to
treats
get
for us.
inevitably impossible to make these a little disturbing because my inner psycho is being activated. Whoa.
It's true. I hate this one. It's called Mother Maggot.
Okay, so I think this is a children's show that like teaches you about bugs, and the host is Mother Maggot, and she's got like a very similar voice
Yeah.
to Roz from Monsters Incorporated, where she's just like, okay,
Hey, we're gonna teach you about bugs.
yeah, we're gonna learn a little bit about decay when the leaves fall in the autumn times and then they crumble into dust.
This has mad like Magnus Archives episode energy.
Yeah, that's Mother
Does
Maggot.
anyone else remember Mother Maggot from that show? Oh, okay. Next is Petrolio.
He's a superhero whose power is that he can shoot like how Tobey Maguire in the Spider-Man movies can shoot spider webs out of his out of his wrists. I realize I'm just mansplaining Spider-Man to people, but hold on a second. Petrolio is like a superhero who can shoot gasoline out of his wrists, and he starts like using like flamethrowers, and he's tempted to do evil because he causes a lot of collateral damage at first, but then he loops back around to being like, well, maybe I don't have to use my very destructive powers all the time. Maybe when I see a crime happening, I can just intervene like a normal civilian and call the authorities.
You know this dude would immediately be like black bagged by the CIA. It would be like, oh, we don't need to depend on like foreign oil exports now. We just have this guy in like an SCP Foundation style like lockup, and are just constantly like milking him for
God,
gasoline.
you're so right. He would maybe like stop one crime and like set a bunch of fires by accident in the process of it. And then like he's like, no, I'm Petrolio. I have to be a superhero. And they're like, you will be a superhero. You will provide free energy around the world forever. Except it won't be free because we love money. And, he has to break out and he ends up dismantling the U.S. government, which makes him a real hero.
And then he lights a cigarette and explodes in the last shot.
You can't get more base than that. Petrolio,
You really
Petrolio,
can't.
what will you do after you've created a power vacuum throughout the entire world? I guess I'm gonna smoke this cigarette. Boom!
And it destroys like a third of the continental US.
He left us with nothing. No, less than nothing. Less than half a country remains.
He killed millions.
And that's Petrolio.
That's Petrolio, a hero to you and me. This next one is called Proxy.
Proxy. This is a kid creates a clone in a lab who, it's like Severance, but for homework. He does the Severance, and he gets a clone of himself that only does homework. But then homework clone starts feeding the homework to the dog, and the dog and the clone team up because they're both feel undervalued, and the kid learns a valuable lesson of sometimes you gotta just do your homework and not create a clone.
You know that the book would be called Proxy, but when they adapted it, it's like, too obtuse. This is called Clone Work now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Or like clone and dog, a kill of
This
guy.
next one is called Selected Writings of Antonin Artaud.
I'm gonna choose to interpret this as Antonin R. Toad.
Oh, I love that. That's actually great. I don't know who that guy is. Hopefully he's not someone really horrible, but he might be.
Yeah, well,
But
this
I
is
like
my
your version
completely
better.
original character named Antonin R. Toad.
Theater owner.
Meg knows. Who is this
He
man?
was a theater owner and a playwright in like the
Okay.
French Occitanian poet, playwright, and actor and theater director. I think he was Theater of Cruelty.
Oh, so he was a chill guy who wrote weird stuff then.
Yeah.
Okay,
He was-
Antonin
he
R.
was,
Toad can remain
Yeah,
chill.
Nice.
I think he was Theater of Cruelty. Yes, he was.
Oh, there
I
you
had
go.
to read about him in high school.
There you go. Anyway, what does Antonin R, letter R, Toad
All
do?
right, so the name is just sort of a pun, and this is an anthology series of like little like woodland creatures with a sort of pond and swamp theme, and they tell little musical tales, with each with a little like valuable lesson, and he's like the kind of um like host of it, where he'll like open the book and he'll be like, "Oh, let's listen to the story, guys."
That's fun. I love what that would be such a great just a like kids anthology show which has a reference to the like theater of cruelty in its like main character. It's actually kind of sick. That's something I would have loved as a kid.
I think the like host of Blubber Island like watches this show all the time, and he's like, "You see, this is what I could be making. Oh man!" And he just pounds more gin.
Oh no! Please, Mr. Blubber Island, gin is not your way out.
You know why it's really called Blubber Island? Because whenever the cameras aren't rolling, I blubber.
There's so much pathos for this guy.
Yeah, this poor man.
Okay, so this next one is called Survivor, J.F. Gonzalez. I think that's just the author, but it's there in the title, so I'm going to make you include some guy called J.F. Gonzalez in your story.
We already did literally something called Survivor in this. We already did one of these, but I guess this one is JF Gonzalez is surviving on a mountain, and like he has to like I don't know, like as a plane crash, and he's a guy, and he fights a bear, and like half of the novel is building up to like him being like, and I'm gonna fight a bear, and I might not make it out of it. And at the very last chapter, he fights the bear, and the bear turned out to be like malnourished and diseased, and like unable to like keep things down for like 3 months. So he's able to win the fight with the bear because he's in like sort of top form, and the bear is like, barely a bear anymore. And he's like, he comes back to civilization, and he's like, were nature on the other shoe, like a foot, maybe I would have been eaten like a bear, and he would have died. He got brain damage from all the hypothermia.
He thinks he's saying something really profound. People are like, JF, what are you saying? I don't understand you, JF. And he's just like, yeah, but if the bear was a foot, I would be dead.
If a bear was a foot, I would wear it.
Anyway, the next one is called The Diary of a Rapist.
Skip.
Oh, wow, I'm shocked. Okay, the next one is called The Grand Grimoire.
I thought you were gonna say. I thought you were gonna say The Grabber.
Thankfully, that is not what I said. What I said was The Grand Grimoire.
All right. This is the key of, it's like a sort of Key of Solomon type thing where like he's summoning demons, but the demons are all doofuses. Like it's like the kind of like Key of Solomon / Ars Gotia, but like all of them are kind of like he'll summon them to like, go demon, perform this task, deliver this letter to one of the other kingdoms, and the demon will be like, duh, I'm stupid, I don't know how to do that. And they're all like a bunch of sort of Konosuba-esque flanderized personalities that bounce off of each other. And since there's as many of them as the Ars Gotia, the jokes end up like the individual character jokes don't get more complicated, but there's kind of like a math equation.
There's just more of them.
Yeah, like expansion of like how each of them has their one note thing, and then like it compounds on each other until like you just get like the sort of straight man Solomon just kind of like, oh my god, let this show end, and then it cuts away right before he like puts an anachronistic shotgun up to his face.
Fucking hell. This is breaking us. Okay, next we've got The Slob. Made $1 slobillion.
I love when he says it's slobbing time and he slobs all over those knobs.
No.
I think The Slob is like, it's the story of a guy who like it's like the invention of lying, but it's the invention of laziness. Is like, this is a guy who like decides like, I'm gonna take the day off from work, eat a pizza and watch TV. And I'm gonna not wash my feet, and they're gonna get real stinky. And everyone's like, oh my god, we can't stop him from doing this. This changes everything. And he's like, yeah, don't you wish you could take it easy like this? I'm rolling a bunch of caramel corn into this pizza and eating it like a burrito. Eh?
That's so repulsive. I hate it.
Yeah.
But not as much as I hate the next one, which is the ultimate dead baby cookbook.
Yeah.
I was 14 too once.
I gotta skip.
Alright, next we have weed species. Written by Father Bongwater, presumably.
Yeah, this is a Father Bongwater original. Like, it's his, like, show within a show, and it's him trying to, like, do a riff on a kind of, like, pet monster Pokemon thing, like a collectible trading card game, but he couldn't get past the idea that they're all, like, various weeds. And
Because he's got a fixation.
yeah, and the point of the game is to, like, fill up the green bar, because you get to see really cool shit when the green bar is full.
There you go. Okay, the last one in this section is Womb. WOOM. Womb.
This is just a remake of Tommy Wiseau's The Room, but they can't pronounce
Da
R's.
Womb.
Yeah, it's the
A baby
womb.
made it.
I did not hit her. I did not.
I did not.
You're telling me apart, Wisa.
Everybody between me.
I'm fed up with this world. That line's not actually that much
Shits his
different.
diaper.
Yeah. Yo, little chicken.
Yeah.
Cheep, 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 cheep. Everyone talks like this. It's like, you're my favorite customer, Johnny.
It's extra weird because they're actually all adults.
Yeah.
Dressed as babies.
I don't like this. It weirds me out.
It's horrible.
It is disturbing.
Okay, we're on to level 7, which is called Utterly Insane.
Yo, is it? I wouldn't be surprised.
We begin with the Book of Soiga.
The Book of Soiger. I'm just gonna imagine this is
The Book of Soy Jack.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Is that, like, this, like, is a book that has, like, the history of each soy jack and, like, where they came from.
Oh.
It's a thing you would get, like
Coffee table book for the worst person you know.
yeah, like, it's like back in the day in the 90s, I remember there were those, like, Pokemon handbooks where, like, you would, like, get little pictures and, like, a list of their moves and stuff. And this is just like that, but, like, each page is a new soy jack. And, you'll, like, see the thickness of this book and want to pass out because you're like, surely there can't be that many.
Do you ever think about those, like, awful, like, meme party games? Like, say what you meme and stuff like that.
Oh, God. I remember playing that once, and, like, it was just like a sort of, like, mashup of a punchline. It's like, me when I get sand in my vagina. I think that's the one thing I remember from that game, was, like, that was, like, one of the cards.
I call those party games, I call them tampons, because they're single use, and by the time I'm done, they're covered in blood. Alright, the next one is called Baby Fucker.
Skip!
Gozu.
Just Gozu?
Gozu, that's it.
Alright, so I'm pretty sure that in Japanese mythology, Gozu and Meizu are like a pair of demons that guard hell. And I think Gozu
I'm willing to believe it.
is the bull-headed one, and Meizu is the horse-headed one. So I think, like, Gozu gets fed up with guarding the Japanese hell afterlife, and instead decides to go to Spain, where he gets to join in with all the bullfights as a guy with a bullhead. And he learns...
He gets turned into Hamon Iberico.
Yeah, he learns that, like, out there in the world, being bullheaded's not just a bad thing, but also his brother Meizu misses him and wants him to come back. Is all, you know, they have to find some equilibrium between, like, maybe we don't work in the same place anymore, but we're still family. We're still brothers. We're still family.
We're family.
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 It's about family.
Anyway, the next one is called Insane Bastards.
I think I already made a, like, out-of-wedlock medieval character joke with the last one that had bastards in it. So I think instead, Insane Bastards is, like, these, it's about these two boys who they're like two British teenagers who call themselves the Insane Bastards, and they want to like be like a couple of wild and crazy guys, but they're also afraid of the slightly older kids beating them up. So their pranks kind of like stop before they begin because they're like, well, we could do that, but someone's gonna kick our asses about it. Maybe we're not as insane as, but one day we'll do the silly thing, and we'll be cool.
They sure are insane bastards. Anyway, the next one, funnily enough, is the Lesser Key of Solomon.
Ooh, okay. This is going to be skip. I think I've done all my Solomon material for this.
Yeah. So the next one is called Sick Bastards.
It's
All
a
the other guys, they get cancer.
it's a companion piece to Sick Puppies,
Oh, Christ.
and you can
I'll
count
give you
that
that.
as
Next week.
I didn't say the word skip.
I'm gonna give it to you. Okay,
Hell
next we
yeah.
have the Necronomicon, which is not even a real book.
Yeah, so I'm gonna skip it. It shouldn't even be here.
Then we have the Orphan's Story.
The Orphan Story?
The Orphan's Story.
The Orphan Story. All right, I think this is going to be a, like, you know what? This is going to be a kind of unambiguously happy orphan story where, like, the orphan, like, finds his parents and they accept him and take him home. And it's like,
And he
well,
wasn't an
maybe
orphan
staying in the
anymore.
orphanage would have been a bad thing because your parents were still alive, and they actually, like, just misplaced you. They didn't abandon you on purpose, and they're very alive, and they're very good people.
There we go. And I think that is a lovely note to end on because I looked ahead at the last few and the next ones, and they are either concepts around books, like books bound with human skin, or more books that are like lost, don't exist, or are just kind of nonsense, like The Great Omar and the Voynich manuscript. So that, for all intents and purposes, is the last real book of the game.
I did it! I didn't use all my skips! Woo!
No, you in fact only used 42, which is pretty impressive considering we've gone through over 200 pitches.
Nobody can ever accuse me of not being able to spout inane, stupid, partially marketable, partially unsustainable ideas. I am a machine that spits out mediocrity so that I can make room for greatness.
And that is how we are able to be YouTubers.
Yeah, exactly. So if you liked all of these disturbing ideas that weren't so disturbing and you want to use them in your own thing, tell us what your favorite was down below. And if you want another Iceberg video, we'll probably do one. So suggest an Iceberg and we might check it out.
Yeah, this has been an ordeal. If you've enjoyed us suffering, you can pay us back by going and checking out our original series, like Killjam Triple X, our cyberpunk, crazy, weird death game show starring Addison Peacock, and The Kingmaker Histories, our steampunk fantasy political crime caper. They're both a great time and will not mentally scar you like this.
Exactly, but in both of these shows, people do explode and get like chopped up or spaghettified or turned into meatballs. So I think there is a good share of if you want some like wacky, gross, silly stuff happening to characters, you can get that from this, and it won't be a thing you can't tell people about. In fact, tell as many people as you can.
Please do. I think we deserve it. Look at what we've suffered through.
I could keep going. I could keep going. I could go all night.
Really should.
I'm a freaking contender. You just call me Goosebumps.
I'm a
Because I'm Goose
psycho.
and I can take my bumps. I'm a psycho and you'll never take me alive or dead. And you won't take me alive because I am not alive. Because we are not alive.
Good night, everybody.
Subscribe,
Fuck
you fucking